All right, ladies and gents, we are live again today. Ugh, it has been a rough day, rough morning, hard to get started. Definitely shouldn't have slept in bed last night, but that's okay. We're here. We're back at it. So, we're going to be playing some Last Epoch today. Maybe some Mecha Breaker. And, yeah, we'll, keep at it. Post the links to all my where I'm streaming, which is everywhere. Unfortunately, on Twitch, I cannot stream vertically for some reason, so got Twitch chat up. We got the activity feed going, and we'll disable the preview. Trying to make sure we have a good, clean stream today. Hopefully, nothing crashes, and we keep rolling. Especially on Rumble. Rumble seems to like to crash. No idea why. But yeah, a lot's been going on with this the shooting that happened in Minneapolis at that Catholic school. A lot of lefties are turning down the power of prayer, and as Christians, we believe there's a magnificent amount of power in prayer. So they're really just trying to throw God into the dirt as much as they can, and I'm here to say no, they're wrong. Prayer is usually the only thing that we can do that makes a difference in the world, it seems. And yeah, so don't stop praying for those families. Don't stop praying for everyone's well-being, a release from chaos and a release from the darkness that the world is trying to bring upon everybody. Because you can see it, especially as a Christian, you can see what people are trying to do and how dark they're trying to make the world. And without the light of God and Jesus, there's no relief. There's no relief, and that's why people get so lost in themselves and so lost in chaos, and then can't find their way out because they've thrown God out of the picture completely. And that's how you know, and how we can find light and how we can find forgiveness, especially when all these evil deeds are being done, and we're called to forgive. And you know what? I think that's the biggest thing we can do as Christians is forgive those that trespass against us. It's hard, difficult. It's definitely not easy. And I'm not saying you don't defend yourself or you just stand there and take it, but there's a lot of dark things happening in this world, and we are going to dive into them as we can. Specifically, I want to dive into the politicians complaining about everybody offering prayers when they're trying to take away our rights and our freedoms as people of the United States, which I'm completely against. There's things that I'm against as a Christian, but understand on the political side, and we really shouldn't construe the two. I mean, yes, we should have Christian values, but if we're living in a free country where people are allowed to have free ideas, we should let them express those ideas and counter them with logic. Logic and, honestly, philosophy. We should be willing to talk, not fight. So let's see what's going on. I wanted to look at Fox News was talking about this a little bit. I know everybody loves Fox, huh? This is live from them. Let's see. Yes, we know the shooter was full of hate. There's more here. And I've expressed my ways to deal with these incidents and how to prevent them in the future. And that's either going to be buffing up the police force or allowing civilians, especially teachers, or I specifically would prefer principals and vice principals to be able to wield guns in school and be trained in the proper use of them. And I think that that should be a state grant of some sort, state or federal grant. I don't think banning the weapons is truly the American way, and I think what these Democrats are trying to do is horrific. Uh, Especially when you can't stop bad people from getting guns themselves. Why keep them out of the hands of the civilians that could potentially stop it? Oh, they recovered a body from Gaza. Oh no. Mm, was on Fox. I did see it on Fox. Put on some deodorant. Feel like I stank. And then I was gonna watch this Tim Pool debate. I watched about 10 minutes of it. It's Israel versus Palestine, and I couldn't stand either party that was talking. It was very hard to follow and very hard to listen to. Um, Myself, I'm pro-Israel. I think they have the right to defend themselves and clean out these terrorists, and I don't think anybody should stop them. Honestly, if people are in an active war zone, yes, you're going to get casualties, and it's very unfortunate. But these terrorists are trying to keep as many people there as they possibly can. Um, where is it? Huh? I don't know what he oh, discoverability. Oh yeah, you gotta make yourself stand out somehow. I feel like I should hopefully have a small group of people following that like at least hearing my voice, you know? I don't I'm just doing this to do this because I like would like people to talk to and have conversations with, and sometimes I just need to vocalize what's going on in my head, you know? Not really about streaming or making money or anything like that. I mean, all those would be nice, but I can't work, so it's it keeps me busy, and I have to be able to keep busy like this, or else I will go crazy. Oh yeah, there were a bunch of cult leaders in California that were arrested using the name of Christ, of course, which I cannot stand when people do. Europeans do not want Sharia law. I am not seeing this conversation. Not seeing it at all. Banned from Twitch. Yeah, poor Tectone got banned from Twitch. DC Squatters. Where is it? I just had it. It was literally at the top of my page. Top of my YouTube. We can see what the Storybox has to say. I enjoy his content. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm kind of interested because I haven't watched the Joe Rogan interview at all. No, let's see what he has to say about
Joe
the Joe
Rogan
Rogan
recently
interview.
had the likes of, you guessed it, Dave Smith back on his
Who I can't
podcast. And I
stand. Who
think he
cannot
was trying
stand
to
Dave Smith
generate
whatsoever.
a few more numbers, considering that Joe Rogan's podcast at the moment, he hasn't been really able to crack over 1 million. He would continuously get over 1 million for pretty much all of his episodes, or even 2 million as well. And I mean, credit where credit is due. It's not easy to get over 1 million, 2 million plus views per episode. So
No,
it
that is very
is saying
difficult.
something when your numbers are decreasing the way that they are. And it could be like the kind of guests that he's got on at the moment, or it could be the fact that he's been very anti-Israel at the moment and also hosting very, well, not boring, but um, lame, lame people. And I guess the conversations, they're not
Yeah, I haven't
anything
watched
new.
Joe Rogan
Like
for a
there's
while.
nothing really new that I've heard. Like
Dave
he'll
Smith
be
is
on
too
my
wishy-washy for me to
Spotify
want to follow.
and I'll see the guest that he's got on and I'll be like, oh, nah, not
Yep,
interested. Get
I've
rid of
done that
it.
a couple of times.
Another new episode, not interested. Get rid of it. There hasn't really been any like fascinating content that I want to digest from Joe Rogan, right? Recently, it's just all repetitive. And then, well, lo and behold, I see Dave Smith on. Seems like Dave Smith before he was doing so many different podcasts. I think because of his Douglas Murray debate that he had a couple of months ago, which, by the way, Dave Smith seemed to think that he still won that debate,
Yeah.
which just shows me that you're.
Yeah, when you have to profess that you won, it's kind of a telltale sign that you lost. And Dave Smith is famous for that, saying, "I won this debate, I won."
You're a fool. But
I
anyway,
would like to think not.
not only are you a fool, but you're incredibly arrogant as well. And we know that
Mm,
Piers Morgan loves having Dave Smith on. Dave Smith is one of those people that just loves to talk. Okay, he's just not
loves
really
to talk
saying
and
too
loves
much,
getting
just loves to
reactions
talk
for
a bunch of
stupid
nonsense
takes.
outside of his backside. He even says that he's a third-rate
And then he's
comedian.
got
I wouldn't even
shills
think
that
that you're a third-rate, mate. I think you're not even
he's a
funny. I
F
don't
tier
find
comedian.
you funny at all. Man, Joe Rogan seems to think you're funny. Seems to think that you're good at something, so let's have you on. And well, the episode, let's just say, wasn't good. It's just Dave Smith pretty much repeating the same stupid nonsense that Dave Smith always repeats. It's like you got no new content, mate. It's just the same lies, same propaganda, the same kind of stuff you can refute pretty
Yeah,
easily if you spend time, watching the whole thing
actually
and then,
investigating, doing some research on your own.
having your say about it. But I'm not going to do that because it's over 2 hours, almost 3 hours long. So
I
that's
don't
what
know
I
what you
mean.
can
Like
talk about with Dave Smith for
almost
3 hours.
of talking the same kind of nonsense you've been talking for the last, I don't know, however long you've been talking about it and thinking that you're actually smart doing it. But one thing that I cannot stand is when you've got the likes of two comedians, right, on a podcast mocking someone that has more intelligence than both of them put together. And you're mocking.
I do have a lot of respect for
whether
Douglas
or
Murray.
not he is right.
Followed him for a very long
also,
time.
Have you not been mocking Douglas Murray? Now, yeah. I'm a huge fan of Douglas Murray, believe you me. I think it is beneath Joe Rogan, not beneath the arrogant fool of Dave Smith, but it's definitely beneath Joe Rogan, considering that Douglas is supposed to be his friend. But to mock him, I don't think that's acceptable. Do you? What Dave does not realize is that with his latest appearance on Joe Rogan, this is from Ant of Ant Speaks.
Act like your friends and then go around mocking you and talking about you behind your back. But I won the
debate podcast tour. I will tear it to shreds if that were true. Dave, you would not still be droning on about the so-called debate with Douglas Murray months later. And let us not forget that Joe only invited Douglas onto his show under one strict condition, that Dave be on as well. Yes, the emotional support comedian. Noah Berg goes, unbelievable. Dave Smith and Joe Rogan are once again mocking Douglas Murray over their
Mm-hmm.
debate, which is several months old. It's like they both haven't gotten over it.
Yep.
Understandably, Dave hasn't appeared since, but it's months old. Get over it. It's clear to me that
I mean,
these
if you
two
look
are
at
not over what happened.
not Douglas Murray,
And so
Dave
they need to
Smith's
do
ex,
almost
just a bunch
3-hour long
of like
podcast and talk about things that
fanboys
Douglas Murray
saying
is
that
quite
Dave Smith's
experienced
the
in.
best. He
These
can
two
never
are
be
not, because they've
wrong.
not
Yada yada
been
yada.
first and foremost, and also
It's
they
sad.
haven't studied any of it properly
People
enough.
don't look into things themselves and
Have a watch of
just trust.
like this is the very
Just
beginning
ultimate trust
of
for
their
another
podcast.
human
Like,
being,
literally
which
the
is
first thing they talk about when the podcast opens. Have a
not the
watch.
way you're supposed to
Just
go about living your
rises
life.
to the top of the heap.
Well, it's funny, dude, because since the last time I was on, this has been kind of like the knock on me in a way now.
Is that you're a comedian?
You're just a comedian.
You're
This
my
guy's not an
emotional
expert.
support comedian.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Have you ever been
It
an
feels
emotional
weird.
support comedian?
It feels weird doing this without Doug, to be honest. It seems kind of wrong. But that's been like essentially that's like the knock is like, yeah, but you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian. And it's like, no, that's the point. That's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. And still, being not an expert, hand me your favorite Warhawk, and I will tear them to shreds because it's actually not that hard. And like, these people aren't really experts either.
Well,
Hey, at least he admitted that he's not an expert at things, but
Yeah.
why do people keep turning to the non-expert to talk about things that require an expert to actually talk about?
Mhm.
Okay.
An actual
You are
behind the
an
scenes
emotional support
understanding.
comedian for the likes of Piers Morgan. That's quite clear. Same with now Joe Rogan. Like,
And when
you think that
when
you know
Dave gets to a point he doesn't know how to counter, he looks for Piers Morgan. If you haven't watched any of the latest Piers Morgan episodes, or not latest, but the ones involving Dave Smith, he always looks for Piers Morgan to support him in his claims. And if Pierce doesn't support him or doesn't say anything, Dave just like wallows like a child, man. It's funny. It's funny to
you're
watch
talking
sometimes.
about, but you don't. And the other point is you're leading people astray. So yes, evidently people are going to have their 2 cents worth of, well, sure, you can say it because we live in a free society to say it, but why are you saying it the way that you're saying it? It's quite dangerous the way that you're saying it. And we also
Yeah.
need people that actually know the truth to get the truth out there. And as Douglas was talking about months ago in this very debate that Dave Smith still thinks that he won, what are you feeding and why are you feeding it? What are you watering? Why are you watering it? Right? It's something that like I keep using because it's a brilliant analogy. Because Dave Smith just admitted, I'm just a comedian, failed one at that. So that's the whole thing. He knows that he's not an expert, but yet so many people keep turning to the
Yeah.
non-expert to once again discuss things that require an actual expert. And they go, Douglas isn't an expert. Yes, he is. He's an
he knows a
expert
lot.
journalist.
He's
He
been
knows
involved
things
in
more than you know.
a lot of the Israeli side attacks
You're just a
and
comedian
defenses
talking
and
about
whatnot.
war-like scenarios and things that, again, if
I
you
mean,
actually
if somebody
spend
wants
more
war, they're
than
going
10
to push
seconds
war.
thinking
I mean,
about
look
them,
at Russia.
make
They
no
want
sense
it.
at
They
all.
want this war
It
that's going
shows
on
me
in
that you're
Ukraine.
very low IQ. You're highly strung, high emotional as well. And when you apply reason, logic, and rationale to them, you falter. You fall flat on your face. And then you repeat the same disingenuous lies
Mhm.
that so many other people do.
Yep.
And the fact that months
They push a narrative that has no actual
months
historical
on,
basis.
you're still talking about the debate. Sure, the debate broke the internet, and we're talking about it for weeks, months.
But it's done.
Sure, it got
It's
you
dead and
even more
gone.
popular than he should have actually been.
Yeah.
I think it had much more of a positive impact for Dave Smith than it did for Douglas, unfortunately. But I was defending Douglas the entire time, because when you actually have a IQ over 100, or just let's just say IQ over 60,
Mhm.
things make sense. But when you listen to Dave Smith and Joe
I
most
feel
of
like
the
there's so
time,
many empty
going,
vessels out there that
nah,
the
that's not true.
education system didn't do very well
You probably need to
to
be
teach
relatively low IQ to listen to
kids
Dave Smith
critical thinking or
and actually believe in what
anything
he's
like that
saying.
to do their own research.
That's just my personal take, because I've listened to Dave Smith a lot.
Like, that was the whole thing in school. Research, find valuable facts and find real facts of people that are credible, and you need to have credible facts. Now it's like Wikipedia is king. We weren't allowed to use Wikipedia at all in high school. It's kind of funny how things have switched a lot in what, 10 years. Yeah, I mean, I guess I was in school in 2000. Oh, it's over 10 years. Geez. 15 years. Almost 16. 16 years.
I don't
me.
find him smart. He repeats the same tropes I've heard dingbat people. I call them that. It's just a nice way of saying stupid. Same kind of things that you can pretty much and quite easily, as we've seen happen, John Spencer, Douglas Murray, people that are actually really intelligent, we've seen not only obliterate those lines of thoughts quite easily, in fact, and they continuously do it. But you know what? The emotional person will just get their back up, they'll get defensive, and you're attacking my identity.
Yeah, that's what the world
like
is.
Dave
Your
Smith is
identity.
doing all the time. You're attacking my identity. But at least I'll admit that I'm not an expert. Then why talk about things thinking you are an expert? Probably not. Look, not a good idea. I listen to people that actually are really smart, and sure, I've got my opinions about things. Fantastic.
Yeah, my opinions
But I'm
differ
not
than
going
even some of
to
those smart people.
talk
But
about something
I
that I got
respect
no idea about.
what they know, what
I'll
they've seen, what they've
is I'll listen to people that
investigated
actually know about
themselves.
it. I'll repeat what they say because they know more about it than I do. And
Mhm.
then because I'm agreeing with a lot of the stuff that they're saying, then I will share my opinion that is usually in line with what they have to say because they're the expert and I'm not.
I agree.
Anyway, that's enough from me. You guys take care, be blessed, and I'll see you all in the next video.
That didn't keep the light going. No, I can get rid of the flame mana. I'm not doing the flame mana lich in last epoch anymore. Doing the harvest flay. There's an easy way to tell that Dave Smith is not smart. He's not funny. Funny people are smart. Joe is also not funny and therefore not smart. I think they admit that. I saw the hateful, arrogant dude. Just tired of the arrogant haters who claim to be Christians. I thought Rogan was arguing the Bible, regardless if he's not biblically smart enough. I'll see the biggest threats to the West, and it's not Israel. Yeah, I mean, Joe's Joe Rogan. He's got a lot of valid questions. And hopefully people can answer those questions for him. Whether or not he takes it upon himself to look into the Bible or the historicity of the church or anything like that, that's up to him. Can't force it upon him. Alright, let's see. I wanted to watch one more video and then we'll get into Last Epoch if everybody's cool with that. And it was about prayer. I did see it on Fox. Let's see if it will come up again. I might have to type in prayer, but then my stream will come up on YouTube. I just don't like hearing myself talk. Well, there I am, power prayer. That's just news. Oh, did it update? Not guilty, not guilty, anti-Israel. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening over in the UK right now, too, with immigration reform and stuff like that. Firefighters deported. Illegals invade fire department. Ice purgers ranks the sanctuary town burns down. Huh. The Fox. Waterworld is a great movie. I just watched it yesterday. Really good movie. Love Waterworld. Remember watching it on TV all the time. Be on like FX or the Sci-Fi Channel. Love the Sci-Fi Channel. Always had some good stuff. Stargate used to be on the Sci-Fi Channel. And there was Stargate Atlantis. I don't know that they've made any new Stargates though. Yeah, I'm not sure. Nigeria, 3 million believers under siege as calls for U.S. intervention mount. Feet are going crazy today. If you don't know, I was in a car accident 3 years ago. I basically crushed both my feet. I'm still dealing with issues from that. Well, crushed my right knee, which shattered my tibial plateau, the place where my kneecap sits. So I have issues with my right knee, and then I shattered my left ankle. And I also broke my right wrist, which I'm dealing with as well. Which is why I don't really play video games as much as I would like, because I end up having really bad pains in my right wrist if I play too many video games. Specifically FPS. If I play any like shooters, those snappy motions can get to me sometimes. And then I have to take long breaks, and I don't like doing that. But it's kind of nice streaming because I can just go back and forth between watching videos, even though I can't always comprehend them. So I also smashed my head when I did that. I was in that accident as well. EU mission hit. I feel like we just keep scrolling and seeing the same thing. Yeah, like this is the 5th time I've seen this video and this and that. Maybe we need to turn off one of these. Do we need to be on kick? I don't think we really need to keep kick open. See if it gets any better. 700 million gone because of this whole Cracker Barrel incident, huh? Oh no. Should we watch this? David Wood and Thou Zoot. Has anybody heard of Thou Zoot? Let's check it out.
Narrated Anas, the Prophet used to go round, have sexual relations with all his wives in one night, and he had 9 wives.
This is about Muhammad.
Sahih al-Bukhari 52:15. Narrated Anas bin Malik, the Prophet used to pass by, have sexual relation with all his wives in one night, and at that time he had 9 wives. By the way, check out the chapter heading. Whoever had sexual intercourse in the boiling, sweaty Arabian desert with all his wives and then took one bath only.
Ugh. Brother, ugh.
Try not to imagine the smell by the time he climbed on top of wife number 9. Sahih al-Bukhari 268. Narrated Qatada, Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet used to visit all his wives in a round during the day and night, and they were 11 in number. I asked Anas, had the Prophet the strength for it? Anas replied, we used to say that the Prophet was given the strength of 30 men. And Sa'id said, on the authority of Qatada, that Anas had told him about 9 wives only, not 11. Muhammad's followers used to say that he was given the strength, the sexual strength, of 30 men.
Dun, dun,
That's an oddly specific number, isn't it? The Prophet was given the strength of 30 men. An average man has no problem having sex with his wife some night. If a healthy man had 2 or 3 wives, I don't see why he couldn't have sex with 2 or 3 wives in a single evening. So why didn't Muhammad's followers say that he was given the strength of 3 or 4 men? Why 30 specifically? Fortunately for us, modern historical and anthropological researchers have solved this mystery. We now know how Muhammad received the strength of 30, count 'em, 30 men. Inspiring Philosophy sent me so many studies on this topic, I'd need the strength of 30 men just to share the highlights with you. But there's one study from psychologist Bruce Rhine that provides quite the overview, so I'll quote a few relevant excerpts. Let me go ahead and say, as we begin, you have no clue how common relationships between grown men and adolescent boys were in the ancient and medieval periods. You may have heard some things about ancient Greece, but this was all over the place. Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, the Americas. Everyone seemed to have something going on with adolescent boys. Even after the spread of Islam, for instance, this continued for centuries in the Muslim world. Mature, immature male homosexual behavior was pervasive in Islamic societies, North Africa, Western Central Asia, from 8th to 19th centuries. Mature, immature male homosexual attractions were seen as just as normal as heterosexual ones. Main interest was in boys early to mid-teens, peaking at about 14. The appeal vanished with a beard, about 16, 17. Adult men were scorned if they were passive partners. Manly behavior was to be active. Partners' gender did not matter. Staggering amounts of love poetry show an obsession with boyish beauty, seen as comparable to women's. Poets attracted to boys constitute a who's who. Desire for boys, but not behavior or lust, was permissible under Islam, but behavior was common nevertheless. This shouldn't be surprising since the Quran repeatedly entices Muslim men with the youths of paradise. Surah 52, therein they shall pass to one another a cup wherein is no idle talk, nor incitement to sin, and there wait upon them youths for them, as if they were hidden pearls. Surah 56, immortal youths wait upon them with goblets. Surah 76, immortal youths wait upon them. When thou seest them, thou wouldst think them scattered pearls. Way to get the troops fantasizing, Muhammad. Here's a description of the practice in Libya. Mature, immature, male homosexual behavior was a well-entrenched custom from antiquity to at least the 1950s. Matchmakers made marriage-like arrangements between men and adolescent boys. The boy got a gift larger than bride prices for females. Man and boy then entered into an alliance with family approval. Prominent men lent each other their sons for sex. Love affairs and jealousies over boys were common. Robin Mom said, "They will kill for a boy, never for a woman." Again, this
Weird.
was all over the place. But we know a bit more about how some ancient cultures, in Melanesia and New Guinea for instance, thought these relationships played an extremely important role in the development of boys into men. Mature, immature male homosexual behavior was highly organized in this warrior society. Homosexual
Yeah,
intercourse
Spartans
was believed
specifically, I think.
essential to boys' physical and
Spartans were
spiritual
really
development. It
Involved in this.
supposedly transferred male power to them, implanting this in their penises, the seat of male power. The belief was that insemination grew the boys into men. At 11 or 12, a boy's father chose for him an older male to inseminate him for months or years. Some boys chose their own inseminator. Insemination was thought essential for growth. Between
Weird.
ages 10 and 14, boys entered a
Too young.
men's house after a ceremony declaring them deceased, i.e., death of childhood. They were newly born through the powerful medicine of older males' semen. Each boy acquired an adoptive father, an older male who was his mentor and regularly inseminated him, which was believed necessary to make him strong. Males lived in sex-segregated men's houses from a young age. Mature, immature male homosexual activity was pervasive. A certain kind of insemination was seen as crucial for boys' development. It began in male initiations for boys ranging in age from 7 to 14.
This is
Semen
weird.
was viewed necessary for growth to be a strong warrior. So, they believed that virility and manliness could be injected into a boy by a man.
Hmm.
There were some very strange, very disturbing ideas circulating
Yeah.
in the ancient world. And in the 7th century, cultures were interacting and
I
colliding.
don't even know how you
because of
could read
trade.
that.
Muhammad, before he declared himself a prophet of Allah, was a caravan trader. He spent years having discussions with
Caravan
various
trader,
people he met,
or was he
and he had a
a
tendency to
robber?
believe what people told him.
The ear.
Even much later, long after he started preaching Islam, he was known as the ear. It's in the Quran, Surah 9, verse 61. And among them are those who torment the prophet and say he is an ear. What did they mean when they called him an ear? Ibn Ishaq gives the historical background. I have heard that it was of him, a man named Nabtal, that the apostle said, "Whoever wants to see Satan, let him take a look at Nabtal ibn al-Harith. He was a sturdy black man with long flowing hair, inflamed eyes, and dark ruddy cheeks." Pretty racist to say this black man looked like Satan. He used to come and talk to the apostle and listen to him and then carry what he had said to the hypocrites. It was he who said, "Muhammad is all ears. If anyone tells him anything, he believes it." And we have some commentary in the Study Quran. He is an ear is an idiomatic expression used as an insult to imply that the prophet was easily swayed by what he heard and had no resolve. Being called an ear, Al-Razi explains, is like calling a spy an eye. The accusation was that the prophet was gullible, accepting whatever he heard. According to some, there were those around the prophet who said, "We say what we wish, then we swear to him, and he believes us." So, Muhammad was known for being gullible and believing whatever people told him. This explains why he spread so many silly claims. He said that Adam was 90 feet tall, 60 cubits. He said that if a fly falls into your drink, you should dunk the fly in the drink, because one of the wings has a disease, but the other wing has the cure for the disease. He told his followers to drink camel urine as medicine. This stuff is endless in the Muslim sources. Where did this nonsense come from?
Disgusting.
Muhammad apparently just believed whatever people told him, so they called him the ear. But Muhammad had an interesting way of taking practices that were geared towards children and applying them to adults. For example, in Muhammad's time, people thought that if a woman breastfeeds a child she's not related to, the child becomes related to her. The breast milk makes the child a relative. Muhammad shocked his followers by claiming that this works even with a grown man. A grown man can absorb a woman's breast milk and become her son. Sunan an-Nasai 33:21. This is the chapter of breastfeeding an adult. And we read, Zainab bint Abi Salama said, I heard Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, say, Sahla bint Suhail, a woman, came to the Messenger of Allah and said, O Messenger of Allah, I see displeasure in the face of Abu Hudayfa, her husband, when Salim enters upon me. Salim was a grown man. Her husband, Abu Hudayfa, didn't like a grown man being around his wife because he was worried that they might commit adultery. The Messenger of Allah said, breastfeed him. She said, he has a beard. He said, breastfeed him, and that will take away the displeasure in the face of Abu Hudayfa. She said, by Allah, I never saw that on the face of Abu Hudayfa after that. She breastfed a grown man with a beard, and this made the man her son. So her husband was no longer worried about his wife committing adultery with the young man because she had put her breasts in the young man's mouth. By absorbing her breast milk, he was transformed into her son. What else can a grown man absorb? Imagine a man who's known as the ear, hearing about men injecting their manliness and virility into boys. Keep in mind, this man believes that practices that people usually apply to children also work with adults, as with breastfeeding. Suppose this man wants to become the most virile, masculine, potent man on the planet. How would he go about that?
Good question.
He would assemble a team of men known for their sexual prowess. And in Muhammad's time, the men who were most famous for their sexual prowess were the men of Al-Zut. Historian Raymond Ibrahim explains how Al-Zut are described in the Muslim sources.
According to Islam's written records, they were a migrant people from India or modern-day Pakistan, described in the sources as very tall, very dark-skinned, very lean, strong and hardy, and often used for labor-intensive work. In early Arabic ethnographies and literary works, Al-Zut are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. In fact, according to one Arabic source, Al-Tashibbahat by Ibn Abi Awan, quote, the penis of Al-Zut never weakens, meaning their large phalluses never go limp and are ever ready. I'm sorry for the crude language, but this is what the Islamic texts say, verbatim.
Could the men of Al-Zut transfer their virility and manliness into Muhammad? Let's find out by reading a now infamous hadith from Musnad Ahmed. Abdullah ibn Masud related, the Messenger of Allah sent for me, so we set out until I reached such and such a place, and he traced a line for me and told me, stay between the two edges of this. Don't go outside of it. If you go outside of it, it's over for you. Muhammad knew that Abdullah wasn't man enough to endure the men of Al-Zut. Abdullah said, and so I stayed there. Then the Messenger of Allah went off a stone's throw away, or a little farther, or something like that. Then he, Abdullah, mentioned a group of male members, Hanin, i.e. men, who looked like Zut people. Affan narrated, or something like what Affan said, Allah willing, they didn't have any clothes on. You don't say. and I didn't see their genitals, and they were tall and scrawny. He, Abdullah, said, and they came and started to ride the messenger of Allah, and the prophet of Allah began to recite to them. And they started to move closer and lean around me and get in my way, and I became intensely terrified of them, so I sat down, or something like that. He sat down,
Or something like that.
protecting the part of him they were after. And when the morning light broke, they began to go away, or something like that. Then the messenger of Allah came back exhausted and in pain, I'll bet, or practically in pain, from how they had ridden him. He said, "Indeed, I am exhausted," or something like that. Then the messenger of Allah put his head in my lap, or something like that. And
What's
the
with
men
the or
came with
something like
tall
that?
white garments on, but the messenger of Allah had fallen asleep. And I became more intensely terrified of them than I was the first time. The men of Al-Zut rode Muhammad all night long. From then on, his followers could boast that he was given the strength of 30 men. 30 men of Al-Zut gathered in the desert and injected their masculinity into the Prophet of Islam, making him the most powerful man in the world. Of course, the effects might wear off after a while. Sometimes Muhammad would need to top off the tank, so to speak. That's when his companion Dihya al-Kalbi would come to the rescue. As Muhammad's companion Hudhaifa said, "The people used to enter upon the Prophet whenever they wanted. The Prophet then prohibited them from entering upon him while he was in meeting with Diyat al-Kalbi. Muhammad didn't want anyone disturbing him when he was in one of his private meetings with Dihya al-Kalbi, who, by the way, was the hottest young stud in all of Arabia." Hudhaifa continues, "One day I came to the Prophet for some matter, hoping to meet him alone. When I arrived at the door, I
Sorry,
looked
could
and
you
found a
guys-
curtain covering the door. I raised it and was about to enter. That's what we are accustomed to do. Then I saw Dihya sitting beside the Prophet, who was sleeping, and his head was on the lap of Dihya. When I saw that, I left." What did Muhammad do after his rough night with the men of Al-Zut? He put his head on Abdullah's lap and passed out. What did he do after a meeting with Dihya al-Kalbi? He put his head on Dihya's lap and passed out. Later, Muhammad told his followers that when they see him with Dihya al-Kalbi, it's actually the angel Gabriel. Sure, it's the angel Gabriel, conveniently disguised as Dihya al-Kalbi. And Dihya was always sure
I wonder if
to
there's
leave
any
his
actual
calling
records
card.
of this Tia
Sahih
guy
al-Bukhari, 232.
around
Narrated
other
Aisha,
than like
I used to wash the semen off the
Quran.
clothes of the Prophet, and even then I used to notice one or more spots on them. Aisha would wash the semen off his clothes. She would scratch it from his garment. She would scrape it off with her hand. Small price to pay for having such a manly husband, though, am I right? So, we finally understand how Muhammad got the strength of 30 men. He told an elite squad of 30 men of Al-Zut, known for their large penises, to meet him in the desert. He told his companion Abdullah to watch and learn from behind the ditty line. He walked
The
about a
ditty line.
stone's
Oh,
throw
God
away
damn
and
it.
assumed the position. Then the Al-Zut showed up and said, "It's Zutin time," and zooted all over him all night long. But this
I'm
gave
gassed.
Muhammad the stamina to have sex with 9 or 11 women and girls in a single night. So, win-win, I guess, except for the one bath part.
What's that? What's that, brother?
Now, we've solved one mystery, but another mystery remains. If relationships between men and adolescent boys were so
Gotta wrap my
common in
hand
the
up.
ancient world,
Maybe some
as numerous
heat will help
studies
it.
have shown,
It's really hurting today.
why are they so surprising and disturbing to us now? What changed? The good news is that we know exactly what changed. But you'll have to click on Inspiring Philosophy's video to find out.
Oh no. Yeah, we're not doing doing that. That was enough. I'll watch that later. Oh, jeez. Do you think we can find that Fox video now? Trump revokes her Secret Service protection. Good. Does she really need it? No. Nobody's gonna go after the idiot. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Give it one more scroll. Rev says this. Ooh, let's see. Let's see why his song crashes out. Might have to move my cameras. We'll see.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So today's going to be one of those videos that might make you lose some faith in humanity given the subject matter we're going to be going over. But there is something very disturbing going on here. Over the past couple of years, we've seen even more extremist and violent rhetoric being shared on social media.
Yeah,
not just in the deep and faraway corners of the internet, but even on mainstream
like right in front
platforms
on
like TikTok, Twitch, and Reddit. And sometimes this sort of rhetoric finds its way into the real world, and people get hurt.
Unfortunately.
And then when this happens, you have people like Hassan Piker and his orbiters trying to play a sick game of hot potato, where they're trying to pass off these responsible individuals for these attacks onto, quote unquote, the other side, to try to dunk on their enemies, even if it's done in the most ridiculous and dishonest ways imaginable. Now, for context as to how we got to this point, yesterday there was a mass shooting in Minneapolis where a sick, disgusting freak targeted a Catholic school and killed 2 children, 8 and 10, and injured over a dozen other people.
17.
And this is the demon who did this, who's currently rotting in hell. This is the person, and they
I don't know that
made
they're
their
rotting in
intention.
hell. Let's remember this person was had so many mental issues going on. That we don't know what their true mental state is. They were so deranged, so lost. Yes, we can assume they're rotting in hell, but we can also pray for them. And, well, I guess you can't pray for the dead. You shouldn't pray for the dead anyway, because they're dead. There's nothing you can do. They've already made their choices and decision. I just know that the mental capacity of this person wasn't there by any means. They were a shell of a person at this point. And mentally they were gone, completely gone. Don't know if it was towards demonic. Well, I can assume it was towards demonic entities, but we don't know. We don't know what happened in this person's brain and how we just see the circumstances and the outcome of how far psychologically they've strayed from humanity.
Very clear. They shared posts online that showed off their weapon
just
collection.
Pray for his family. Pray
the
for
inscriptions on some of the
families
magazines
of
and
the
barrels
victims
sent to
and
kill the sitting president
it's-
Donald Trump. And they uploaded multiple
least what
videos
I
onto
can do
multiple
and
platforms, including YouTube, where they showed off
what
this
we all should
collection
be
and the
doing.
inscriptions that showed some of their supposed beliefs. And they're just as unhinged as you might have thought. Now, I want to point this out as a YouTuber.
It seems like he was just intoxicated with online memes and online hatred, especially with what's written on these items here. Just intoxicated by what's going on online.
Really quick, I know that if I say one too many cuss words in this video, it's going to get auto-flagged by the system. But this stuff uploaded onto YouTube slipped through the cracks. The automation process did not pick up on this freak showing off their rifle collection and the...
Which I still don't understand. Even if it was uploaded to be released at a certain time, YouTube pre-examines the video, or at least they should, and I don't understand why it wasn't flagged early on, because this was probably made the night before, and then uploaded and then time released. But it's still on the internet. It's still there, or it was still there prior. It doesn't make sense to me why it wasn't caught by the YouTube moderation team.
Descriptions.
I have an issue with
their
that.
magazines and rifles. While
a very, very, very big issue.
Incoming attack very clear that this is what they were going to do, and somehow it didn't pick up on this. And on the inscriptions, you see hatred being directed towards many different groups: Christians, Jews, God, many different groups, including like Indians. And also you see them espouting violent rhetoric, even like meme culture, which is very odd to see. And they also make it very clear that this is something that they've been thinking about for a long time. And they wanted to have these sick sets of enjoyment from doing this. It's very, very unhinged. Now, if you look at their letter, you see just how narcissistic and delusional this person is. This was the letter they left for their family and friends, where they say, I hope you can move past this and remember to be good people and fight injustice. And also the world needs more love. And also you should pray for the victims of this attack. And then they go out there and target children in a heinous attack. It makes absolutely no sense. This is a delusional, crazy person. And unfortunately...
So when it reads... F that, I want to go out on my own means. Unfortunately, due to my depression, anger, and twisted mind, I want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of my head for years. You all are what kept me going, which is disgusting if we're looking at some of the posts and conversations that were had online encouraging this act. I find no more interest in anything material. I have only an interest in my mission and love for my family. If I didn't have such an amazing group of people around me, which were those that were encouraging him to do this act, I would have been gone much sooner. I just want to escape from this world, escape from the constant bills, crappy jobs, crappy people, and injustice of America. I'm done with this. I will not bow. I will be selfish and leave you to pick up the pieces. It's my fault. Blame me, but please move on. Whether you accept my apologies or not, I hope you all can move past this and continue your lives. Remember to be good people. Which he wasn't at this end point. Now more than ever. The world needs more love, even if you don't get it in return. Please find hope, find love, and stand up to injustice. You can see how twisted he was. He doesn't even know what's good or bad anymore. Like, he is so back and forth even in this message. It's disgusting.
Sadly predictable set of events here. People on social media are rationalizing and even celebrating what they did,
which is disgusting.
I feel terrible for the kids. I feel so bad for not just the victims, but the people who witnessed it and will now have to live with that for the rest of their lives. I don't feel bad for their parents. This happened at a Catholic school. There should have been no children there at all. We know what the church does to kids, so...
And now we know what trans people do with the kids. I feel terrible for
the kids. May the universe protect them.
And they've professed their want to gravitate towards kids. The trans community has professed that they are gravitating towards kids and trying to convert them to this despicable cult.
From their Catholic parents. And the church.
You need to allow your kids to be free thinkers, yes. But you need to have critical thinking.
Y'all can shove your thoughts and prayers right where the brightest of the suns don't shine. So far up that black hole of yours that even your God can't see 'em or hear 'em.
Yeah.
Because I'm all out of compassion for Christian nationalists. Fuck y'all. you did this.
So that's TikTok. Let's go over to Reddit. Oh, look at that. At this point, hundreds of posts. Not just rationalizing or attempting to, but also celebrating what happened.
Disgusting.
They're encouraging
Disgusting
one
how
another
low
to
people
keep
can
going
be.
after these kids because in their eyes, they deserve this
They
for
didn't.
whatever
They're kids.
insane logic they try to apply to that set of thoughts. It's absolutely insane. And if you've been paying attention to Reddit, you will understand why this
I
is
don't
happening.
go on Reddit.
Why people feel so emboldened to talk like this on the platform, knowing they're going to get nothing done to their accounts, because that's the way this platform has operated. You even have people getting upset, not at the attack, but at people misgendering the shooter because they're trans. Make it make sense. Now, unfortunately, as a part of that video series the shooter uploaded, they tried to include the names of several content creators, including Brandon Herrera, who has a very large YouTube channel mainly dedicated to guns and advocating for the Second Amendment. And he's also someone who has ran for Congress. And he lost his first bid by only like 200 votes, and he's making a second run. And you can see his video announcing this just from 2 weeks ago, getting an immense level of support. Now, unfortunately, they were mentioned multiple times in this person's set of videos where they said Brandon Herrera and I met in real life at a gun event and we agree on a lot of things. Now, we'll see that's a complete and blatant lie, and given the timing of this
We watched
manifesto
his
being
response
released
yesterday,
alongside this
Brandon
run for
Herrera's.
Congress, I think this was another attempt
which
to
was he
smear
doesn't
someone
even
through this sort of set
know
of
this
action. We've
person,
seen this
doesn't
happen
remember
before,
a
but
conversation with this person.
Brandon would respond
and
saying, I will not, nor will I ever say the name of the gutless coward who decided to take the lives of innocent people in Minneapolis today. My heart goes out to the family of those affected, but to the shooter, I have one thing to say in response: F you, burn in hell. And I don't think anyone with a functioning brain would ever think what that person was claiming about Brandon actually happened, or he would share any beliefs with this deranged
person.
lunatic. And we've seen this happen before. And it happened to multiple
Mentally
content creators
insane.
this time, where people mention someone when they're launching these attacks. And I think it's to cause chaos, to drag these people down with them. And I think that's exactly what happened with Brandon Herrera. I think he was only mentioned to drag him down. We saw this happen with a previous
Spoil
shooting that
his
was
name.
live streams where they said subscribe to PewDiePie, and people try to blame PewDiePie for that event. And people are doing that once again with Brandon Herrera. We have people like this saying you're an accomplice to murder. That's how unhinged these people are. They are looking for any reason to go after someone they don't like, including times where they're included in the deranged statements made by someone who goes out and commits an atrocity. And Brandon Herrera would make an official statement on YouTube about this, where he makes it very clear to everyone out there that he in no
does
way
not-
shares anything to do with this person, and he is denouncing them fully and entirely.
I condemn every part of this to the deepest extent of my fucking soul. It is unreal to think about this level of evil being carried out by somebody who even knows my fucking name. He goes on to say that apparently we met at SHOT Show in Las Vegas, and that we talked and that we agreed on a lot of things, which I want to make abundantly clear right out the gate. I do not believe that that happened. Now, if you're unfamiliar, SHOT Show is one of the biggest weapons conventions in the world. It's industry only. It's not something the average person can really go to. But I can legitimately put my hand on a Bible and say, I have zero recollection of ever meeting this creep. I asked my friends who were also there, and they had no recollection of him. And believe me, this is the kind of person that would stand out at SHOT Show. NSSF, the organization that runs SHOT Show, has actually released a statement as well, saying they have
don't
no
even
record of this
know
person
this
ever having
person.
attended SHOT Show. So right out the gate, the evidence points to this claim of having met and talked with me is likely made up. But ultimately, I can't prove that he met me. I also can't prove that he didn't. But God's honest truth is I have no memory of this person. One thing's for
Honestly,
sure
this is the first
I
time I've
don't
ever
believe
heard
for a
about
fucking
Brandon
moment there's a
Herrera.
lot that me and this
I've probably
fucking
seen his
psycho agree
videos,
on.
but
And other people have
first
been
time I
able
heard
to
his name.
corroborate what he is saying, that there is no proof that this person ever attended the SHOT Show. And also going back to what Brandon said, look at the shooter. Do you think this person would go to a professional event that they probably wouldn't have been invited to in the first place? But they would go there and not stick out like
releasing himself from this ideology of being a woman. He didn't want to cut his hair because he wanted to still hold on to his want to be a woman. It's
a sore thumb, and then you'd have to also believe
he wouldn't have changed his appearance for the show.
That they had shared beliefs and that they talked for whatever amount of time. It's not believable whatsoever. Just like I said, I think this was done to drag him down with him. I think that was the only reason his name was mentioned, and there was others, as we'll see in just a second. But other people are not operating on logic right now. They're playing a game of hot potato with this sort of rhetoric
and it
as
might
being
burn them. I
espouted
hope it
by
does.
the shooter, and it's of course Hassan Piker, who has gone out there and tried to claim that this reference to Brandon Herrera automatically made the shooter a right-winger, and therefore that's where the blame should start being looked at.
And part of the reason why I'm doing that is because there are dumb fucks out there who immediately go, "Oh, the trans leftist."
He hated MAGA. He hated
so
Trump.
Obviously, it's important to address the truth in this circumstance. Anyway, we're gonna do a little bit more coverage on. We're gonna do a little bit more coverage on Gaza. Yeah. Also, by the way, the dude literally fucking hyped up Brandon Herrera. What are we talking about?
He hated
Hasbin is a
Israel.
leftist. It's true. He really is.
Everything about this is so ridiculous. I mean, trying again to play this game of hot potato, passing it off to the other team, so to speak. And the only way Hassan can do this is by looking at this reference to Brandon Herrera, which, like I said, I think was done maliciously to try to take him down with him
actions
in
to be
those
taken
statements.
against people that disagree
and if that's
with their
all you got,
viewpoints.
that's pretty insane. And Brandon would respond to a post sharing that saying, "Weird, do his targets of moral obligation make him sound right-wing?" Where this was listed off in the manifesto saying, an immigrant agency, corrupt politicians, executives of greedy megacorps, and hate groups like Nazis. Yeah, nothing that Hassan is saying lines up whatsoever, and also his logic is ridiculous. Because you look at things he's posted, advocating for violence against sitting U.S. officials, and couple that with the fact that he's using Brandon Herrera as the sole reason to label this guy as right-wing. But also iDubbbz was mentioned. Hassan's friend iDubbbz was referenced in one of the inscriptions where you can see eDubbbz, which is his old nickname from back in the day. So now, based on that, are we going to claim that the shooter was left-wing just because they have a reference to iDubbbz? None of this makes sense. It's extremely reckless, and it's an attempt to get an own on the other side. It's so pathetic and transparent. But of course, nothing in the world can happen without Hassan Piker thinking about Asmongold.
Yeah,
and he would make
true.
a statement using one of his chatters as the source, and then respond to that chatter who claimed Asmon said the shooter was a leftist.
Asmon is saying they're leftists? Ugh. Yeah, of course Asmon is saying that they're leftists. The shooter fucking highlighted Anders Breivik like Asmongold has in the past. If anything, Asmongold is closer in their worldview to this fucking shooter than anybody else, okay? Of course he's going to say it's a leftist.
We have a love for life, a love for people's lives
Also,
and innocent
he's not
life.
very intelligent. So
Especially
that's probably
children.
part of the reason why he immediately
They are innocent.
took whatever
They do
Fox
not
News
deserve
narrative he
this
saw and went,
whatsoever.
yeah, based.
Yeah, in true hypocritical fashion, Hassan is saying, oh, Asmongold's wrong for trying to assign a side to the shooter, while just 2 seconds ago doing the same thing himself with the Brandon Herrera situation. But anyways, he's basing all of this on what a chatter claims. His own chatters are pretty much his biggest issue in many regards. He believes whatever his chatters say, especially if it serves his narrative. So he saw this comment from a chatter and said, yup, oh, that happened? Oh, he's such an idiot. Here's 10,000 made-up things I'm going to assign to it. When in reality, he didn't say anything about the shooter being leftist. In fact, his only comments regarding this reply to a related post saying, one of the biggest problems right now is the normalization of political violence in response to disagreement. Wouldn't Hassan know about that? you will regularly see casual calls to violence in primarily left-wing communities. This needs to
Correct.
stop, and the people doing it need to get banned and investigated.
1000%.
Yeah, I see a lot of functioning logic there. I mean, just look at Hassan in his orbit and the regular calls to violence over people
It's
simply
just nonstop in
disagreeing with them.
Hassan.
We see it over and over and
Hassan's
over
world.
again. So this post isn't even talking about what side the shooter might identify with. It's just saying we see calls to violence from certain communities. And then he said this today, where he says, anyone trying to play the blame game when a shooting happens and say which side the shooter was on is
it doesn't matter.
effing R word. Read their comments, the manifesto.
I mean,
They're
it
not
does.
right or left wing. They're insane. These people transcend politics and operate in the realm of psychosis. I think everyone here can agree that this person is acting out of psychosis. They're insane. They're deranged. All of that. And honestly, Asmongold's getting pretty heavily crucified for this take, where people are saying like he's a fence sitter and that he's not calling out the root causes of what's going on here, like where this psychosis is coming from. But yeah, none of these things line up with what Hassan was saying, and that shouldn't surprise you at all. I mean, he's been shadowboxing the guy forever. I don't think he's gone a single day without mentioning
Hassan mentions
in the
Asmongold
past
so much.
couple of months.
Just
I
like
mean, honestly.
every other
But
word
this
out of
whole
Hassan's
thing
mouth is Asmongold this,
is
so Asmongold
disturbing
that.
and reflects a very big problem on the internet right now. It's the mainstream set of platforms that allow calls to violence, violent rhetoric. And now we're seeing parallels of that playing out in real life. And then in response, we have people like Hassan playing hot potato with what side someone should be assigned to. It's ridiculous. This whole thing is just an absolute tragedy and a mess. And that's really all I have to say about this. I know it's a pretty heavy set of topics, but that's going to do it for this video.
Yeah, it is heavy. It's sad. It's very sad. Minnesota school shooter appeared to hate all of us. Within Israel's 4 hostages recovered. UN livid after visas revoked. Dog's looking out the window for anybody to come in so she can bark at him. Lot going on in London. Oh, it's Destiny done now.
Leftist streamers trying not to be pedos, impossible level difficulty.
I reported Destiny to the police. This is not clickbait and entirely has to do with the DMs he sent me.
Oh, if I need to go on the vendor list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me. Okay, little W.
It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay. Sometimes it happens.
So allegedly Destiny, the super libtard cuck streamer, who is the reason that they put chairs facing the beds in hotel rooms and teenagers shouldn't have access to the internet, might be going to prison. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, please let this happen. This dude goes to prison, they are gonna make him a duck pincushion. They're gonna use him as a real life duck pinata. They're gonna hang him from the ceiling and beat him with dirty man meat to see what they can make fall out. Which normally I would guess that Destiny would be kinda into, but I can guarantee you they're not gonna be as gentle or kind as Nick Fuentes was in that video that got leaked. So yeah, this certified fuckboy just admitted to another YouTuber in the DMs that he is in possession of child pornography.
And then he shows me a screenshot of the top of a video clip and says her boyfriend was recording these on Skype calls. That's absolutely insane to think about him doing all of this if she was 17. Well, this is insane to me because he's saying Rose's boyfriend recorded CP while sending me a screenshot of the alleged CP. So I asked to confirm if he just did that. If you were sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. Destiny replies, depends on why you're asking.
Depends on why you're asking.
Depends on why you're asking is an absolute confirmed kill. That definitely means that this dude is 1000% still in possession of videos of a 17-year-old girl that he should not be in possession of as a 36-year-old man. You nasty bastard.
But yes, I created copies of all of our messages.
And
everything when that court case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP downloaded on his computer. He literally has the video open as I'm talking to him.
You know, I'm a real innocent until proven guilty in a court of law type of guy. I believe in things like due process, the Constitution, America, bald eagles, guns and shit! But I also believe that Destiny is over there right now jerking his gherkin to videos of a 17-year-old girl as I record this video you're watching right now. Does that mean that he's eligible for the wood chipper? Maybe, but we haven't proven it yet.
I go, bruh, there's been allegations at least since my last video that she was underage, and you still have potential CP of her? He replies, I have an obligation to preserve relevant evidence, etc. So I created backups of all of the important / relevant conversations. He continues, I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, LOL.
Now I might be a geriatric dusty old piece of shit, but I'm pretty sure that I know what LOL means. It means laughs out loud. And we're talking about child pornography here. He thinks this shit is funny. He's over there laughing.
Why didn't he hand it over to his lawyers or something like that?
Of felony material that a little girl is a victim of. But luckily, this dude, Willie Mack, seems like a stand-up dude, and he's already reported him to the police and sent them all of the DMs that Destiny sent him with the evidence that he's still in possession of this CP. We're gonna dig into all of this and all the other allegations about this total piece of shit Destiny right now. So grab your favorite energy drink, your favorite blunt force object, and let's go! Fume. I'm glad you asked. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device. What is a flavored air device? The new movement. Flavored air is quickly becoming the leading alternative to vaping and smoking, and at the forefront of it all, Fume! Free. So if you're thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Go to tryfume.com/JDDelay or scan the QR code on the screen to grab yours today. Welcome back, you sick bastards. Today we're diving into the seedy underbelly of YouTube drama, where the liberals' beloved streamer Destiny is once again in the hot seat. I've been sifting through the dirt, and let me tell you, it is a steaming pile of controversy. So buckle up as we explore the accusations of Destiny grooming and talking sexually to a minor. It's like this dude is a broke white version of Diddy or some shit. Alright, so let's start out with the elephant in the room. Destiny, the man who's supposed to be the beacon of rationality and intellectual discourse, has been accused of some pretty shady stuff. We're talking about secretly recording people, sharing those intimate recordings without consent, and even allegations of grooming. It's like he's the creepy love child of Epstein and Dr. Disrespect. Now let's talk about this minor. And this is even according to his own son, who has been outing him on X, which is crazy work. Let me just tell you, if I was such a disgusting, degenerate piece of shit that my own kid was calling me out in public for being inappropriate with minors, I would just Epstein
How old's Destiny's son?
I know what you're thinking. JD, isn't Destiny supposed to be the voice of reason? Well, it seems that our boy has a bit of a fetish for young and impressionable. It's like he's trying to relive his teenage years, but with a whole lot more consent issues. Of course, Destiny has tried to play this off like it's no big deal. He's been seen apologizing, but it's about as sincere as any pedophile when he's sitting in Chris Hansen's hot seat. He's like a magician pulling rabbits out of a hat, but instead of rabbits, it's excuses and half-hearted apologies. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable talking to you as a minor about all of my weird foot and cum fetishes? Well, listen here, you nasty bastard. That apology's just not gonna cut it. As far as I'm concerned, you can come apologize to my wood chipper. Now, I'm sure that we're gonna get a lot of haters in the comments because for some reason, this absolute joke of a human being has a pretty loyal fan base.
Yeah,
they're like
very
a bunch
loyal.
of cultists. Kind of like Jared Leto's 15-year-old girls that he took out to that island and made wear white robes. Yeah, white dudes on islands are just a sketchy thing these days. I don't fucking trust them. Leave Destiny alone. He's just misunderstood. Yeah, misunderstood by anyone with an IQ higher than their shoe size or the age of his victim.
Like, literally,
Yeah.
how much of a disgusting, fucked off creature do you have to be a liberal and still be taking shots from Hamas Diddy Piker?
Bro, if I need to go on the offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me. Okay, little W. Wait, first of all, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This statement is so insane. This statement in and of itself means that, like, doing crimes from his perspective, from Epstein's perspective, is simply not like a boundary breaking moral quandary at all. It's simply just something he doesn't care about until he can just deploy it as like a parachute cord. Like, this means you're covering for 20 other streamers. He's offering shelter to 20 criminals. That's ridiculous.
That was Hamas Diddy Piker talking about Destiny. And that absolute maggot defends terrorist groups who traffic children sexually. People that hate
endorses
this country.
them.
That
He doesn't
dude right
just
there hates this country.
talk about it. He endorses them and endorses the hate they spread.
Agreeing with Hassan Diddy Piker about literally anything because of how much of an absolute fuck mullet of a human being that he is.
Yep.
He is definitely not wrong about this. If Destiny knows about 20 other streamers who are actual sexual predators,
Yeah, he needs to release that
he is
prior.
complicit in all of their sexual predatory crimes.
He needs
and now we need an
to
Epstein
come
list, a
forward
Diddy
with that
list,
immediately.
and a Destiny list. And like I alluded to before, even his own son is outing him on X right now. His son is 15 years old.
Okay.
And he knows that his dad is going for chicks that are only a couple years older than him. How disgusting of a feeling does that have to be down in your loins, bro? Oh boy,
Very disgusting. Especially if you're his son. Like, Dad, knock it off, man.
Not even for a second do I want to talk crap about Destiny's kid, because he is still just a kid. And in a way, he's one of Destiny's victims too in this whole situation.
He's completely a victim in this situation.
Account that his dad is such an insipid, like, communist, libtard piece of shit that his son has gone completely the other direction and has kind of turned out to be something of a Nazi. How bad does your dad have to be for you to turn out to be a fucking Nazi, bro?
Yeah.
Hopefully that kid can get some counseling and wash all that nasty daddy issues off of him. And besides the child
He's talk to somebody for
issues
sure.
that are going on with Destiny right now that he's been reported to the police for, one of the more disturbing elements of this situation with his long-standing history of problematic behavior when it comes to minors is the conversations that he was
Destiny's been in trouble for quite a bit.
About his
Or at least in court for quite a bit of stuff.
that include feet and baby gravy. Like, he wants nut on his feet and he wants to lick people. I don't even want to get into all this,
don't
man.
get
It gives
into
me
it.
the whole heebies and the goddamn
Yeah.
jeebies. I'm not here to kink shame this weird motherfucker, though. What I am here to do is say that you gotta leave kids the motherfuck out of that shit. But for years now, Destiny has failed to do that. What he has established here is a pattern of predatory behavior towards minors. And if there's one thing I'm pretty fucking good at, it's pattern recognition. And he's repeatedly had some lame excuse like, she told me she was 18 or 19. But when that's the excuse over and over again for all of the different children that you've victimized, and the fact that you're in your 30s and you're hitting on 18 and 19-year-olds and trying to get them to play footsie with your baby gravy, bro, you are a whole puke. You are a maggot. And yes, you have absolutely earned the wood chipper. But what do you guys think? Should he go in feet first or nah? Let me know down in the comments. Don't forget to hit the like button. If this is your first video or you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and hit that.
Oh, Destiny. Disgusting. Democrats just cross the line. Democrats always cross the line with something or another. Whether it be Trump, whether it be sexual identity. Jeez. Boomers don't understand it. Yeah.
Our Lucas
I'm getting
Tomlinson
tired of
is
the lies
at the
about
White
crime too.
House
Crime is
with the
rampant
very latest. Hello,
everywhere,
Lucas.
all
Good
across the
morning,
states.
Aisha. At the White House, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had a blunt message to Democrats from the podium yesterday.
This is our message to Americans in Democrat-run cities nationwide. Decline is a choice. You don't have to live in constant fear of being robbed, raped, or murdered. Your leaders are lying to you, and they have been failing you for decades.
Now, here in the nation's capital, Aisha, crime has been reduced after those reinforcements were calling to hit the streets. Here's the latest numbers. Over 1,300 arrests have been made.
This
since
whole
the operation
defund
started
the
this
police
month.
thing isn't
9
working out
gang
too
members
well,
have
is
been
it,
arrested,
Dems?
5 missing children rescued. Over 130 illegal weapons
Fund
have been
them, give them
seized. And to date,
training.
50 homeless encampments have been cleared.
Do better
President Trump
evaluations
firing
on
off
them.
a late-night post.
Checkups.
Quote,
A lot of checkups on police. They
carjacking
deal with a lot of
DC
stuff.
is down 87%. All of their
They see a lot of
categories
things
crime
that
are
us normal
likewise
people
down
don't see.
massively since I got involved. DC will soon be a crime-free zone in only 14 days, far faster than scheduled. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And as you mentioned, California Governor Gavin Newsom wants suppression teams, though not the National Guard, called in. He thinks these teams have already had luck in some cities around the state with crime problems. Here's Newsom explaining it yesterday.
Crime's an issue, and we want to tackle it, and we continue to do more in that space.
No,
And we
you want
announced
more
and
crime.
Highlighted some of the expansion. What is not contradictory, respectfully, is that we're doing it in partnership with our local communities. We did it in partnership with the Biden administration prior. We're not talking
No,
about
you
the
didn't.
nationalization,
You
the
let things run
militarization
rampant.
of the Guard and militarizing United States cities.
Now, as far as the
Newsom, what a
National
joke.
Guard hitting the streets of
What a
Chicago,
joke.
President Trump in a post yesterday just said, stay tuned. Aisha?
Okay, Lucas Tomlinson at the White House for us. Lucas, thank you. Well, Chicago's crime crisis has hit close to home for our Fox News political analyst, Gianno Caldwell. In 2022, Gianno's 18-year-old brother, Christian, was shot and killed in Chicago. And in a recent opinion piece, Gianno urges Trump to deploy the National Guard to that city immediately. Gianno joins me now, and he also wrote the new book, The Day My Brother Was Murdered, My Journey Through America's Violent Crime Crisis, a very important book for everyone who's interested in this topic to read. Gianno, you have such a deep and painful connection to this story and to this city in particular. So let me ask you this. When you hear somebody like J.B. Pritzker or Brandon Johnson come out and say, look, there's nothing to see here, there's no problem here, crime is going down, aren't they overlooking some of the most underserved communities that are feeling this pain almost every day?
I mean, they're intentionally lying about what the
Mhm.
realities are in the city of Chicago. I remember the White House
Chicago's
just mentioned
horribly
almost
crime-ridden.
150,000 crimes
Almost as
committed
bad as Philly by me.
just this year alone.
Well,
That's
worse than
insane.
Philly by me.
What we're seeing
But
now,
Philly's
is
pretty
Democrats,
nasty
whether it be
lately.
locally, J.B. Pritzker, or Mayor Brandon Johnson, or Gavin Newsom, locally or nationally, are in a tailspin. The lies that they have been telling
more
the American
ibuprofen.
people are not capitulating to. What they're seeing in Washington, D.C., with Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and many others at the helm, is results. They know that if they send out what we see in National Guard in many instances and other federal agencies, that we would see reductions. And that same model can be copied to some extent in Chicago and in Illinois. Democrats know that it's been effective. What they wanted was chaos. They wanted confusion. They wanted to see protests and violence occur on our streets and pushback to the Trump administration, but that's not what they've gotten. They've gotten residents who've embraced the actions of our president, and they want to see more of that around the country. That's why Democrats are now trying to act, because they know that this will be a major issue in the midterms, so they're trying to take that issue off the table.
Well, not far from here in the nation's capital is a city that is known for violence. Baltimore has had a rough history, and their crime stats are coming back down. But I want to play this moment where an MSNBC anchor actually had to check the
Gotta take my
Baltimore
medicine.
mayor
I
and
had to ask
remind
my
him
wife
that
to take
he's got
more
one of the
ibuprofen
highest
while they're
crime
out and
rates
about.
anywhere in the country. Watch this.
Listen, we know how to continue to reduce violence here in Baltimore City. We have the fewest amount of homicides in 50 years on record, and that's because of what we're doing in our comprehensive violence prevention plan.
Your city has seen this big drop in homicides this year, but it still has one of the highest crime rates in the country, and there are still dozens of people who have been killed. What is your plan to accelerate the crackdown on the violence?
So he goes on and he lists a lot of these social programs, but he doesn't talk about increasing police safety. Gianno, what do you think actually works?
Police presence.
Well, you know what? Kimberly Klacik, as we know, she ran for Congress. She had that very popular ad walking in her heels through Baltimore, showing
Police on
the
the
blight
beat.
and the crime that exists there. She did a very good job highlighting the national crisis, or rather the crisis that exists in Baltimore. Yes, you need to increase police presence. You need to hire more police, but you also need to unhandcuff the police, which is what a lot of Democrat mayors have been doing. They don't allow their police to operate. Obviously, we want safety and protection. We don't want to have civil liberties violated or anything like that, but it's time to get tough on crime. We've had enough of this passive policy that has been pushed nationally in the name of criminal justice reform when it's in fact been justice for the criminal. It is time out for that. President Trump is showing how you get it done, and this should be a model that should be copied in many of the states. He's offered to partner with these places. Maybe they say, oh, we don't want you to have
But they
full
don't want to
control.
work with
Well,
him.
you can partner because the people are demanding it, especially in
people are
places like
sick of it.
Chicago, where my innocent teenage baby brother Christian was murdered. We must push back on these soft on crime policies.
Well, it is, this has been such a political loser for the left, and I think they're starting to realize it. I don't know if they're making any different actions, but this is a new op-ed by a
Absolutely.
Democrat that's arguing that for crime, the Democrats still don't get it. And here's a pullout from this op-ed from The Hill. He says, on the issue of crime, the Republicans have been playing my fellow Democrats like a fiddle for 50 years, and now we're getting played again. It's all part of Trump's effort to protect law and order, according to a White House fact sheet. And the Democrats' response, the GOP is exaggerating the problem. It's stoking racism by highlighting African-American criminality, and it's promoting a federal militarization of policing, which places our entire democracy in peril. But in America, the party that seems weaker on crime will always lose. So Democrats need to stop downplaying the problem, even if the facts are on our side. Gianno, your final word.
100% agree that the Democrats know that they're losing on this issue. I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety at caldwellinstitute.org. I encourage people to support our efforts there to ensure that these elected officials who don't want to be honest about the crime issue, who want to be soft on crime, can be pushed out of office no matter what level of government they're in. We have to change the trajectory of our country. Lives are literally on the line.
Well, Gianno, thank you for coming on, and thank you for sharing your brother's story. I know he'd be really proud of you.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News
All
channel
right.
on
That's
YouTube. It's the
enough.
best.
That's enough YouTube. Let's play some video games. How we feeling about that? Some Last Epoch. I do enjoy me some Mecha Breaker too. It's just shooters are a little tough today. We got them. What did they get? Oh, right there you go. Old news. Moss lawyers get pissed when host went off script to ask this. Should we watch it? No. We'll save some YouTube for later. All right, we're doing this build, the Harvest Lich Flay Lich. We're getting there. I have at least this knife. I'm focusing on getting this Shattering Trader's Tongue. Get some cold damage on it, melee attack speed. I need to get LP. So we're working on it. We're getting there. While I'm doing that, I'm able to farm up this Acolyte's Twisted Heart. But I gotta get a relic that has Harvest on it. So we're farming up, guys. We're farming. All right, let's switch things around. I'll get in Discord a while, especially for my friends. If they pop online at any time, they can come in and chit-chat too. But they've been busy. They've got families too. I just don't got any legs, so my family just kind of hangs around and chills with me while I stream. I'm in the living room of my house. People can't tell, so I get to experience both my family and all you all watching, which I appreciate each view. I know on YouTube there's like buttons and subscription buttons, so hit them if you can. And on Twitch and Kick and Rumble, hit the follow button and like button too. That's much appreciated. Because I want to create a community, especially for people that are feeling alone. It doesn't have to be the same issues, and we don't always have to agree on everything. But I think we can be human beings and civil to each other and still create a community that is there to help each other out. So that is what I'm really striving for while I'm streaming. Because I'm alone, not most of the time. I have my family around, but friends are busy. They have their lives. They're able to do a little bit more than I am, and can't really go out. It's tough getting outside of the house and moving around. Slept in my bed last night, which was a mistake. It was very tough to get moving today. Very, very tough. So, all right, last epoch's updated. Kick, are you updated too? Last epoch, we're good. My game volume set up. No, I haven't listened to the soundtrack, so let's hear. This is not too loud. I think that's good. You all can hear it too, hopefully. Let's look. Yeah, it's pretty quiet. There we go. That's a little better. Hopefully you can hear me over the game. Unfortunately, I have to stream it in 1080 because my computer is running it very rough right now. Oh no, Rumble. Did I lose it? I think I lost it. Yeah. Well, we'll resolve that real quick. See if I can reconnect to it. Rumble, turn off, turn back on. I wish it would let me reconnect right away to Rumble, but it doesn't. Unfortunate. Alright, we gotta end that then. Yes. Let me finish setting it up. Do live stream. Tab. Turn that back on. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Forgive me 1 second. Sorry, Rumble viewers. Didn't mean to. For some reason, my stream likes disconnecting every time I go to. Let me see, 13, sign in. Pop up the chat. Docs, custom browser. Apply, close. All right, we're good there. We're good on Twitch. Good here. Okay, let's play some Last Epoch. Last Epoch for the win. No, no, oh no. Oh yeah, PoE 2 had an update. I should play that as well. But I'm just gonna play Last Epoch for the day. Maybe later we'll do some PoE. Maybe later. Don't forget Twitch Prime subs on Twitch. Those are helpful as well. Close that window. Keep that open, minimized. Open this. Keep the stats going. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. I need to get more RAM. That'll be an update for a later time. Alright, so we gotta go up here to this monolith, the Reign of Dragons. Oh, let's do it. Be okay. Doing Diva. Doggy's getting anxious for some reason. Didn't drop anything good. Darn it. Poison. Cast speed. That will help not kill. that for the leech. Poison damage. Okay. Nothing good. And we'll work on some 3D printed stuff. That's a new timeline added. But I want to go over here too. Oh yeah, I have the Weaver's Web to add a point to. What do I want to get in here? Armor or weapon item to imprint it in this slot to have a chance to drop a pile of summer items when opening lost caches in your echo. Okay. Now we need to go up here. What item do I want? That's not armor? Hey Siri, reply. Okay. Send. Really? It's not armor? What kind of gloves do I want? Okay. Okay, we're live. Here, there. Nah, I got travel. Nothing. Dead. Certain for the cocooned item. Okay. I think my teleport killed it. Going up on the corruption chain. I think PoE 2 runs a lot smoother than this. Especially while I'm streaming. Kind of difficult to stream this one. Yeah, we have to make it more efficient. It eludes me. Nothing good. I don't throw the shurikens. Poison, I guess. phalanx. Don't think I do. Hmm. Loud. Too loud for my head. Makes me not want to play the game. Chests. Barnacle King's Lair. I forgot. Okay. Didn't teleport over there. Weird. They've added different sounds for different drops. Actually explored this place fully, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see what's all in here. What all hidden gems are in here. That's a dead end. See if there are any more chests. Oh. Well then. Random stuff showing up. Slimy goo. I don't think we're getting any experience for these lizards. Shoot. Let it fade. Well. I guess we're good. What junk did we get? Any junk? Alright. Yellows are getting instantly shattered because they need to be purples. +1 to marrow shards. We can keep that. Let's go. Health regen. I have that already. These can get sold. That can get shattered. And save for later. Mm-hmm. 17 will. Okay. %. Yeah, it's getting sold. Yeah, it just completely stinks. Mm-hmm. 'Cause if we can send those to anything good. Oh. Nope. Darn. Yay, dropping tomes. Man, last epoch used so much memory. Like double what? Double. What OBS uses. It's weird. Very weird. And if I put it back to my 460, We look good. But then we're using way more CPU. OBS is using a lot of CPU settings. See how this turns out. Looks okay with super fast. Maybe these settings don't take effect until after I stop streaming. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know how to get this game to stream better. Another one up there. Let me know if the string gets choppy or... And the good news is we're not capping out my CPU anymore. It's a very CPU dependent game, and it's sad. I don't know why they didn't make it depend on my GPU. So it makes it very difficult to stream. Minions are weak. They just like randomly spawn. Okay, I've gone this way. I didn't see his health move for the longest time. Into the void. Nothing. We'll take that. We'll take those. No, no. My dodge rating physical resistance. Physical resistance. Nope. Nope. Really, it's nothing that I need. Geesh. Yeah, OBS uses a lot of CPU. I'm looking for swords. Hang on, wife's calling me. I'll call her back in a second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. The wife, they're out at the store. Made some food, so I'm gonna eat this, let it cool down. Take a bite while it was too hot. But I'll eat it after this map. Drink is over. You know what? I'm honestly getting tired of this game, so I might switch over to some Mecha Breaker. I'm looking forward to that. I've really enjoyed Mecha Breaker. Not like a high viewer movie, or not movie, but game, but I don't really care about viewership that much. I enjoy who comes and who talks, and the lurkers, I appreciate all of them. Always appreciate the lurkers. It eludes me. Anything drop over here? Something's dropped over here. I think there's a chest in the middle. Let's get the chest in the middle. Of course, there's more. There's always more. These maps never end. Almost died. What's up here? Might as well, right? We might as well go up and full clear the map now at this point. Wow. Okay. It eludes me. Try to do this quickly. Yes, the Weavers will. At least they give treasure at the end. It's a shield. They just do the same thing. Like, yeah, the soul fire. Got that. I got nothing good out of this. That's got cold damage on it. We'll keep that. Are they home? Are they home, Diva? Are the craziness here? Okay. Where'd that go? I have that. It gets sold. Well, that's definitely for a lich build. Oh, got there. Okay. Okay. Let's exit this game. Eat our food. I unlock it. Did you guys log it when you left? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, make Breaker's got update. Let's update that.
Here.
I'm eating. Cried the whole way home. Did she cry the whole way home?
Dad, I have a question. Remember that night with that Oreo that you ate and had plastic in it?
Yeah.
Well, did it look like this?
Can't see, but it was a small piece of plastic. Yeah. Why did you eat Oreo and have plastic in it too?
Well, I at Dairy Queen we got ice cream and I got an Oreo
Oreo Blast or whatever it is.
Yeah, I got an Oreo thing. And I was eating my ice cream. Then I felt this in it.
Hmm.
So
Could be from the mixer too. Don't they use a plastic spoon, I think, to blend it?
yeah, it's oranges.
Hmm.
Like
I'm not sure.
sorry.
Too much.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum demands U.S. share of $15 billion in drug profits from convicted cartel boss. So as the Trump administration is waging this counterinsurgency on Mexican drug cartels, and the Mexican government is demanding a cut of the drug proceeds. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said Wednesday she will press the United States to turn over money seized from convicted Sinaloa cartel leader Ishmael El Mayo Zambada.
Go back right into the cartel.
If the United States government were to recover resources, then we would be asking them for them to be given to Mexico. That's our drug money. Keep your hands off of it, the Mexican president is saying. And so this is the cartel boss is being sought for more than 20 years and was arrested last year, and now they are in the process of seizing assets. This is also happening, I should note, alongside the recent revelations by author Seth Harp on the relationship between Mexican drug cartels and the U.S. military and U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, which maybe we can turn to in a little bit. What are your guys' opinions on should we give Mexico the drug money, or is it ours now?
Of course he's prosecuted in the U.S., right? Like, we caught the guy. We're the ones actually holding him accountable.
Our money.
Claudia Sheinbaum, if you talk to pretty much any immigration expert, will tell you is probably captured by the cartel, like at least paid for them, if not actively doing policy that is helping them. So, like, where does she get off telling us what to do with the money that we seized from our investigation and our prosecution? It's none of her damn business.
Well, one of the issues is that Mexico became our largest trading partner currently. And so while we do have a tremendous amount of leverage with Mexico, they now have a fair amount of leverage on us. In fact, there's a lot of Texas oil money that depends on shared relationships with Pemex in Mexico. There's Tesla factories being built in Mexico. We're in a
Building
sort
in
of
Mexico.
pivot war to stop Chinese influence in Mexico and try to get them to commit more and more to our goods. And so there's the question of how much of this is a conflict versus how much is a cooperation. And are you trying to wedge Mexico off of China? And if you push them too far, will they partner there? We know Mexico's building a new canal currently that China is trying to get rights over parts of. But what do you guys think about the leverage that we have in the Trump administration's current dealings with Mexico?
I do think that it's in our national security interest to do whatever we can to stymie Chinese influence in Mexico. I do think that the Monroe Doctrine has value, right? I think that the rest of the world should kind of stay out of this hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere. China will do anything they can to attack the United States in whatever way they can. I truly believe that they're an adversary. So anything that they're doing in conjunction with Mexico, any kind of business dealings, they're not just doing it because they're looking to make some money from Mexico. They're doing it because they're looking for access, or they're looking to be able to access the United States, whether it be by working with cartels, sending in the precursors for fentanyl, or whether it be sending Chinese, young men up through the Darien Gap, from South America through the Darien Gap and up into the United States as illegal immigrants. China's looking to do everything that it can to have as much access and influence over the United States as possible. And I think the United States has to do everything that it can to prevent that and stymie China's efforts. Which up to and including making sure that Chinese students can't come to the United States. I saw a tweet today about the 600,000 Chinese students that Donald Trump had made a remark about, and the White House just pulled that back. They said, this ain't happening.
Well,
so
kind of.
Good.
What was that?
Like, how many Chinese associated people coming in on tourist visas or on educational visas have been caught stealing ideas and smuggling a contraband of some sort into the United States? It's been at least 3 or 4 that I've been paid attention to. And I'm sure the number is a lot higher than that. There's a lot of people working for the CCP. No, not allowed. Not allowed in America. Especially if they're really associated with it.
Kind of pulled
Please
it
go on,
back.
please.
Yeah, well, they said that it was 300,000 over a period of 2 years, which is basically an extension of current policy while they negotiate with China. But the number's still too damn high, right? Like, we should stop all imports of Chinese students until we can figure out what the hell is going on, as Trump would say, maybe in his first term. I mean, not to get too far off the border topic, but Chinese students who are not connected to the CCP who study in the United States literally look at class rosters to make sure that there are no other students in the class with Chinese names because they're worried about getting spied on and having the things they say reported back to the CCP, which obviously can come down on their families. So even though they're studying here, like, they're still within the clutches of the Red Dragon.
That's a point that I was making the other night. Like, having Chinese nationals here in the United States, they are going to report back to China. There is no Chinese national that's here in the United States that has family in China that China's not going to use their family to get that person to comply and do something. That's just not going to happen. China has no problem throwing your granny into jail to get you to do some action against the United States.
I had dinner with a
Completely
Uyghur
agree.
Muslim years ago during Trump's first term, and he was talking about how he was speaking out about the concentration camps and basically got a call from his family telling him that his mother had been disappeared.
Yep.
And they would leverage that. Every time that he spoke out, they would tell him, well, you'll never speak to your mother again. And, if he was quiet for a while, he'd get a phone call or there'd be some news report that she was still alive. So yeah, anyone who's got family in China or wants the ability to travel back and forth, like, you are under their thumb, even if you don't like them.
Yeah. So to think that there's going to be some different policy out of the CCP when it comes to Mexico, I think that's an error, and the United States needs to act accordingly. We have massive influence on Mexico. No matter how much Sheinbaum wants to run her face and say, "Oh, we're our own independent country," and blah blah blah. Like, the United States is still the United States and has massive leverage power, whether it be soft power or, if necessary, direct military power.
Well, and it looks
we've
like they
threatened that.
have, and it looks like there's members of the U.S. military in boats off the coast now.
Yep.
Preparing
Yeah.
potentially for incursions if
Well,
necessary.
Venezuela.
Yeah. And so, whatever we can do to stymie China's influence in Mexico, I think is good. And Mexico needs to get on board with what the United States wants, because the United States is their biggest trading partner. The United States is the most powerful country in the world. The United States has the ability to really influence Mexico, and whether it be to their detriment or to their benefit, and being in the good graces of the United States should be something that the United States makes clear is in Mexico's best interest.
Right.
And as for the stuff at Fort Bragg and stuff, I've not done any kind of digging into that, but I've heard stories about the possibility of special forces guys.
Right. Well, this is what's very interesting. So much of
I have
American
to take my
power
medicine soon,
in the
guys,
20th
so I'll have
century
to stay
grew out of
quiet
the
for
oil
15
industry,
minutes.
which is really
Can't
centered
talk with it in my
in
mouth,
Texas,
unfortunately.
and Texas
But I want to finish
and
this video,
Mexico
and then
share
I'm gonna
a huge amount
take
of
it.
oil wealth, and
Helps me
a
be
lot
able to
of
at least
the
just sit here
oligarchs
and
from
do
both
this.
countries went into business together. Famously, Carlos Slim and the New York Times, the richest man in Mexico and the like. But there has the United States
We're done with last
facilitated the
epoch
drug
for now.
trade in
Play something
Central and
else, I
South
think.
America throughout the 20th century to fund right-wing death
I just don't
squads
like
in
the
El
way it plays on
Salvador,
stream.
to
It
fund
feels
the
weird.
Nicaraguan Contra War, to fund revolutions all over South America. And so there's been
Maybe
this
I'll
very
download
long-time
PoE
relationship with
and try
Mexican
that.
drug
I know
cartels,
PoE works well
Colombian
on
drug
stream.
cartels, and the U.S. military and intelligence services. And another thing that broke today is that HBO just secured rights to develop the Fort Bragg cartel, drug trafficking and murder in the special forces, into an HBO series, which I am very excited to see.
Well,
This
that'll
is
be
from
nice to watch.
Deadline.
I'll have
And
to
what is
watch
this,
it then.
it describes as a,
We can
quote,
comment on
fiercely
it.
sought-after deal. HBO has nabbed the rights to develop the nonfiction book, The Fort Bragg Cartel, Drug Trafficking and Murder in the Special Forces, by investigative journalist and military veteran
Probably
Seth
should read the
Hart,
book first
who
before I
recently
watch the
appeared
HBO
on,
series. You never know what they're going to
Tucker
take out
Carlson,
or
Democracy
put
Now!
in.
And laid this out. Also has this new book out. The book details the investigation into a string of unsolved killings in and around the Special Operations Base, revealing a network of narco-trafficking conspiracies that corrupt police abetted and the military covered up. And I'm going to read some findings from that so that folks can understand what's going on here. The scale of death at Fort Bragg
them
is
playing behind me,
extraordinary.
the kids.
In the book, Harp documents 109 Fort
3-year-old
Bragg soldier
upset.
deaths
He
in
gets
between
10-year-old said he
2020
cut
and
his guts
21,
out. The
with only
girl's like,
4
"My
in
guts are
combat. So
full."
105 out of 109 deaths occurred on the base. And they were all either murders or suicides. And he argues that they intersect with a drug running network tied to elite networks, compiling letters of soldiers involved in a wider trafficking ring, especially moving opiates from Afghanistan. There were the key bridge was a former DEA task force agent turned drug trafficker who was the bridge to the Mexican drug cartel, the Los Zetas. This was famously the same cartel that the Obama administration ran guns to the Sinaloa
geez.
cartel to fight against during Operation Fast and Furious. If you remember, there was the gun
Fast and
running.
Furious? So the
This was
movie?
what forced Eric Holder, the head of the Justice Department,
like
to
Fast
step
8.
down during the Obama administration.
No scandals besides a tan suit, though.
Unreal.
Right. And so essentially he argues that there's this relationship between the Mexican drug cartels and the Special Operations Forces out of Fort Bragg, Fort Bragg is also home to the Psychological Operations Center and the Information Warfare Center. And these are the same units that are on the ground in drug zones in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Colombia, in Mexico, in Cambodia, in Laos, and Vietnam, and the Golden Triangle. So they sit on the drugs. These drugs are used in order to fund proxy wars. Famously, the U.S. Institute of Peace, which was raided by the Trump administration when it refused to allow the U.S. government to take over the executive branch there. They bolted the doors. They kept a weapons stash in the building. The FBI had to come in and forcibly remove them. They famously, in 2023, told the Taliban to keep the drugs flowing. they said that congratulations on your new government, Taliban.
Yeah,
There's
but the
one thing you
Taliban
can't
shut everything
do,
down.
which is get rid of.
They did. They went through and destroyed all the opium fields, and now they're controlling the addict or putting the addicts through some type of rehabilitation. Probably isn't that humanitarian? What is it? Humanitarian. So, like, the Taliban has shut all those operations down.
The opium production in the Golden Crescent. These were the same drugs used by the CIA to fund the
Destroyed millions
Mujahideen
of
in
dollars
the
of fields.
1970s, when both the CIA and the
Which is
U.S.
great.
military were working with Osama bin Laden and the narco trafficking squad that funded the Mujahideen and then funded ISIS and Al Qaeda. The Biden administration
We only create
told
our
the
worst
Taliban
enemies.
to keep trafficking, keep producing those drugs, and now tons of revelations are coming out about the military trafficking the drugs that they ordered foreign governments to keep flowing. And I think
Were
this
they
is
just
part
trying to
of
create like
why
a drug
you've never
empire
had a
where they like
designation of drug
overdose
traffickers
everybody
as
and
terrorists
just drug them down?
because the U.S. government, especially the military and intelligence services, are in on it. It's a key part of our war funding.
Oof.
And I'm very excited to see how these revelations
Yeah.
are turned into policy actions by the Trump administration. What do you guys have to think about that?
Do you think they will?
Any video recommendations after this?
I think it's an incredible opportunity to renegotiate the power balance with the uniparty
Yeah, no,
blob.
I'll
as
look
well
and
as
see
with
what
foreign
else we can
countries.
watch.
Thanks for checking out
Interesting.
this clip
Yeah.
from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m.
I'm gonna take my medicine, put my timer up, put my taking med picture up. So we'll start the clock as soon as I put this in my mouth. It's Suboxone, my pain reliever and anti-addiction medicine, which is basically another addiction medicine.
Mohammed Hijab's not having a good year. Things are finally catching up with him. He lost a nearly $1 million US court case for false defamation. But he's probably happy because he wants you to forget about his hotel wife and how he used and abused her, how he used her for sex and then threw her to the side like a piece of trash. We don't want to let him forget. If you don't know, Mohammed Hijab's ex-wife was trying to get in touch with David Wood and I for many months. We just didn't notice because of all the messages we get. Fast forward to 2025, we actually scored an interview with her. Now, why would a Muslim woman reach out to non-Muslims for help? Think about that. Isn't that an interesting observation? Well, she's going to explain to you. It turns out we weren't the first people she reached out to. She reached out to a whole lot of Muslims who didn't help her, so she came to us. And by the way, the full interview is linked in the description below. Let's get into it.
So just to clarify, you're saying that last year when you tried contacting me and Abdullah, it was because you'd tried contacting a bunch of Muslim leaders and scholars, and for whatever reason they weren't willing to help, either because they agreed with hijab or because they're scared of hijab. They don't want to be attacked by hijab because we know how he responds when people criticize him, or they just don't want to get involved. But you tried finding people to help. You couldn't find anyone, and then you're basically looking for people. Okay, who is willing to say something about hijab? Oh, that would be like Abdullah or David or someone like that. So I should talk to them, because you've got this issue that women in the Ummah are being sexually used and exploited, and you realize you have to let people know somehow. You have to let people know somehow. And so you're basically saying, hey, even if I have to talk to these guys, people need to be aware of this. And if these guys are going to help me get the information out there, then I would even contact them. Then you fortunately got in touch with Behind the Veils guys. And they did an awesome job. In fact, I can't think of anyone on the planet who would do a better job than they did. I didn't like they blew my mind with how like perfect everything they did was. So hats off to them. But then you're pointing out that even after Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa have been completely exposed, that you would basically think, oh, all their lies have been exposed. Now the Ummah and now our Muslim leaders and so on are going to take note and expose these guys and condemn what they've done and give a warning to Muslim women about how people like this are going to treat them. But you're looking and it's just like, they're just being quiet about it still. And so it's like they're still even after these guys have been exposed, everyone's still just being quiet about it and no one's doing anything and no one's helping the women. And so now you're even in a position where, okay, you're kind of back to, I'll tell anyone who's willing to have a conversation about this, what's going on in order to inform women about what's happening. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to raise this flag once again. I wanted to make this voice heard, make this voice higher. There was absolutely no actions serious action from any part of any sheikh or scholar to correct the teachings hijab was spreading. And except for one singular Muslim channel that dissected the teachings and his talks in podcasts, and he started providing Islamic resources to refute those teachings. So we are not only here talking about like Muslims and how they are being treated, Muslim women, how they are being treated and so on. This is a scandal at a grand scheme. We all have to gather together to fight any kind of abuse of authority, abuse of power, any kind of abuse. And it's just like really good and it's very productive. And as I said before, it's a role model for our offspring to come to terms, to understand what is right and what is wrong in terms of things that we have in common grounds. So I believe it's extremely essential for us to work harder on this. And if I've got absolutely any kind of opportunity to take this fight and do the right thing, I will.
And it's really interesting what you kind of mentioned, that this can be like a general problem of, I would say, like manipulators. And matter of fact, Jordan Peterson has talked about this, but that you have people who are manipulators, you have narcissists, you have psychopaths, and so on. But Peterson points out that those kinds of individuals, they work themselves, they work their ways into communities where they're safe because they can use those communities to shield them from criticism, because it'll be like a community that is they're focused on something they love, and you can use their love for some institution or something like that to get them to keep quiet about things. So like this happened in the Catholic Church famously a couple decades ago, where there were these sexual abuse scandals, but people didn't want to speak out because they didn't want the church to get a bad reputation. So they would just kind of try to deal with things quietly behind the scenes or something like that. And then whatever priest or whatever was doing this, they would just send him off somewhere else, but then he'd keep doing it. And so people finally realized, no, we can't. Even though we love our church, we can't keep quiet about this because we're enabling abusers. We're helping abusers get away with it. We can't do that. So even though it's going to hurt, and even though it's going to hurt the reputation of something we care about and we love, yes, we have to do it anyway, or this continues. And we're sending a bad message to abusers that you can get away with it here. This is the place where, if you really love something, you should not want it to become the place where abusers can get away with abusing women or children or anything else. You don't want it to become that. And so I would say, like, the Dawa scene right now, from the perspective of like a manipulator or an abuser, is like, ooh, this is great. I can go there, I can get a big following, and I can do whatever I want, and no one will ever call me out or expose me because they're too worried about hurting Islam. And so all the Dawa fans will jump on a person who tries to blow a whistle and expose something. And so this is a great place to get away with abusing women. That should not be the reputation that you want. It should be, this is the place where abusers will not make it. But it's kind
absolutely.
of, yeah. So anyways, Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, no,
I agree.
absolutely. Yeah. I think we all agree on this. Yeah. It's good for us to take this fight and fight on common grounds against what is wrong, basically. Yeah, and you're right. They are exploiting their positions, and unfortunately, we would like to bring out change. So, yeah.
Okay, Thaddeus, I say
I agree.
Oh, go ahead, Thaddeus. Go ahead, Thaddeus. I was gonna ask everyone to sort of share their initial thoughts, but Thaddeus is the one who's gonna keep me online and keep me from talking too long, and he's gonna make sure we get through everything.
I was gonna say that I agree with the principle that if I'm criticizing Islam or criticizing anyone's beliefs, that it should be from an intellectual standpoint, and that is my natural approach to things. But unfortunately, once I got interested in Islam, I quickly discovered that let's say the state of dialogue was such that you get a lot more people listening. If you approach things in a certain way, a certain aggressive way, you get a lot more people who are willing to listen. And since I want Muslims to listen to what I have to say, I adopted that approach. But I agree that an intellectual approach would be preferable, and certainly no mocking here today from me. We will be looking at why, here in a second, we'll be looking at why people like hijab have drawn me into engaging at their level. Let's put it that way.
Hey, yeah, Thaddeus, you do make an interesting point in that it's kind of like it's the same thing. It's the same thing with me. Like when I started out, and you could go back to 2005, 2006, and so on. I would present any information I thought was relevant, but I did it respectfully. So I would talk about, Muhammad and his relationship with Aisha and so on in response to Muslim arguments, because Muslims back then were arguing, preservation of the Quran and scientific miracles and so on. But one of their main arguments back then was Muhammad's character is so perfect that he has to be from God. And so I didn't know how to respond to the argument without actually just going through and saying, okay, do you believe this is morally perfect? Do you believe that's morally perfect? But I would be respectful. And I was telling other people back then, I had an article on Answering Islam saying, don't call Muhammad a pedophile. It's not adding anything to the argument. You're not making some great point by that. If you want to present the information and ask how they want to respond to that, then do that. But even then, back then, being as respectful as possible, but also presenting information that a lot of people didn't want to hear, didn't want out there. It was the response I would get from people online, the messages I would get was, we're going to kill you. We're going to do this to your wife. We're going to do this to your mom. We're going to do this to your kids and things. And that made me more aggressive. Their goal is to make me quiet, but the real reality was it made me be less nice to you. It made me be more aggressive towards you. But it's actually when we get to Muhammad hijab where another shift happens, where when hijab came along and I saw people like rallying around him, it was before then I thought, oh yeah, you have these aggressive types and these guys who are threatening to kill me and stuff like that. Let me respond to them. I'm going to respond to them, and I'm going to be mean and brutal when I'm responding to them. But I still thought like other Muslims are nice and stuff like that, and they don't agree with this. And it was with Muhammad hijab where I realized this is actually very widespread to cheer for the guys who are insulting and threatening and so on. And that's when it kind of changed, where I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to try to be nice anymore, unless I'm talking to a specific person who's being respectful. And like, well, I will be totally respectful with you all day, every day. And when I'm responding to Muslims who are nice and respectful, then that is how I prefer to be. But it's just, there's a lot of people with a lot of negativity, and so yeah.
If you like content like this and want to see more, I love talking about women's issues in Islam, as well as other social issues created by this unjust system. So please subscribe and turn on the notifications.
I agree with you. I personally do oppose any kind of blasphemy, whether it's coming from a Muslim or otherwise, towards any kind of faith, whether it's Judaism, Hinduism, Christianity, Islam. I do hold the same standard in regards to this approach. And you are right. There are so many du'ats they are very mocking. They are mocking. They are disrespectful. They are mocking other beliefs. And I oppose that. I don't subscribe to that, and I oppose that. I think that's a very bad approach. I think people have to be respected, like especially like for example with brother Abdullah and sister Huda. She like like any person who like he's got their questions, they've got their situation, like in regards to Islam, like they shouldn't be attacked in a way where like you were always an imposter, or like you've never been a Muslim before. And I have seen this kind of pattern. In fact, this pattern is used even against whistleblowers, like for example Imam Nick. Anyone who comes out with some kind of criticism, or like would like to bring out a change that is positive, unfortunately even these kind of people, they get attacked. And we are here, I am here today because I would like to create this change. I don't subscribe to these things. I do not believe that these things are part of Islam. I am here to highlight Islamic teachings that I believe in. And I think in this particular case, we all agree about this ethics. We all are opposing these kind of practices.
I think it's interesting. Everyone here. So the 3 on screen and the 2 off screen. What we all have in common is that we're all consistent on this issue. In other words, it's okay if you're setting the bar here, then don't complain when I set the bar here. Like me, I'm okay. Wherever you want to set the bar as far as what we're doing, then I will react accordingly. You're consistent, and you're saying, hey, we shouldn't be mocking, and you shouldn't be mocking, and so we shouldn't be mocking and insulting. So you're consistent. The difference with like Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah and these guys, they actually want a world where they get to heap insults and threats and abuse on other people, but everyone else just is super respectful and nice in response. And when that doesn't happen, they lose their minds, and they don't get it. It's like, hey, if you want people to be respectful towards you and your beliefs in a conversation, then you should be as respectful as possible. And so I'll say, like, when I blast away at Muhammad or the Quran or something like that, I get that I'm forfeiting the right to say, be nice to me in response. It never crosses my mind to say, hey, you're being mean to me in response. Like, okay, I understand I'm being mean. I know why I'm being mean.
All right, took my medicine. Good. For another 4 hours. I don't have Task Manager open anymore, right? What else do I have open that I don't want open? I think everything's good. So yeah, we're watching this interview with Aisha, who is Muhammad Hijab's ex-wife, his hotel wife. She really got the short end of the stick in that relationship. Really was treated like dirt and walked all over. So she's coming to the Christian community to bring her concerns more to light. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like and the follow, subscribe, whatever button. I'm here every day, all day. Well, not all day, but when I can sign on, I sign on and start streaming. So we game, we watch YouTube videos, we comment on those videos. So it is much appreciated. I think I'm going to leave. Maybe I close. I leave these open. I wanted to clean up. Okay. Older than a day. Cool. Cleaned it up. Don't need a new tab. Give me a second. I'm just trying to make sure my computer is not overusing everything. Because we have the live streams up. This live stream needs to be reduced. There we go. hopefully Rumble doesn't hate me more. I would appreciate it if it would stop disconnecting, and I would be nice if I could just reconnect to the one that I've been normally using, but that's okay. We will just keep an eye on that and keep creating new live streams. I have the bitrate up. I don't really know how to solve that issue though. It feels like every time I launch something, it disconnects, or every time I switch games. So we'll see.
And so I'm going to be consistent. It's fair is fair. If I'm being mean,
It's
then
fine.
you
It breaks
can
up
be mean in
segments.
responding to
A
me.
nice
and so on.
segment breaker,
But
but
anyway, yeah, that's
I
what
don't like
bothers
that
me
it does
most.
that.
Well, that's not what bothers me most, but it bothers me a lot that these guys they do want a world where they get to treat people one way and everyone else has to treat them with respect. And it's kind of a parallel to you, right? They get to treat you horribly, Aisha. They get to treat you horribly. And you're supposed to respond with nothing but admiration and respect for all of them and to keep all this quiet. And it's like, guys, you don't get this world that you want. If your behavior is terrible, it's going to come back on you. It's going to come back on you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we all have got our own ethical paradigm, and I do greatly appreciate today that you have set conditions to host this meeting, like avoiding mockery of Islam or all
Yeah.
sorts, and based on my request, and this was my condition in making this meeting, because obviously I am still Muslim. And just to highlight that I had questions that were created from the trauma that I have gone through. However, I'm still navigating my faith. I'm still looking into things contrary to how I have been attacked and claimed to be an imposter and an enemy of Islam, someone who's been plotting, and attacking Islam in hiding. And by the way, an enemy of Islam is description. It's not an insult, just for clarity. It's a description that describes someone who disagrees with Islam, and
I guess I'm an enemy of
they
Islam.
are attacking Islam, criticizing Islam in a way. And it was not nice, because obviously I am a Muslim and I'm navigating my faith. So I think it's good that we are able to go through this conversation today.
Yeah, and and we'll go ahead and start going through some video clips and covering the main issues. Before we do, haven't heard really from Abdullah and Huda, so why don't you guys give your sort of initial thoughts on anything we've been talking about as far as like the as far as the respect versus mockery issue, and on basically in general on the topic we're about to address with Muhammad
very
Hijab. So whoever wants to go first.
Hijab
Yeah,
and
ladies first.
Muslim.
Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, so I do have some thoughts. So, as somebody who was once a believer, first I want to say that it is never my goal to try and convince somebody to leave their faith. That's something very personal, and Sister Aisha knows this about me. I have no desire to make that happen. What I care about is the fact that she's my sister in humanity. And like David said, these guys want to hurl abuse and insults at you, and they just want you to go away. So that's why I've been so invested in this story from the beginning, because I knew that she was telling the truth, and I know what they want to do. They want her to shut up and go away.
Disappear.
And I
And
don't
they don't
want
care
her
how
to
she
shut up and go
disappears.
away if she doesn't want to, right? And she doesn't. She wants to talk about this. She wants to tell her truth, right?
Yep.
So that's why I'm here. I'm here as her sister in humanity, to be here for her and help her speak her truth.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Well said. Just one thing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay, I was just gonna add. Yeah, I won't really focus on the whole like mocking and criticizing Islam and stuff, because there's a time and place for that. But I do want to say one thing. I think David, you said it really well, and I'm just gonna like kind of add to that, which is that we have atheists, Christians, we have a Muslim here, we have my wife who's non-religious. All of us, we're all here together for one woman who is Sister Aisha, and we want to help her. And the reason for that, in my case, is because I feel like there was harm done to you, right? And very clear harm. And what I've seen is that, Aisha, you respected Muhammad Hijab and you just wanted a relationship with him. and it didn't work out. You know, he did what he did, and what you did is you did the right thing. You told the truth, but he lied. Then he doubled down. Then he tripled.
Has been proven to be a liar, especially in court. He went to court against Douglas Murray in some interview or newspaper article that Douglas Murray had put out, and had lost because Mohammed Hijab had just lied and lied and lied in court, and that's all this dude does is lie.
Down, and he quadrupled down, and he's gone, and you know, to more and more of an extent of lying and like covering up his tracks and trying to trick people and blackmailing, and there's all of this, like he's using all of his power. Is 1 million. I mean, when you have a platform, I have 100,000 subscribers with my wife. You know, I take that seriously. There's some, you know, responsibility here that I don't want to harm anybody. But he doesn't care. He's like literally using all of his power that he has as clout, and he's bulldozing his way through, trying to destroy you and trying to basically remove any possibility that people will believe you. Everything from conspiracy theories about who's trying to get him, Elon Musk, to, you know, we'll go through all the details. But just wanted to point out that, you know, again, the humanity kind of angle here.
It's nice
that,
to see all of them come together for her and try
have
to.
the Christian angle of why they're doing this. I'm not a believer in anything, but I do think that this is wrong what happened. So I'm going to take the time to go through this. Obviously, we have, you know, I believe there's an Islamic angle, but we won't touch that today. We won't talk about the Islamic sort of perspective, but we will talk about the human perspective. And so that's my take. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're basically, I think we're all agreeing that there are things that we can all agree on. Christian, and it is interesting. We have a Muslim, 2 Christians, an atheist, and an agnostic, all in complete agreement. It's
that's wrong what they're doing to her.
Kind of cool. Hijab, Mohammed Hijab, you have united the world in agreeing that you're behaving terribly and you need to be exposed, and that this needs to be stopped.
Yeah, I agree. That's good. I'm glad that it's so many different people involved in this. Oops. Give me a second. I'll sign back in. What, buddy? Dark out. Okay. Any other video recommendations? Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Do you want to go to the park? You have to. Okay. It sounds like you might be going. You gotta work out. You gotta lift weights. Like lift heavy stuff. Run around. Get your energy out. Cool. Well, if we disable this, you have to get your shoes on. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Good. Now it's on click. We can click off. Oh, let's watch this.
Literally saying they're not equal. You're saying the Palestinians and the Israelis are not equal. We have to violently oppress them for the rest of their lives. How long is the occupation going to go? How long are you going to keep millions of Palestinians as prisoners because you think they're less than human?
Israel doesn't want to commit suicide because you sitting in America have it good. When the Palestinians disavow terror and stop trying to destroy Israel and don't announce that they want to destroy Israel, there will be peace.
Dennis, they have done that in the past. You said not good enough.
Well, Dennis Prager absolutely rips Cenk Uygur a new one in this Israel-Palestine
Man,
debate.
so many
I am
names
the
for
other
him.
Barack, coming to you live and direct here from the Holy Land in
Hello,
Israel.
other
I want to
Barack.
let you know that 80% of you are not subscribed to this channel. Why is that not a
Subscribe.
good thing? It's not a good thing because I put out like 3 videos a day. If you are not notified and ready for all these videos, you're going to miss out on this information. Press that subscribe button. It takes less than 10 seconds. Turn on the bell. Press the bell next to it so that you guys get notified. Let's get into the video and talk about it after.
You can't throw out bombshells and then move on.
All right.
You think that the Israeli government or the average Israeli who voted for this government thinks that Palestinians are not fully human?
Absolutely. Then why don't you let them go? Why can't they have their own state?
Because it'll be run by Hamas. Are you foolish?
Okay, so what? So what? The right-wing, violent
so
government
what?
of Israel kills Palestinians all the time. So you're saying, wait, no, but you're saying the Palestinians cannot govern themselves. Isn't that what you're saying as a fact?
You believe that there is moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. That's all I needed to
You're
hear.
literally saying they're not equal. You're saying the Palestinians and the Israelis are not
okay.
equal. We have to violently oppress them for the rest of their lives. How long is the occupation going to go? How long are you going to keep
It's
millions
not
of Palestinians
nighttime
as
yet. It's
prisoners
getting
because you
close.
think they're less than human?
It's getting close
Israel
to
doesn't want to
nighttime.
commit suicide because you sitting in
Close.
America have it good. Okay?
It's really
Okay,
close.
so
Look
you're
outside.
saying
The
never,
sun's
right?
going down.
You're going to imprison Palestinians for the rest of time. Is that correct?
When the Palestinians disavow terror and stop trying to destroy Israel and don't announce that they want to destroy Israel, there will be peace.
Dennis, they have done that in the past. You said not good enough. But the current state of affairs is the absurdity of the Israelis saying, we will not allow you to have a state because you theoretically say that we cannot have a state when we already have one. But no, you're literally preventing them from having a state. So since you are preventing them, doesn't that make you a monster who doesn't believe in freedom? And that all of your empty talk about, oh, how much you love freedom is total garbage because you don't think it applies to Palestinians.
You have a weird way of thinking.
Great answer.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Why
It is
can't
a
the
great
Palestinians
answer.
have the same
Why is
freedom
it
that
weird?
every other human being has?
Okay, if you allow me to speak, I'll tell you why it's weird. You believe there is a moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. That is morally sick.
Yeah.
You are sick for not allowing Palestinians, millions of them, to be free. You don't believe in freedom, Dennis. You believe in oppression as long as it's on your side. Why can't they be free? Why can't Palestinians be free? Because they will choose a government you don't agree with? That is the definition of oppression.
You just let Cenk talk.
There you
and he
go.
just
Okay,
makes his
the people heard my position.
stupid
They
case.
heard yours.
Your position is, just to be clear, the
position is
Palestinians
Hamas-
cannot be free.
Hamas-
They are not equipped to handle freedom. Is that your position?
At this point, they would elect Hamas. When Israel did what you want and left left Gaza, it ended up being run by the terror organization called Hamas.
So they would
Is that
elect
a fact?
someone
Yes.
you don't agree with. And hence
No,
they
no,
are not allowed to have freedom.
It's not that we don't agree with
What
them.
a
It
big
means it's a
advocate of
terrorist
freedom of speech
brigade.
you are, Dennis. Wow, a shining
Cenk,
advocate
what an
for
idiot.
freedom who says if you don't elect who I want, you will never be free and you'll be under our
Not who
thumb
you
and
want. It
under
has to be
occupation.
a
You'll never
passive
have your own
government
country.
that
That's
has
literally
its
what you're saying,
people's
Dennis.
welfare in mind, and
No,
they
it's not
did
at all
not
what
like
I'm
that.
saying.
You're saying
I'm
if
saying
you
that
elect
is-
people I don't want,
if you allow
Hamas
me
in
to
this
say what
case,
I'm saying,
you're
I'll
never
actually
allowed to
say
be
it
free.
again.
So
Tell
who
me
do you
when I
want to
Cenk,
elect? Dennis Prager as the head of the
going for,
Palestinian government? Is that what you want? Then you allow
going
them
for the
freedom?
terrorist
Would you even do that?
organizations.
You would never allow them. Why can't Palestinians be treated in the same exact way as every other human being?
Let me know when I can speak. Have we reached the point that I can speak?
Yeah,
I will
go
say the same thing again. Israel does not want to commit suicide by having Hamas and having Iran and having Hezbollah type people run the West Bank like they run Gaza. That is it.
People.
I have always been for 2 states. Most Israelis were for 2 states. There is
were.
almost no one left in Israel who agrees with you, including the Israeli left. You live in a make-believe world.
Why are
that
they?
Hamas is-
Dennis, why
You
are they
believe
the
that
type
Hamas
of
is-
people who can't govern themselves? What does that mean? What do you mean that they're the type of people who
they
can't
would
govern
elect-
themselves?
They would elect vicious terrorists to kill Israelis. That's whom they would elect, and Israel is not for it.
Why would they
That's
be
correct.
different than all other human beings? Why would
They're
they
not
be
different from all other human beings. Iran has that.
But you said that they cannot govern themselves and they will elect vicious terrorists.
That's right.
Yeah, well, when at the age of 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, they tell the children who are raised inside of the Gaza Strip that their life goal, especially the boys, is to become martyrs, to kill the people on the other side of the security
There's girls
wall.
that are praying, they become martyrs over
genocidal
there.
terrorists and have put them in this position.
Sad.
And when they stomp on the flag of that country,
It's
every
a
single
sad
day walking to
civilization.
School, and when they come back home and Mein Kampf is what
They're
they read
brainwashed. They need to be
bedtime with mom and dad. Yeah, those
put
people are going to
into
be the
a
future
civil
leaders of
society.
that area, which are literally the Hamas leaders today.
Not
That's how
put,
they're
but
raised. They're
they need
raised
to be
in an
converted
indoctrinated
into a
area
civil
where
society.
They're only taught to learn. They're only taught one way to think, and that one way to think is the annihilation of their neighbors. So yeah, until there's some de-radicalization implementation inside of the Gaza Strip from an educational standpoint, to give them an opportunity for many of the Palestinians who have been voicing themselves lately, saying that they want a real free life, that life isn't going to give it to them. What it is going to give it to, what it is going to provide for them is just a reality of war. That's why these people can't be the ones electing their next officials, because they already have an agenda to be violent. It's not because they're less of anyone else. It's because what they're being taught is setting up a war. That's the reoccurring cycle of the Middle East.
Unfortunately, because the worst of them are dominant, just like in Iran.
Just like
most
Netanyahu
Iranians
and
most
all the
Iranians,
thousands that he murdered. Okay.
Okay. What? He murdered?
Yeah. You do a war and you have a kill ratio of 1,000, sometimes 100 to 1, sometimes even more. And that kills thousands of Palestinians and go, oh, golly gee, did I kill all of them? It was an accident. When the terrorist Arabs who can't govern themselves, who are vicious terrorists, they do it, that is terrorism. When the state of Israel does it, it is not terrorism. And we killed 100 times more, but it is not terrorism. We bomb in the middle of a crowded city and murder their civilians, but that is not terrorism because the state does it. And people Dennis Prager likes does it, but the Arabs and the Palestinians are vicious terrorists by nature and can never govern themselves. Boy, advocate for freedom, Dennis. You're doing great.
Somebody should add up the amount of time I got to speak and you got to speak on this segment here. Your notion that kill ratio determines morality is really pathetic. We killed far more Germans than Germans killed Brits or Americans. Does that make America wrong in World War II? If kill ratio is your criterion, I'm curious, was America wrong?
Yeah.
No, Dennis, it depends on disproportionate power. You know who had disproportionate power? The Germans over the Jews. They had disproportionate power, and the state did it. The state of Germany did that to the Jewish population, to the Polish population, to all of those different people. But you would say, no, when the state does it, it's no big deal. State does it, it's no big deal. That's not terrorism. Only when civilians. Well, could Jews have fought back against Hitler and done it with great violence and tried to bomb him and kill him? Could they have done that? Would that have been morally conscious thing to do?
Okay, it has nothing to do with anything we discussed. Well, I don't understand your question. If the Jews could have bombed Hitler, should they have?
Yes.
Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, they should have.
So if you're being oppressed, you get to bomb the people oppressing you.
Are you comparing Israel to Hitler? I won't even argue with you. I just want to.
No, I'm asking you a simple question. I'm not drawing a comparison. I'm just asking you a simple question. If you're being oppressed, as the Jews were in Germany, are you allowed to bomb and kill your oppressors?
Israel to Hitler? I won't argue with you. I want a yes or no. Are you comparing Israel to Hitler?
No, I'm asking does state power count?
So you're not, there's no
I'm asking does state power count as terrorism? I think it does count. I think when the Germans killed all those people, that was terrorism. I think when America and Israel and Russia invade other countries and kill civilians, that's also terrorism. Doesn't that make logical sense?
No, not at all. Israel defends itself. End of issue.
That's literally what the Germans said. We must defend the homeland.
Okay, so you are comparing the Germans and Israel.
I'm comparing state power to state power. You're saying no, individuals are terrorists, Arabs are terrorists, but the Israelis are never terrorists, and the state is never terrorist.
This is mind-boggling. It's worth it. I'll play it on my show. You'll get a lot of publicity.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so Dennis Prager, who does not believe in freedom just for Palestinians. Everybody else enjoy. Maybe you live under a Christian nation, and maybe that means governing you, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's optional. Okay, we'll see. Except they say govern. Except you know that every Republican says, I don't believe in a separation of church and state. I've seen it 1,000 times. You're being totally disingenuous if you don't say that.
not
You know that that's
bringing
what they
anything
say, and that would be
of value to this
religious
conversation.
oppression
He's
of the
just
rest of us.
yelling.
We're not interested in the religious oppression. We're not interested in oppressing women and saying, hey, you have to serve us in the home. We're not interested in any of that oppression. Ironically, Dennis, what we want on the left is freedom, and for all of you right-wingers to get out of our damn lives.
Yes.
Right. So I understand how you operate. You have these long monologues. You go from subject to subject, and we can't analyze any one of them. I asked you, when Christians were in power in this country, did they ever force Christianity upon anyone?
No.
So I don't know what you're talking about when you say they don't believe in separation of church and state.
But that's why I love America.
So we're going to take a look at what life is really like for the Palestinians inside of the Gaza Strip under Hamas's rule.
Cool.
I asked ChatGPT what freedoms have the
Barack.
Palestinians had under Hamas governing rule in the Gaza Strip. Under Hamas governing rule in the Gaza Strip since 2007, they have faced major restrictions with very limited freedoms compared to democratic societies.
Yep.
Few key points. I just want to mention here that Sank's point is that he wants freedom for all, and so does Dennis. What Dennis is trying to tell Sank and the rest of the world is that as long as they keep electing people like this, those freedoms are stripped from them.
Yep.
They are electing people
It's just
who have
like
already taught
electing
them
Hitler
as
again.
the people electing them that their mission is to basically just
It's like
kill Israeli
right after
people. That's
World War
what they're
II,
being
they
taught in
re-elect
school.
somebody that's exactly
In
like Hitler.
kindergarten,
again.
they go out to shooting gun practice with toy guns.
That's
in the
why
backyard of their school,
the Americans
or
took
during
over
recess,
Germany, and
practice,
well, not the
practicing
Americans,
shooting
but the Allies
religious-looking
took over
figures
Germany and
on
split it up
walls with
to
payas
prevent
and
that
long
from happening
beards,
again.
with black
because
hats
they
and
would.
big noses looking like Ashkenazis. That's what they do. And there are no political freedoms inside of the Gaza Strip. There haven't been elections since 2007. No parliamentary or presidential elections have been held in Gaza. Political opposition, especially Fatah members in the West Bank, have often been repressed through arrest, harassment, or violence. Criticism of Hamas. So if you say anything against Hamas, there are consequences
Journalists,
for this. This
activists,
is why
or
people
just like-
inside of the Gaza Strip,
Yeah,
if they
usually
want to,
prison
now they
or
basically
getting
they don't
killed.
care anymore.
Or
But if
slave
they
work.
want to say anything, they have to cover their face. They have to change the sound of their voice. They have to make sure that they have a very hidden profile on social media. None of this sounds like a democracy. Okay, in public protests, which you're seeing actually more of them now, demonstrations against Hamas have been violently dispersed, most recently in 2019, and again during periods of economic crisis, and most recently, obviously now, where you see like Hamas militants on top of aid trucks shooting at protesters, but now they actually sort of like these protests because they see that it applies pressure on the international community for Israel to let in more aid, which then actually lets aid in, right? But then it goes to Hamas. So Hamas actually likes some of these protests right now. It also lets the Palestinian people sort of blow off a little bit of steam. As the Queers for Palestine movement, we've made lots of videos on this channel about them, but like it's not non-existent. Same-sex relations are criminalized, and LGBTQ individuals face persecution. Here's something that's really interesting. Travel in and out of Gaza is extremely restricted, not only by Israel and Egypt's border controls, but also by Hamas's internal governments. And I want to get to this right here. Okay, so the security wall built in the 90s between the Gaza Strip and Israel was put up because of the wave of the intifadas, like literally rise in Islamic Jihad terrorist activity increased, and Israel had no choice but to put a security wall up. It did not work. It did not work. We saw the first intifada, we saw the second intifada, and then Israel finally said, you know what, I'm going to take the Israelis and the IDF, I'm going to leave the Gaza Strip, which was an attempt at peace with them. Okay? So Israel tried to, but they had to do what any country would do, which is create themselves a security border and protocol for all of its citizens. The second question is Egypt. We still have no answers as to why Egypt has not opened up its borders for the Palestinians inside of the Gaza Strip to be
what's up with
removed
that?
from the area and region of war so that they are not caught in the fire. Sank isn't able to answer that. No one on the pro-Palestinian side is able to answer that. You can continue to go on and look at it says some degree of religious practice is allowed. Yeah, but they're also like, you see what's happening to the Christian community in Lebanon. You see what's happening to the Christian and the Jewish community in Syria. Ethnic minorities are not welcomed. That's why I'm not allowed in the Gaza Strip. Why, Barack? You're a Jew. And you have an Israeli passport. Sank is also an overly emotional person, right? Like he does get his sound bites, just like Dennis said at the end of the show. Like he gets his sound bites on basically just going on these rants, but actually not allowing any nuance for the conversation.
Yeah.
It's a
He doesn't
stupid
allow
way
any
of looking at
conversation.
things. It's a really,
He
really
doesn't-
stupid way of actually trying to create this dialogue. And I give credit for Dennis for being able to stay quite consistent and not so overly emotional on that.
I don't know
There
how
are
he stayed
80% of you who are not
composed
subscribed to
through
this
that
channel. You're going to miss out on the
whole interview.
notification.
Sheesh. Shank just yelled and yelled and yelled and brought no valid points, just jumped from one thing to another and didn't let any conversation happen. Why? Because he knows once the conversation happens, his points lose value. What? What room were you trying to turn off? The baby's room? You're trying to turn the light off in the baby's room? Alexa, turn the light off in the baby's room. Yep. Yeah, we just kept it babies for now. We'll change it to Savannah in a little. Should be in the closet. Because the temperature is going to start dropping really soon. It's already 68 out, so. Yeah. Oh, that was 5 months ago. That might be a good one to watch eventually. Anything new out? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything new. I can check news specifically. Asmongold. Let's look at this.
We're also following developing news in the search for a Nashville man who mysteriously vanished 2 years ago while on a business trip to Southern California.
The leader of a religious group connected to his disappearance has been arrested. KTLA's Corrine Winter live in the news center with all those details. Hi, Corrine.
Hi there, Lauren and Lou. We've been speaking with authorities this morning. Redlands police have been trying to speak with the leaders of the ministry. They say so far they have not been cooperative and still no clues on the whereabouts of Emilio Ghanem. Where is Emilio Salem Ghanem? A Nashville man last seen at a Redlands coffee shop back in May 2023. His whereabouts still unknown. Is he alive or dead?
Scary.
A case investigators are still trying to solve, but Redlands police confirming recent arrests they believe are tied to his disappearance. Several search warrants executed within the past few weeks in Colton and Laguna Hills. Detectives detained one man on Tuesday at a location in Colton where they recovered several weapons. They later released that person. On August 14th at the Laguna Hills Lodge, police recovered electronic devices and took two people into custody. 57-year-old Daryl Musique Martin of Hemet, he was arrested on illegal weapons charges. Also, Martin's wife, 62-year-old Shelly Martin, she was also taken into custody, but later released after experiencing a medical episode. Legal weapons custody. 57-year-old Daryl Musique Martin of Hemet, he was arrested on illegal weapons charges. Also, Martin's wife, 62-year-old Shelly Martin, she was also taken into custody, but later released after experiencing a medical episode. Officials confirmed there were more arrests earlier in the month at homes in Hemet and Anza. Those suspects facing charges related to felons in possession of firearms. Some of the weapons recovered included automatic rifles, ghost guns, and other digital evidence. Ghanem was a member of His Way Spirit-led Assembly. It's a religious organization based in Hemet. Daryl and Shelly Martin are the leaders of this organization. Ghanem was a member for more than 20 years, but left the organization prior to his disappearance. He quit a pest control company the group was running and was in the process of starting his own pest control company in Nashville with a satellite office here in California. That's why he made the trip here in 2023 to contact potential customers. One former member who wanted to remain anonymous told KTLA the group was not happy about his plans here in SoCal and tried to talk him out of meeting with a high-ranking member of the ministry, someone Ghanem said would help him leave the group.
Emilio asked me about him on a couple of different occasions what I thought, and I said I didn't trust him. Don't meet with them.
Redlands police found a rental truck Ghanem was driving before his disappearance and evidence inside tied to the investigation. Redlands police also working with Claremont PD after learning another member of this religious group disappeared back in 2017 under mysterious circumstances. Redlands police say one reason they're telling us it's unclear if Ghanem is still alive is they say they have not received any proof of life, but they are still urging the public, anyone with information in this case, to immediately contact Redlands PD. You'll hear more from officials in the next hour.
Weird. TV.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to 2CTV, your global news channel. We have some breaking news coming from Gaza City as the invasion by the Israeli Defense Forces has now started. The ground troops are in the city. Heavy clashes happening as we speak. We're going to show you the videos coming in from Gaza City. There is also a lot of chaos happening, including the assault on the Israeli soldiers. A number of them are now injured. They are being evacuated by the Israeli helicopters. And of course, there's a lot to cover in regards to the missing soldiers as well. 6 IDF helicopters have now landed and are evacuating the wounded troops from Gaza City. A number of them have been ambushed by the Islamist militants. We're going to give you guys all the updates
like dogs
in
now.
this stream. Of course, we're going to get your reaction as usual. There's a lot of
not that they fought really any different than that.
Let's
guerrilla warfare and
first video
cities and setting up bombs on houses
broke out
and
earlier as the Israeli
trying to destroy
forces
everything they
attempted
can.
to evacuate their own soldiers, who some might be dead. We're still waiting for the confirmation, but a lot of them have been injured and wounded, with the helicopters taking them back to the hospital in Tel Aviv. Insane.
Thank you for the follow, Pappy. Much appreciated. A lot of gunfire.
Now, it is important to
Not much
mention
seen in
that
that video
tonight
other than the
is
gunfire, though, unfortunately.
at the beginning of the end for the Hamas leadership in Gaza. A huge number of the senior commanders are currently being hit. The rest of them have already fled, probably towards the south in Rafah.
Yeah, they'll get caught in
closer
Rafah.
to the Egyptian border.
Hopefully.
Of course, the Israeli ground troops are going to be investigating all the tunnel networks in Gaza City over this ground
they were blowing them up and filming them, though.
Let's go to the next clip that we have received now, because the artillery shelling has been reported in the south of Tal al-Hawa neighborhood. This is in the southwestern part of Gaza
That was a big
City.
spasm.
A strike leveled a house on Al-Ishrin Street. This is in Nuseirat, leaving several Hamas members dead and wounded. According to local reports, the Israeli helicopters, as they arrived to land to evacuate the soldiers, did open fire on eastern parts of Gaza City. The warplanes continue to fly at low altitude over the area. The casualties are mounting,
They're booming them,
including
doing like a
deaths
sonic
and
boom pass,
injuries
hopefully.
on both sides, not just the Islamists in Gaza, but also the Israeli soldiers who have been caught in the ground battles. We will get more information about the well-being of the soldiers, but let's go to the next clip. These are the
Dropping
warplanes
flares.
flying low altitude.
Yeah, I guess the Islamists don't really have anything to counter the air.
So, what are the
Anything in
main
the air?
areas
I doubt they
to
do.
focus on is the so-called humanitarian corridor that was set up, because I think that's slightly changing now. But the update that we are receiving is that the humanitarian corridors into Gaza City itself have now been stopped. because obviously they don't want the evacuations were supposed to be happened by now.
Yeah, everybody should be out of the city.
A lot of the civilians have already left over the last
shouldn't be there
days,
that aren't Hamas.
Earlier today, we will show you.
Sucks that they all have to be relocated, but honestly, it's for their safety. If they stay in this, they're a potential casualty of war.
To stay.
The low time to play around.
Warplanes obviously flying over Gaza City. We do have some more updates and videos coming.
But martyrdom is a big thing for them, so I'm not surprised that so many people would stay, and there'd be potentially high casualties because they're going to put themselves in harm's way. The civilians that are pro-Hamas and radical Islamic. This is the same plane? Yeah, just different angle.
As you can see, the Israelis have taken control of Gaza City from both on the ground, but also in the skies of Gaza. And,
I mean, the only people that would help are Iran, and Iran doesn't have any jets left. So
let me show you what happened earlier on, because obviously the Israelis had to send a final message to everybody who, at that point, if they hadn't decided to evacuate, this was the final warning. And of course, these were targeted attacks on the Hamas bases. Let's go. Now these strikes paved the way for the ground invasion tonight. We are getting some updates in regards to the Israeli soldiers. 4 Israeli IDF soldiers have now been reported missing in the Al Zaytun neighborhood following attempts by the Palestinian factions to capture them. Now, the rescue teams with the Israeli helicopters are currently underground searching for them. And a number of Israeli soldiers,
Hamas could have dragged them into a tunnel for all we know.
But 4 of them so far are missing.
They probably have a crazy tunnel system underneath Gaza City.
The IDF, of course, this is one of the reasons that
Eyal Zamir,
the chief of staff to the IDF, was reluctant when it came to the ground invasion, because obviously there's going to be a lot of casualties from the Israeli side as well, because there's going to be a lot of booby traps, a lot of ambush attempts by Hamas and other Palestinian factions. As we said, many IDF soldiers have now been confirmed injured, as well as obviously those who have been reported missing.
How many did they bring up from the reserves? Like 70,000, 90,000, something like that from reserves for this invasion?
Yeah, the warplanes are still flying as well.
Rumble your ears.
Right, now, let me just get some confirmation on a couple of reports. There's a lot of updates coming in.
Observing
we are trying
for
to get everything verified before giving it
called
to
in
you.
airstrikes. They're just there to support.
The next clip, the latest video from
so
Gaza
somebody
City.
calls in, needs an airstrike on something. They're there. They're able to do it. They just divert course or change course, turn around, and go ahead and bomb the heck out of the position that's being called in.
Right. Okay. Yes, the factions that have been trying to, attempted to capture the Israeli soldiers were the Qassam fighters, the Qassam brigade of Hamas, and we don't know whether they have successfully captured the soldiers, but the IDF have now activated the Hannibal Protocol, as they are searching for the missing soldiers, and of course those who they are now saying several IDF soldiers have now been killed over the last few minutes. We are waiting also for the Israeli media to confirm the numbers. Of course, in terms of the numbers, we'll have to wait for the actual Israeli Defense Forces to give us the statement. That's going to take some time. Of course, they are kind of busy right now with the actual operation itself.
Yeah.
And we will get some more intel on that in terms of all the reports that's coming in, how many have been injured, how many have been killed, and how many are missing, and whether they have been captured by Hamas or not. This is, of course, will be escalating things from the IDF side even further, because if more people are going to be taken hostage while they are trying to rescue hostages, that means that the Israeli government is becoming even more angry, rightly so. They're going to have to completely go in and wipe it out before it gets even worse. Now, just a quick thing in regards to the evacuation. As the evacuations continued earlier today, as we said, the humanitarian corridors into Gaza City itself were halted. But this is where it gets fascinating as usual, because the Western legacy media are idiots. The reports from the legacy media says Gaza's health ministry, Minister of Health, reported that at least 5 people, including 2 children, died of starvation in the last 24 hours alone, bringing the death toll to from hunger to 322, including 121 children. When they were asked for any sort of verification, none of it has been able to be confirmed by any credible source. Yet the international media are taking this as a fact, considering it's coming from the Gaza Ministry of Health.
It's just Hamas run. Like, I don't understand what the difficulty is in understanding, like, who's giving us this information. It's all Hamas.
Saying, well, Al Jazeera told us that everybody's dying, while everybody's also somehow overweight. They are starving, but they're also overweight, but they're all dying. Somehow, all the parents are fat, and the children are dying. Well, what's going on there? Anyway, they can't verify any of this. Don't listen to any of this. Having said that, the IDF did manage earlier on to obviously, well, technically I was going to say rescue, but collect the remains of 2 more Israeli hostages. They have recovered them. And earlier today, the IDF declared Gaza City a dangerous combat zone. The body of the October 7th Israeli Ilan Weiss, who was 56, was found alongside the remains of another hostage who has yet to be identified. So we still don't know the identity of the second one, unfortunately. These guys have been dead since October 2023, by the way. So they have been recovered during a joint military and Shin Bet security operation in the Gaza Strip. This was after 693
I hope they get the rest of the hostages that are alive out. I hope these ground actions are what's getting them close to getting the hostages.
But at
if
least
not,
there is
get the hostages today.
for the families of Weiss. But otherwise, the other person, we still don't know who they were in terms of the identity. We'll get more information hopefully at some point in terms of the investigation by the Israeli Health. Anyway, meanwhile, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State in the United States, has done something radical, rightly so. We now have confirmation that Marco Rubio has banned the Palestinian delegation. That includes the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, Mr. Potato Head, from attending next month's United Nations General Assembly in New York. They have
just like I call Karen Bass the Grinch, Mrs. Grinch.
The visas of Palestinians under the new sanctions, citing support for terrorism.
Yeah.
And glorifying violence. This is the first time that the United States has blocked an entire foreign delegation from the United Nations General Assembly. Meanwhile, obviously, we have the Canadian government, the British government, the French government, and a number of others picking the sides.
All in up arms. All right, give me a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. Continue this video. I like watching Tulsi. He gives a pretty good breakdown. I'll text my dad about something. That's not good. Unfortunate. It really sucks. Really stinks. Okay, back to Tulsi.
And rewarding them for what they did on October the 7th by saying, here you go, here's a Palestinian state for you for free. The American government under the presidency of Donald J. Trump is actually taking the exact opposite approach by banning the whole of the Palestinian delegation. A big shout out to, of course, Marco Rubio. So that's one of the main things that is currently happening. As I said, we are also trying to get some more intel on the well-being of the soldiers, the Israeli soldiers. I think it might take some time in terms of to find out what happened with the 4 missing soldiers, whether they have been captured or not. I believe the assumption should be that they have probably been successfully captured by Hamas,
which would
because they cannot
more hostages to rescue
or communicate with them. So if you're not able to,
probably underground somewhere, one of those big tunnels,
be able to find them in terms of track them down and see where they are. We will get more information on that. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces themselves have also now said they believe that the latest airstrikes on the Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, has now wiped out the entire Houthi political leadership. So they believe every single political leader of the Houthis, the whole cabinet, has been wiped out.
Oh, good.
Among those, they do assess...
See you, Houthis.
Now, whether obviously in terms of the Houthi defense minister, Major General Mohammed Al-Atifi, is dead. The Chief of General Staff, Major General Mohammed Abd al-Karim al-Ghamari, and also that includes the so-called Prime Minister Ahmed al-Rahawi and other senior figures who were believed to be in a meeting in western Yemen when the Israeli jets successfully wiped them out. So this is the assessment from the IDF. Tomorrow we will get more information on this, but it seems like the Houthis are gone. I mean, there will still be some minions left because they have big numbers in Yemen, but the Houthis have been deleted. The political leadership, the whole cabinet, apparently, that's what the Israeli Defense Forces believe. But if that's going on and they can now fully focus on Gaza, well, things could change rapidly, which again, it really depends on how things continue. Now, the foreign minister of Turkey, at the same time,
Turkey's getting involved.
Has now declared that all Israeli flights are now banned from the Turkish airspace until a permanent ceasefire and humanitarian aid is allowed into Gaza. This is a fascinating situation because a lot of people are saying actually Turkey having a meltdown has nothing to do with Gaza, apart from your classic Turkish anti-Semitism from the Turkish establishment. This is
which I don't understand why Turkey's even in NATO.
Prime Minister
Really don't understand it.
On Patrick Bet-David's podcast recently about Armenia,
dictator right now,
the genocide in Armenia, and the Turks are not too happy about the way that was discussed because they could have done any of this before, but they didn't. Now they're saying, well, we really care about Gaza again. Let's go to the foreign minister.
In terms of sanctions, there is no other state in the world which has taken more advanced steps than Turkey. We have carried out many multilateral measures. We halted our trade with Israel. We closed our ports to Israeli vessels. And we did not allow Turkish ships to go to Israeli ports. There is no other country which has completely stopped its trade with Israel.
Look at him.
Container ships which carry weapons to Israel are not allowed in our ports or flights in our airspace. Since the first day, we have used the means and capabilities of our state in order to deliver comprehensive humanitarian aid to Gaza. Since October 7, in terms of the in-kind and in-cash aid, we are one of the leading countries in the world. Our total aid has exceeded 100,000 tons. In bringing our aid to Gaza, Afad and Kızılay have made great efforts.
Wow. Anyway, that's Turkey not being too happy. Although the Turkish government wants you to call it Turkey. I would decide to call it Turkey if we also start calling
what is it?
the bird Turkey. Until that time, I will still call it
there are
Turkey.
a bunch of turkeys in Turkey.
Erdogan says. Can't force me to call you something else. Anyway, that aside, there is more developments. I think we have the latest, it's only a few seconds clip coming from the Zaytun neighborhood in Gaza City over the last few minutes. Let's quickly find out what is going on over there, and then we'll find out more about the hostages. Okay, we have apparently... Oh, wow. Okay, we have a big development, breaking news coming in. Let me just quickly show you the latest video from Gaza.
Combat flare.
Yeah, I mean, the artillery is still carrying on. So there is a quick update here, which is kind of interesting. So for those of you who are not familiar, the Islamist network of chaos is a whole different branches. So you've got the Shia side, which is like Hezbollah, the IRGC, the militants in Syria and Iraq. Then you've got the more established weirdos, sort of like Hamas and Houthis. They're Sunni, but then you also have, and of course you got Taliban in Afghanistan, slightly different. You also have the old school rogue nutters, so ISIS or Daesh, and Daesh or ISIS were so radical that at the time of the creation, Al-Qaeda released a statement saying these guys have gone too far. If you're too radical for Al-Qaeda, that says a lot. But there are in different locations for different purposes. There is a purpose to every of these groups. There is sometimes a merger, and it's happened between ISIS and Hamas as well. We now have confirmation that the ISIS agent Abu Zabida has now been eliminated by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza. The statement is that Abu Zabida held the most senior position within ISIS in the Gaza Strip. He was responsible for determining policy, planning, and overseeing the execution of the ISIS terrorist organization's activities in Judea and Samaria, the Gaza Strip, and also the Sinai Peninsula. The ISIS terrorist organization actively participated in fighting against the IDF in the Gaza Strip and was also involved in transferring combat equipment as well as raising significant funds from Judea and Samaria into Gaza. The IDF will continue to operate against terrorist organizations across the Gaza Strip. Now, we believe we can now confirm that the Israelis have confirmed that at least four IDF soldiers are still missing. Wow. So let's find out what's going on here. The reports that the Israeli media have also are now reporting is that they have lost contact with the four soldiers who were in the Zaytun neighborhood, which was the same place I just showed you the video for a few seconds, the last video I showed you. And it's been called one of the most difficult security incidents since October the 7th, 2023. Now, the unconfirmed reports suggest that Hamas have captured the soldiers. We cannot verify that, we don't know. But the rescue force obviously ambushed during the evacuation.
Hopefully they free their guys and the rest of the hostages. Getting old. Here's my stream on YouTube. If anybody's tired of the ads, I don't think I have ads running on Twitch. Pointless and annoying, honestly. And I don't like the ads that they are on in the first place, so I try not to run any. She hasn't spoken with the police yet? What?
The FBI has released new details on the Minnesota school shooting as a memorial continues to grow outside the Annunciation Catholic School. 2 children, an 8- and a 10-year-old, were murdered in the tragedy, and in total, 15 children were injured, with at least 9 still in the hospital and 1 that remains in critical condition. The parents of these victims continue to look for some form of answers, but police say one close family member to the shooter is leaving everyone in the dark. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, and also joining us today, Molly Line, Fox News correspondent, Tommy Lahren, Fox News contributor and host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick and FoxNews.com. And joining us on the couch for the very first time is Tiffany Smiley, founder of the Endeavor PAC and former U.S. Senate candidate, and Guy Benson, Fox News contributor and the host of The Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio. Now, Minneapolis police say the shooter was obsessed with killing children and carried out the massacre to gain notoriety. Police say he fired 116 rounds with a rifle and 3 with a shotgun. Fox News confirms the shooter's mother, who previously worked at the school where the shooter attacked, has hired a criminal defense attorney. Now, police say they have not been able to interview her. Watch.
We do know that
The shooter did attend Mass there previously. The shooter did attend school. And the shooter's mother was an employee of the parish previously for some time. So obviously there is a connection between that shooter and this particular parish. I know we have not been successful in talking to the shooter's mother yet at this time, but there continue to be efforts made to get that done.
The mother's attorney gave Fox News Digital this statement, quote, "She is completely distraught about the situation and has no culpability, but is seeking an attorney to deal with calls like this." And now FBI Director Kash Patel says investigators have collected enough evidence that points directly to an act of domestic terrorism motivated by a hate-filled ideology. An absolutely tragic situation, Tiffany. As we learn more, it appears we won't be learning more from the mother of the shooter.
Yeah, well, I mean, first, this senseless act of violence is absolutely gut-wrenching. It just hits you hard. I'm a mom of 3 boys who just started Catholic school, and my whole heart and prayers goes out to the whole community, to the parents, to the kids, to the teachers, and even to the shooter's mom. I can't imagine the weight of the world that is on her shoulders, the responsibility. I don't think any of us can
And the
fathom what
loss.
perhaps she is
On
feeling
top
in
of
this
it all,
moment.
she is so
I would
distraught,
like to
I
see
am
her
sure.
cooperating with law enforcement. I would like to see her put out a statement to her lawyer. I think it's going to take time. And I just
she's
can't imagine the place
processing
that
and
she
dealing
is
with
in. But
everything.
as we go along, she's going to have to communicate and work with law enforcement to get to the bottom of this. And I would hope that she could put something out sooner than later, just for everyone in the community.
Yeah, your compassion is so generous. And we should, again, remind viewers, she was part of the community too, the Annunciation community.
Yeah, so you think about this as a parent, and you've lost your kid, which is unimaginable and horrendous.
As
and
a
then
parent already.
with that compounding the grief and the confusion and perhaps the anger is the fact that your kid also murdered other kids in the process of this horrific atrocity. So there
And
is some
associates
sense
that were
of
probably
empathy.
she was
that
probably associates with the adults that got injured too. I don't believe any adult was killed. It was kids. His focus was the kids.
I feel. That being said, if there were signs that were missed, I'm sure she's probably thinking about this all the time. If she should have known something or did know something, we need to know that. And I do think it's important for her to cooperate with law enforcement. She doesn't have to talk to us in the media. I understand that. But law enforcement, she should cooperate with. Because if she's distraught, which I'm sure she is, I think she owes this to herself and especially to the families of the victims of her son to help law enforcement to the greatest extent possible. And if she's not doing that, especially a few days from now, I think that's a problem.
And Molly, perhaps is there some type of fear of legal retribution that is obfuscating her willingness to cooperate so that everyone in our collective grief over this can, yes, learn something to prevent it from ever happening again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's got
parents in the court.
I'm sure she has signs and information that she'd bring forth that she noticed in her son prior to this. If she even had contact with him at all. I don't even think there's information on whether or not he lived with his parents or not before he went and did this massacre. I'm not sure.
Course of these similar tragedies, mass
Excuse
shootings
me.
that have been prosecuted in the wake of them. There was most notably the Crumbleys, Jennifer and James Crumbly. They were the first parents to be prosecuted. Their son was a minor when he committed his acts, killing 4 students. That was at the Oxford High School. But there have also been parents who've been charged after their sons, in these cases, committed mass killings. That when they were adults, there were several examples. The father of the Nashville Waffle House shooter, that individual that committed the shooting was 29 years old at the time of the shooting at the Waffle House. The father of a man who killed 7 people that happened at a 4th of July parade in 2022 in Illinois, the Highland Park shooting. That shooter at the time of the shooting was an adult as well. In the case of that particular father, he signed his son's application for an Illinois firearms identification card 3 years before the massacre. He was ultimately pleading guilty to 7 counts of misdemeanor reckless conduct. So parents have
Who's here,
faced
Diva?
culpability.
Welcome
when
back. How's the
similar actions
park?
have occurred. And perhaps
Good. You have fun?
Now it's my go.
Come here, Diva. Okay, Bubba. Yep, she checks. Everybody comes through that door. You okay? It was almost empty anyway. It's okay. Well, I'm using my phone, but you can watch something if you want. Yeah. What do you want to watch? Go get a drink. Go get a drink and I'll get it ready for you, okay? You're gonna get a tubby too, huh?
No.
Well, you gotta get a tubby, but you can watch a little bit of something.
Maybe you watch it. Wait.
Yeah. Spider-Man Lego.
She might be thinking a little bit about this, but if you have a lawyer, you could also use that lawyer perhaps to express some empathy for the victims.
Right. And it's
You probably can't even talk
frankly,
in public.
Just as a bystander here, Tommy,
So
that
distraught.
there haven't been communication directly with law enforcement, considering that on the day of that tragedy, within minutes after that person was identified, then she would have been brought in to Guy's Point too. It was part of the
right.
Yeah.
This feels odd. And it's hard not to feel like it's odd to not even have an interview. I understand getting yourself an attorney because you want to protect yourself, to your point, and I think that that's understandable. What's not is not cooperating, especially with law enforcement. To your point, Guy, she doesn't necessarily owe us, the public, anything, but you owe law enforcement something and you owe these families something. I can't help but think, going back to the Gabby Petito case and Brian Laundrie's family, I can't help but think that when they were not cooperating with police, but they immediately got a criminal defense attorney and they said, you can.
Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
talk to him. We're not saying anything. We're not going to talk about it. This feels to me eerily similar. I'm not saying that she has any culpability. I'm sure she doesn't. She was living in another state. However, if you do feel like you need a defense attorney, you still need to cooperate with police. You owe the community that much. And by her not doing that, I think a lot of the empathy that all of you feel for her, that's going to dissipate in the public eye pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's such a good point, the public perception versus legal culpability, and the reality that I think that the public understands, you know, there's a level of support that one has for their children that is not to be confused with the culpability of their nefarious intentions. And it seems like there hasn't been a judgmental approach to this horrific situation that we know of at this point.
Right. Well, and you got to think, as a mother, you take that responsibility on. And I'm sure she is feeling that. But like I said, and to your point, Tommy, she should put out a statement through her lawyer to the community, to the victims, and show that she is sympathetic and that she cares. I think that would go a long way.
Yeah. Guy, final thoughts?
Well, I think in some respects she sort of did in that lawyer statement where she said she's distraught, okay,
yes,
and that bears no culpability. That's an assertion of innocence. I'm more open to that assertion if I know that she's cooperating with law enforcement
Right.
versus not, personally.
Right.
Yeah, I wish she was more open with
Hey everyone,
law
I'm Emily.
enforcement at this point. It's kind of ridiculous that she hasn't even talked to them at all. I don't want to watch that. That seems disgusting. Nope, I know this one. $5 billion previously approved foreign aid. Watch Moss lawyer get PO'd when post went off script to ask this. Okay.
Talk
Just
about
the other
Hamas. I'm
rock.
happy to talk about Israel in a second. But in regard to Hamas, she said that Palestinians were reasserting their authority on the 7th of October.
I'm not sure why you're mentioning Hamas. My speech didn't mention Hamas.
Well, you talked about Palestinians there reasserting their humanity on the 7th of October.
Oh, that's interesting. So you just conflated all Palestinians with Hamas.
No, I didn't. I didn't do that. What I'm saying,
That's the logic of the genocide, isn't it?
Let's have a reasonable conversation, please. The fact is that you said the Palestinians on the 7th of October reasserted their humanity. How do you believe they did that?
Well, this news anchor interviewed a Hamas propagandist who decided to represent them in the court of law, which is absolutely insane because I've never seen lawyers choose to represent terrorists in the court of law. That is a pretty awkward thing to do. Before we get into this video, I want to let you guys know that only 80% of you are subscribed to this channel, which means that you're going to miss out on these videos. Take a second or two, please press that subscribe button.
I'm going to play some games shortly.
Also, make sure you press that bell icon so you get notified and don't miss out on any of the action. Grab your popcorn, grab your Pepsi, your Coca-Cola, your shawarma, your hummus, and your kharif, which means spicy in Hebrew, because this video gets a little spicy.
Well, now, I want to talk for a second time to Frank McGuinness, who is a barrister who is joining us in just a second. He has a campaigner for Palestinian rights, as he would put it, and he has been campaigning and indeed talking and making a speech outside the courtroom where Liam O'Hanna, who is the kneecap singer, has a trial going on at the moment. Now, we're not going to talk about that trial because we don't want to prejudice it. It is an ongoing legal matter. What I'd quite like to talk about are some of Frank's comments, and he has been talking about the 7th of October. Let's just remind ourselves what Frank McGuinness said yesterday.
Some people still trying to sit on the fence on the question of Zionism. That fence was obliterated by a Palestinian bulldozer on October 7th. There is no fence left to sit on. You are either an anti-Zionist in favor of people who've been herded into a concentration camp and told that they are animals, breaking out of that concentration camp, reasserting their dignity and reasserting their humanity, or you are in favor of the fascists who put them in that concentration camp in the first place.
Frank McGuinness joins me now. Good evening, Frank.
Good evening, Peter. It's good to be back. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I just wondered why you believe reasserting their humanity is what Palestinians did on the 7th of October. Why do you believe that's the case, if I'm characterizing your words correctly?
Well, the crucial thing to understand is that Israel is governed by fascists, and we know that they're fascist because they tell us that they are. The Israeli Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, has said explicitly that he's a fascist, and it's also the case that Israel's an apartheid state that is engaged in the mass murder of Palestinians.
Okay, let's talk about Hamas. I'm happy to talk about Israel in a second, but in regard to Hamas, you said that Palestinians were reasserting their authority on the 7th of October.
I'm not sure why you're mentioning Hamas. My speech didn't mention Hamas.
Well, you talked about Palestinians there reasserting their humanity on the 7th of October.
Oh, that's interesting. So you just conflated all Palestinians with Hamas.
No, I didn't. I didn't do that. What I'm saying.
That's the logic of the genocide, isn't it?
Let's have a reasonable conversation, please.
Thank you, buddy.
The fact is that you said the Palestinians on the 7th of October reasserted their humanity. How do you believe they did that?
Yeah,
it's obviously the case
killing
that
and
the
raping.
fascist apartheid state of Israel herded more than 2 million people into a concentration camp because it views them as a racial threat. And the reason it views them as a racial threat is because they're not Jewish.
It's not a racial threat.
And so when people
They're a terroristic
find
threat.
themselves in that situation, it's
Specifically
obviously
Hamas, the
incompatible
people
with
they
their
elected.
dignity. No one should be expected to live in those conditions. No one should be told that they're animals. And when you treat people like that, they will always find ways to reassert their humanity and their dignity.
So do you believe that reasserting their humanity was done by running a bulldozer through a fence, flying in on microlights, slaughtering, raping, torturing and kidnapping hundreds of people, not just Israelis, of course, but Thai people, American people, Nepalese people, French people? You believe that's resistance rather than terrorism. Is that correct?
It seems to me that you've chosen to frame this interview in Zionist terms. Is that right?
What I've asked you a reasonable question, and I'm wondering whether you think that's resistance or whether you think that's terrorism or perhaps something else.
Why is it that every single time somebody in the anti-Israel camp gets approached about any of the atrocities that were committed that are videotaped, including rape, they can't answer the question?
They won't answer a single
I've only
question,
experienced one person who is a radicalized person from like Southern Kentucky in America who admitted to it on camera. Other than that, why can't you just say it happened?
Yeah.
Because if they
all
do,
deny it.
obviously, how do you justify that?
Just
right?
like
But they
Holocaust.
can't. They are trained not to admit to it. It's fascinating, man. It's really fascinating.
How brainwashed they are. How much of a shell they are.
Atrocity propaganda?
Not
I'm the
shells,
interviewer. I'm
shells.
asking you the question, and perhaps you would answer the question.
I'm here to suggest that your interview is premised upon extremely racist, anti-Palestinian.
They act like it's a racial thing. It's not. It can't be racist in Israel because they have so many people. They're a democracy. Everybody's elected. Everybody's able to run for office as a citizen there. They have multiple nationalities there. Like, he's acting like Israel is racist and has a hate towards these Gazans that are Arabs. There's no Arab hate. And there's an issue with Islam and the beliefs that Islam upholds, which is killing all the Jews. These interviewers are stupid. Not the interviewer, but the interviewee. And dude's just so uneducated.
In bigotry, and that you're running cover.
Why do you think that? I mean, is it not the case? Do you believe that it is not the case that a bulldozer went through a fence, that people were raped, tortured, and kidnapped of various nationalities, including Israeli people, but also Nepalese, American, French, and others by Hamas?
The British government is participating in this genocide.
You
and what
haven't
you're
spoken
doing,
about Hamas at all, Frank, and you've talked about the British
why do
and
you
the
keep talking over
Israelis.
me?
Well,
Why
I'd
do
love
you
to,
keep talking
because you're
over
not answering my questions.
I'm here to suggest that you are running atrocity propaganda for a genocide in which your own government is actively participating, and you're doing that because you've chosen to premise this interview on the most disturbing anti-Palestinian racism.
Why is it anti-Palestinian racism to talk about what the terrorist group
atrocious
Hamas
acts
did
they
on the
did.
7th of October? Why is that anti-Palestinian racism?
Why
He's
is it
doing a really good
Islamophobia?
job, not the interviewer. I don't even know his name. Fucking the guy with the headphones. He's doing a really good job of basically trying to put words into the interviewer's mouth by making it seem like by bringing up October 7th, he is conflating Palestinian people with Hamas.
Yeah.
And the interviewer did a really good job of directly talking about the atrocities committed by a terrorist group, obviously a terrorist group that is known
the
by the United
Palestinian
Nations,
people that
categorized as
followed
one,
them through the boat
on the
with the
7th of
bulldozer.
October. He hasn't mentioned anything about the Palestinian people. He hasn't mentioned anything about the civilians living in there. He's talking about the atrocities committed, which he still, Frank, hasn't been able to address.
We're 22 months into a genocide that's being enacted by fascists, and you seem to have sided yourself with the fascists. Can you confirm for your viewers that you are in fact anti-fascist and that you oppose the fascists in the apartheid state of Israel as they are engaged in the mass murder of Palestinians as we speak? Can you just confirm that?
Barristers have an overriding duty to uphold the administration of justice. Do you believe that your actions outside the courtroom yesterday, which we're talking about resistance, which I believe means terrorism, outside the court where a court case based on terrorist offences is taking place? As I say, I don't want to get into the whys and wherefores of that case. I'm sure you as a barrister with a greater legal knowledge than me will know that that is something we shouldn't do because we don't want to prejudice a trial. What I'm wondering is, what's that got to do with the fact, I mean, why have you done that, I suppose, is my question.
Well, I'm here to suggest that Palestinians have a right to use armed force to resist the apartheid state that is committing a genocide against them. That's clear as a matter of
If they would have checked military targets, fine, but they did not.
Genocide. Think about
they went after the innocent, the weak, the women, the children.
According to the law, that your resistance is allowed to be used if you are under the apartheid state, which doesn't exist in Israel. Does that also include raping women?
Yeah.
This is where the conversation gets really uncomfortable for people. Does it include raping women? Where is it written that it is, according to the law, allowed to rape women as a means of resistance for a liberation movement because you are in some sort of an apartheid? And let's imagine that they were in apartheid, which they aren't. Is it still allowed to happen? Yes or no?
What happened on the 7th of October is justified.
Well, you interrupted me again. What I was saying was that the way that you stop a genocide is with military force. And so I'm here to suggest that everyone should be loudly proclaiming their support for the Palestinian right to use armed force to attack the army that's committing a genocide against them. It's also the case that Palestinians should be supported whenever they choose to pursue whatever strategy they want to liberate themselves from the occupation.
I don't think you're answering my questions, Frank. And as a barrister, you will know that in court you ask a witness a question and then they answer it. I just don't think you're answering them. Maybe I'll try another.
Hold on. I'm not your witness.
I didn't say you were. I'm simply saying that you'll be familiar with the concept of an interview. Usually I ask a question. Usually you will give me an answer. I think it's a reasonable. Sorry, go ahead.
Your questions are extremely racist against Palestinians.
How?
And I've explained
You haven't told me how.
You're running cover for a genocide of Palestinians that's happening as you and I are speaking, and that specifically is targeting your colleagues in the journalism profession. Hundreds of your colleagues in Palestine are being murdered because they are. 237 journalists last time I counted. Your colleague Anas al-Sharif was murdered by the fascist apartheid state of Israel. You have nothing to say about it.
That is another matter. What I would, and I'm the one doing the interview. I'm the one doing the interview. I've broadcast about that previously, and my opinions on that are on the record. In regard to resistance versus terrorism, would you argue, or would you say that what happened with the jihadists on the 7th on 7/7 on the 2005 was resistance or terrorism?
The term terrorism may have some use as a matter of politics. As a matter of law, it should be abolished. The Terrorism Act
Before
2000
Disney
is in a
Plus was
legitimacy
big.
crisis because it keeps being
You can
used
switch the buttons
by
around though
the
in the app.
administrators of the British Empire as they commit this genocide to try and attack and suppress speech that criticises them as they do that, right? Let's be clear that your government, the British government...
So I've given you the opportunity to say that the jihadists who committed 7/7 are terrorists. You've said that you've not taken that opportunity. Let me try another one. The Manchester bomber who murdered people, including children, would you call him a terrorist?
You're a disgrace to your profession and you're extremely
racist. Why? I'm asking perfectly reasonable questions which you haven't answered.
He can't answer anything, bro. You can't answer anything. I mean, they are trained quite well, if you ask me, man. They go through intense training to be able to deflect and throw it right back. It's like a boomerang for these people. And then the pro-Palestinians are like, we don't have to answer to anything, do we?
No.
No, you're not. You're running atrocity propaganda 22 months into a genocide.
Well, why have you decided to do this interview then, Frank?
I was hoping that you might have some integrity and admit that you made a terrible mistake by embracing the fascist ideology of Zionism and agreeing to apologize to the people of Palestine for embracing.
So speaking of integrity, you're someone
you just
who
don't let me finish. You call yourself a journalist. You don't let me talk. It's ridiculous.
You call yourself a barrister. Plenty of people say that you are someone who should apologize to the woman who had family members die on the 7th of October, who you called a Zionist wretch. You also tweeted, "We're going to effing destroy an Israeli arms manufacturer." Would you like to apologise for that?
You're talking about Elbit Systems UK Limited, which is...
Well, let's talk about the woman you called a Zionist wretch, whose family members died on the 7th of October.
I'm not about to talk about that. I do want to talk about what you just raised.
Why not?
Because I'll choose how to answer your questions. Are you going to let me answer?
Well, I'd like you to answer the question about the woman you called a Zionist wretch and why you did that.
Yeah, and I've explained. I'm not going to talk about that.
Why not? Why are you not going to talk about it? Why will you not apologize to her?
You know that how long are we into this? 9 minutes into this interview. I've spoken 8 minutes into this interview. He hasn't answered one question. You guys understand that? Not one question has been answered for the case against Israel. None of them.
I'm not going to have you spring these questions on me.
I'm not springing the questions. That is something that you're perfectly aware of. That is something that has been a matter of public controversy. You're a controversial barrister. I have been contacted today by a number of members of your profession who say that you, in their view, are not upholding the standards of your profession. What do you make of that?
Well, I came here to talk about the genocide of Palestinians, which is happening as you and I are speaking, and which the company Elbit Systems UK Limited, which I was talking about in the tweet you referenced, that's a subsidiary of an Israeli company. It's a company that Palestine Action existed to attack and defeat, and it's an integral part of the Israeli government's apartheid regime, which, as I've said, is currently governed by fascists. I'm here to suggest that the ideology of Zionism is an
people don't know what a fascist is. Let's look at Italy in 1940.
Courage to do what Zara Sultana MP
That's
did
what
and
fascism is.
That anyone who embraced Zionism made a terrible mistake, that they were endorsing the logic of the mass murder of Palestinians because they're viewed as a racial threat to the demographic purity of Israel.
If it were a mass murder, you would see a lot more dead instead of these small casualty numbers one by one by one.
Family on that fascist ideology to side unequivocally with the Palestinians.
What it is
as they liberate themselves from
Hamas
that
militants holding families hostage at gunpoint, waiting for an Israeli bomb to hit the house because they have multiple men with guns.
I mean, does that mean, in your view, and I don't know,
martyrdom is paid for.
Does that mean, in your view, that we should side ourselves unequivocally with Hamas?
There is a distinction in international law between what's called jus ad bellum and jus in bello, right? The reason for the war and the conduct of the war. I think that what's absolutely clear is that Palestinians have a right to engage in armed struggle against an apartheid state while it tries to destroy them. I'm obviously not here to start falling into the traps you're trying to set regarding the Terrorism Act 2000.
They're not traps, they're perfectly ordinary questions.
They are ordinary questions. I don't understand why he's not able to answer them.
What it says, because it might commit a criminal offence, while the other one gets to go on a platform and spout
if it's
genocide,
committing
denial,
criminal offences, then maybe it's illegal and against the law.
Consequences, right? That's the imbalance that the British state that's participating in this genocide has deliberately created. And I'm inviting you to have some courage to challenge the British state instead of engaging in this continued anti-Palestinian racism. It's a genocide, mate. Like, seriously, like, how have you allowed yourself to become so numb to that? Have you lost all humanity? Like, seriously?
I would argue, Frank, well, you're asking me a question, I want to put it back to you. I would argue that to be a humanitarian, what you would do right now is say that what Hamas did on the 7th of October was a lack of humanity, was a horrible, evil act that should not have happened. I would also challenge you to say that any anti-Semitism that happens in this country, including some that you have been accused of by others, should be completely condemned.
You want to be very careful. it's not been shown that I've done anything anti-Semitic.
I haven't said that either. I've said that you've been accused of it.
It's as I've said. You are currently choosing to side with the British government while it commits a genocide. I'm inviting you to do something far more courageous, to admit that you made a mistake by embracing the fascist ideology of Zionism, to apologize to the people of Palestine, and to come out like Zara Sultana did as an anti-Zionist. It's beyond urgent. It's 22 months into a genocide, and you're still talking about October when it started, October 2023.
Do you not think we should talk about it? Do you think we should not talk about the 7th of October?
I think that the 7th of October is being used as atrocity propaganda, and I think that you are personally responsible for spending 22 months propagating atrocity propaganda. You are justifying a genocide, and you will be remembered as such.
I think you'll be remembered too, Frank. I think you'll be remembered very, very clearly.
Poorly.
Thank you for joining me.
Well, clearly, but poorly.
The interesting thing about Frank is that he's really never been to the region. He's never been to the Gaza Strip. He's never actually seen it with his own two eyes. And the entire genocide claim is just like, it's the most easily debunked thing in the world. First of all, the population has increased. In genocides, populations don't increase. That's number one. Number two, in genocides, the enemy territory usually doesn't feed the other enemy territory, meaning Israel is providing aid.
Make sure they give them the amount of calories they need.
In northern Gaza and Gaza City. That's because the United Nations will refuse to work with the GHF and the IDF. So you have tons of food,
sitting
there, soaking up vitamin D, not getting delivered to people. But at the same time, you see YouTubers inside of the Gaza Strip going to markets, vlogging their way, buying macaroni and diced tomatoes and canned meat. I keep saying this over and over because I literally have been watching this guy Yusuf's channel, who then have the audacity to ask for more donations from people abroad who only see the videos of set up pictures of kids and women crying, waiting for food. But the flea market behind them, 200 yards, is selling macaroni. And then you see the arms of the Hamas terrorists full of flesh, as if they've been fed, well fed. And then you see the Israeli hostages who look like they haven't been fed in almost 22 months.
Starve their victims.
And so the other thing is, if there was a full-on famine and genocide, how is it that the population has increased and still survives? Human beings are not meant to survive with zero food, zero nutrition for 22 months.
There'd be tons of miscarriages.
There is no genocide in the Gaza Strip. Frank doesn't know that there's no genocide in the Gaza Strip. He's just getting paid very well. He doesn't know better to even look beyond the surface.
The body does not run when there's famine.
Blaming everything on Zionism, blaming everything on the Jews, blaming everything on the state of Israel and the establishment of Israel is just returning to scapegoating to us, to white people for all the world's problems. You see how zero accountability was held? No accountability was held by Frank on the pro-Palestinian movement for Hamas? None. So the same way that the anti-Israel pro-Palestinians want to say that like radical Israelis and pro-Israel people always say that everything's on Hamas, well, I could say that they think that everything's on Israel. Tomato, tomato, we can play ping pong all day. Doesn't validate the argument because you claim the same thing. It's ridiculous. Thank you so much for all your support. Links in the description to help this channel grow. Here's a note from me.
Agree.
Here are 4 ways you can help us grow if you believe in our mission.
I agree, Brock. Other Brock. Oh, JD. He's live. What else? Oh yeah, let's not talk about the idiot that decided to burn a flag right after the burn ban came into effect for flags.
Are you familiar with Nelson Mandela?
Of course.
Okay, well, I'm going to use his words to kind of answer your question here. But Nelson Mandela said, and this is true, that if you have a problem with the means, so the means that the oppressed use, the oppressed...
Oh, it's a short, sorry.
I have a surprise for you. Are you familiar with Nelson Mandela?
Of course.
Okay, well, I'm going to use his words to kind of answer your question here. But Nelson Mandela said, and this is true, that if you have a problem with the means, so the means that the oppressed use to resist their oppressor, they're determined by the oppressor. So if you have a problem with the means used to resist the oppressor, then you should condemn and you should criticize the oppressor for getting rid of all means of resistance except violence. That's the only means that the Palestinians have to resist their genocidal oppressors. And if you have a problem with that, then your condemnation should lie with the oppressor.
What I have a problem with is the murder of innocent civilians on
I have a
October
problem
7th
with that too. And you know
purely
who's doing
because
that?
they're
Israel.
Jewish. Israel is acting in self-defense,
Israel is the one who's sending the
taking
Apache
incredible
helicopters
measures
to kill all those people.
to protect civilians. If you don't see October 7 as terrorism, then I don't even know what to say to you. And ultimately, this war could have been ended. All these civilian lives could have been saved if Hamas had laid down its weapons and given back the hostages and committed to building Gaza without
Hamas has literally
radicalism.
offered at least 4 times to return all of the hostages, and Israel has said no every single time.
That's a lie.
That is plainly false.
This is
Hamas is
counterfactual. I don't know where you're getting this
They
from.
don't compromise.
Thank you so much, Jordan. We're out of time now. Thank you for coming on this show. We really appreciate your time. Have a good evening.
Thanks for having me.
So, in conclusion, Hamas controlling Gaza is apparently irrelevant to whether or not there'll be peace, and it was actually the IDF that killed most of the people on October 7. Insane. But look, even though I thoroughly, vehemently disagree with everything Jordan just said,
so much
I appreciate
chaos.
that he was willing to
Baby's
come on, and that's what this is all
Eli's
about.
crying.
Let's have the debate.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say on this video. If other people who don't like Israel are not willing to hold Hamas, hold their friends, hold Iran, hold any of their other neighbors
Hezbollah.
that have taken part, hold any of the Fatah members of Fatah, should I say, and any of the other militia brigades.
Yeah,
that took
all the
part in
bottles
October
should be in
7th
the
atrocity.
steamer.
If they're not willing to hold any of them accountable, I don't see any point in having conversations with people like this right now.
Yep.
Because they don't have access to the information. I just find it fascinating that there are still people today in August 2025.
Are you familiar with Nelson Mandela?
Of course.
Yeah, they're all clean. What is going on? Is that Britney Spears?
The last 2 years have changed me, and honestly, I don't think that I can call myself a Christian anymore. I've been considering converting to Islam
We
for
never
2
did.
years.
Yeah.
You want to
That's right.
know the biggest difference that I've
Britney
noticed
Spears?
between Christianity and Islam?
Please.
One is based off of love. The
What?
other is based off of fear. I'm going to be so for real with you. I've had
agree.
to really practice fearlessness in the last 2 years as I have advocated for the Palestinians and for these global genocides in the world. And the more
You
that I have
advocated for
become
them?
fearless, the more that I've pulled away from Christianity and leaned more towards Islam.
Oh, Christianity is the
I've
fear.
learned is that Islam and
Talking about
Islam
Islam is you can't lean
is
towards
about
it. You have to be
love,
full in.
service,
You have to
and
full
your
in
own
Islam.
personal relationship with God. It's about compassion.
Or die.
It's
Yeah.
about the
It's not
humane
compassion.
treatment of
There's
animals.
no-
And it's about showing
Right
up
after being
for
went-
people when it costs you everything. When it comes to Christianity, at least the way that it's practiced in America, it's very much fear this same God that we all serve, because it is the same God
Nope.
in Islam and Christianity.
Nope.
But it's like, fear
not.
this God or burn. And under that holy fear, Christians have cheered on some of the worst atrocities in history. I choose to be on the hard, messy, bloody, dangerous
It is bloody,
front lines
yeah.
with the Muslims, as opposed to sitting comfortably in the back with
But
Christians.
you just said
watching
peaceful.
genocide like it's entertainment, eating
I thought they were
popcorn, and
peaceful.
clapping in the name of Jesus. Who was Palestinian, by the way? I keep
What you got
saying
against
that I'm
popcorn?
still deciding, but I
You're just from
think
Judah.
I just made that final decision, and I guess I'll handle
It's final.
whatever comes
Yeah.
my way in the name
That's
of
not Britney
Allah.
Spears.
She was greeted with open arms by her new Islamic overlords.
Like, yeah.
It reminds me of the self-decapitating Muppets in Labyrinth.
I love somebody who cares about expressing themselves that much that they would match their rainbow hair to their rainbow eyebrows, going from that to cover everything right now or we will kill you with stones.
Yeah, don't hide your clown wig under a bushel.
I don't think that was Britney Spears.
Turning to the investigation, they are now focused on the shooter's family.
They say they have talked to both their father and mother about possible warning signs. Uba Ali spoke to one of the shooter's former teachers, and Uba joins us right now. Hi there.
Hi, Amelia. Teachers are taught a lot of things. One to look out for during mental health trainings is self-isolation, self-harm, anything that could be a cry for help. This teacher says that's what she noticed several years ago and reported it. As the community mourns and investigators work around the clock looking for answers, there is another voice.
I felt like I connected with this student.
Sarah Reilly taught art at one of the high schools the shooter attended in the Twin Cities. They were in her class several years ago when they went by a different name.
I had just like this sculpture that Bob made that was like this little guy with a big nose.
And it wasn't until she saw this photo that she made the connection. Did you ever think this person would be capable of such a heinous act?
No.
But she recalls noticing concerning signs.
Self-harm is usually an indication of either a cry for help or an expression of self-hatred or both. And that's something that needs to be reported.
And she did, but doesn't know what happened after. Would you say there was missed warning signs?
I don't know if it's necessarily that they were missed. I noticed.
I don't know. Good music. More Jordan Peterson and Douglas Murray interview? When? True. Unified cereal will never work. I agree. Should we listen to this Islamic debate? Islami debate?
Among the figures who shaped the ancient world, none left a mark as haunting as Pontius Pilate, a man remembered not for glory, but for a single decision. His name is spoken in the Nicene Creed recited by billions of Christians every year, forever binding him to the trial of Jesus of Nazareth. Appointed prefect of Judea in 26 AD, Pilate's mandate from Emperor Tiberius was simple.
Maintain the peace. Honor the Imperium.
But Judea was no ordinary province. It seethed with apocalyptic expectation, messianic uprisings, and a readiness to die for the law of God. Rome crushed every revolt without mercy, yet the embers of rebellion always persisted. Into this furnace Pilate stepped, and in the clash between Caesar's empire and Jewish hopes for deliverance, he faced the unique decision that would define him and the world. At the height of religious fervor in Judea, Pilate presided over the trial and execution of Jesus, a moment that eclipsed every other act of his career. This is the background story of what happened that day, with more to the story than it may seem. When a Roman governor found
this on my
himself
YouTube.
shockingly caught between two kingdoms, his conscience was pressed with ultimatums both political and eternal. There was something different about this man this time. He was unafraid. Here, Pilate's encounter with the king of...
Yeah, I have the whole encounter of Pontius Pilate. I read that whole letter that Pilate sent to Caesar. Oh gosh, Hurricane Katrina. 20 years already since that. I can't believe it. Really hit New Orleans. Okay, let's play some MechBreaker. We can look at more YouTube videos later. I'll probably play a game or two of MechBreaker and back to YouTube because my eyes and my arms can't handle the movement. Mecha Break, sorry. Call it MechBreaker, but it's Mecha Break. Kick. Change my settings on Kick. Mecha. They have 2 new mechs coming out, I think. I need to unlock 2 more of them. Of the ones in the current season. Now, we have hopes that we won't crash. Which we shouldn't. Shouldn't crash. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes I fall to my knees and pray. Come, Jesus, come. Today be the day. Why did the stream stop? As soon as I launch the game, okay. Soon as I launch the game, I'll rumble. It shuts my stream off. So stupid. Wait, it says it's live still. Is it? Let's refresh. It's probably not. Yeah, it's not. There we go. Offline. End it. Mute tab, thumbs ups all around. Like, follow, subscribe, Twitch Primes, more than welcome. After this, every time I sign into Rumble, every time I sign into Rumble, because Rumble doesn't like me switching or loading games for some reason. No idea why, but we'll try to solve it. I don't know why. It always DCs. Sorry. Had to horribly sing because I'm getting tired of getting DC'd all the time from my Rumble, please. Add a reconnect button might make it easier. Instead of kicking me from Rumble and ending my stream, here we go. Here we go. Let me let the dog in, because we know Rumble. Every time I switch the game on, it always goes and closes. Always goes and closes every time I try to play some. Oh, thank you. Who knows what happens? I don't. 'Cause Rumble always closes anytime I click a button. And it shuts off like my Windows. 'Cause I don't know the promise. Wow, you got some volume. Let's not give the McBreaker any crazy issues, because I am enjoying the playthrough on the Windows. All that I know is the missions I need to select new missions. What missions are there? I don't. All right. Panther.
New mission available.
Stego.
Please. New mission available. Please check the detail.
Banaka. Let's do Sarah. 1, 2, 4. Tommy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Hurricane. Let's go take that. There were no welcome missions?
Mission?
Mm-hmm. Let's practice with Stego. And then some new Stego tactics. I'm playing Mr. Breaker, even though.
Greetings, pilot. We'll cover the rocket pod in this simulation. Rockets explode on impact. dealing area damage. Hold to fire continuously.
Use the rocket pod to neutralize the enemy striker.
The rocket pod automatically reloads, or you can reload manually. Move the camera to lock onto the enemy striker automatically.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get to move my camera. Tutorial complete. That was simple. Next level.
Next, we'll cover the Rapid Rocket Pod. The Rapid Rocket Pod can fire multiple rockets at once, causing explosions on impact. Try using the Rapid Rocket Pod to neutralize the enemy striker. The Rapid Rocket Pod automatically reloads after use. Move the camera to lock onto the enemy striker automatically.
We did it. Tutorial complete.
Next, we'll cover the jamming haze diffuser.
Number
The
2,
jamming
right?
haze diffuser releases a thick cloud of smoke, concealing friendly units within the area. It increases their fluid armor regeneration while disabling enemy targeting systems.
Oh, okay. Didn't know it regenerated.
Use the jamming haze diffuser to restore your fluid armor.
Oh, it's 1.
Now, the enemy stego will deploy the jamming haze diffuser, preventing you from locking onto it. Tutorial complete.
Tutorial complete.
Next, we'll cover the turret form. In turret form, a stasis field deploys in front of the striker, blocking enemy units from moving and protecting against incoming attacks. If the field takes massive damage in a short time, it will briefly become immune to excess damage. Shield online. The stasis field collapses when it takes too much damage. Keep an eye on its durability. After exiting turret form, the damaged stasis field will automatically regenerate. Shield offline.
Six, 7.
Tutorial complete.
Okay, that was an easy tutorial. Let's combine it.
Next, we'll cover the micro missiles.
Oh, number 3.
First, switch to turret form. Micro missiles can target multiple enemies, unleashing a barrage that deals massive damage. Use the micro missiles to neutralize enemy strikers. In turret form, the striker's firing angle is restricted, preventing it from targeting enemies outside its range. Exit turret form and reposition to neutralize the enemy unit. Shield offline. Target acquired. Shield offline.
Okay, very simple. Oh yeah, I got a badge. And 60 achievement points. Okay. We'll play some Stego. Stegopolis. 2 times are a little longer.
Mission accepted. Mission accepted. Please plan accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah, you go.
It's with baby Mark.
Oh, okay.
Is it shaking you?
No, you're okay. I just heard you humming.
I was in my own little world. Sorry.
Okay.
I did not expect you to know that.
I just heard you because everything got quiet on here, and I was like, who's humming behind me?
And you have both ears covered.
For once, it actually feels more comfortable this way. Although my headband's a little loose. I need to get a new headband eventually. Tighten things up.
A lot of
We got some other issues to deal with.
we're having it.
Yeah. Got more issues to deal with than just getting a new headband. Got you guys to take care of. A roof to keep over our heads somehow. I don't know. Don't know what I'm gonna do.
Stego, ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. Narukami, ready to strike. Aquila, ready to strike. Panaka, ready to
A lot
strike.
of people with voice
Pilot
comms.
proceeding on board.
Hopefully, the match isn't started by the time I get in.
I think you might be in.
Injecting Coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Annihilate the apostles that have infiltrated Sky City. First squad to 8 kills wins the round. Secure 2 rounds out of the next 3 attacks to stop their...
Stego, taking off.
Fire control system neutralize all hostile strikers and safeguard Sky City. Unavailable. offline. Energy low. Insufficient engine.
That's okay.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Yeah, one found one.
Landing area.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
The new round has begun. Fire control system unlocked. Shield online. Shield offline. Reloading. Assist. Unavailable.
Hurricane, coming in to draw enemy fire.
I heard that story and I thought that was crazy. Oh, now I'm over here feeling so This is already been really fun. Like, at least, what?
Tanaka, moving in to fix our strikers up.
Ow. Let's go. I can do that. Hey, that's
Insufficient engine output. Shield offline. Target acquired. Assist.
We can't move it.
Yay!
Victory.
One kill, 3 assists.
MVP.
Sky Raider will bomb them to smithereens!
Sky Raider's good, huh?
Maybe.
Come on. Sicko needs more points. I'm sorry. Oh. Shit, boops. Mm. Your mom outside?
You let the dog out.
By who?
Aliens. Is it on the internet?
Yeah.
Stego, ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. Aleseness, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board.
Are going to go again.
Diffuse all chloride extractors deployed by Thea's Vanguard. They will...
Yeah. Thank you. Right, both. Don't worry, I'll get.
Stego, taking off. Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Dismantle chloride extractors to prevent chloride pulse storm. Optimal camo drone will signal fire control system unlocked. Stabilizing. Unavailable. Shield chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Fuel is good.
Extractor deploys in 10
I get hit with.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Oh, Sky Raider.
Double kill. Ready for deployment.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Fire control system unlocked. Stabilizing. Reloading.
Aquila! Ready to provide aerial cover?
Fire. Chloride extractor deploys in 10. Chloride extractor deployed. Shield offline. Assist. Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy. Dismantle the extractor first. Dismantled. Energy low. Assist. Insufficient engine output. Reloading. Assist. Energy low. Energy low. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Chloride extractor deployed.
Dismantle the extractor first.
Dismantling chloride extractor. Enemy down. Chloride extractor dismantled.
Hey, we did it.
Enemy down. Ready for deployment.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Fire control system unlocked. Energy low. Reloading. Shield online. Enemy down. Insufficient engine output.
Aleseness, hitting the front line.
Energy low. Stabilizing. Chloride extractor deployed. Weapon not ready. Shield online. Enemy down. Weapon dismantling chloride extractor.
Dismantle the extractor first.
Shield offline. Weapon not ready. Assist. Energy low. Insufficient engine output.
Aquila! Ready to provide aerial cover?
Energy low. Unavailable. Shield offline. sequence. Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Chlorite extractor dismantled by enemy.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Fire control system unlocked. Large chlorite energy low.
Elysius, hitting the front line.
Large chlorite extractor deployed. Insufficient engine output. Enemy down. Double kill. Dismantling chlorite extractor. Dismantling chlorite extractor. Large stratum shadow dismantled. Initiating ejection sequence.
Okay, let's fight at least. Six, 4, 9. That's good.
Ready for deployment. Chlorite extractor deployed.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Dismantling chlorite extractor. Victory!
GG's, that was a tough one.
Enemy down. MVP.
No escape from Stego's barrage.
No escape from Stego's barrage.
Mini. Twins grew up very. They have 9 kids. They bought Vincent's drugstore. So, Colton Porter became a professional wrestler. You know him as the Great Defeat.
Hartley did so much.
But he never. He owns his own business. Coaches a little league with his sons.
Platinum 1. Yeah, almost in diamond, I think. I think that's next, right?
I was the last. When I did.
1.9, so I got less than 7 to do. She asleep again?
From then on,
She asleep again? No. Why awake? Can I see her? Yeah, I'll hold her for a little bit. I have to get up a pee though, but I'll carry her. I can carry her. Her mom's not in the bathroom, is she? You hear her existing. I'll be right back. We're holding the baby for a minute. Just because we love the babies. We love the baby Savannah. Right? Right, Savannah? La 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 love you. No! No! We need the bottle. You're hungry. No crying. We don't want the crying. We just want the not. No. I hear you. There, you in sit up? Are you okay? Don't look sad like that at all, right? Baby. You don't want it? You want no milkies? No, no milkies. Yuck. Yuck, milk. No, milky yummy. Milky yummy. Sounds bad. Make it like I'm walking, even though I can't with you. Make me hold you, but I love you. Pop, 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 What? Well, look at you holding your head up. Oh, you did such a good job. Look, hold your head up. Wow, she's doing such a good job. Baby, yeah. There you go. Look around. Yeah. Wow. No, not the pouty face. Mama. So cute. Yeah, she wants to be moved around in a way that I cannot.
Is there a poop?
Maybe.
Not a whiff when I'm talking to that.
It could be me.
Could be. It could be a fish can.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Use your phone.
Oh, thanks, kid.
What?
Mm-hmm. Wow. No, not at all.
Can you put your Oh, yeah, it was easy. You shot me. Yeah, I had like I was like a level. And then you can see like it's a bit. It's a bit. And you're like, no. And you just want to like
Holy mission tokens. Batman. Yep, Stellaris is next. And then I'll get Inferno. 6. 3. Oh, this one's nicer. Wouldn't mind getting some of these patterns too. Huh. Really want that lamp. Mm-mm. An hour.
It was, but it's not. Yeah. Oh, it's 10:18. This one.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what they tell you now?
All right, we need 1,000 of these, whatever matrix. Yeah, I just dump it and refill it. I've never done ace either. Oh. Yeah, those stay off. Hmm. You jug up here. I think I'm okay. They don't have any way to yeah, that's too dark. Wow, that was quick.
Hanaka, ready to strike. Tricera, ready to strike. Stego, ready to strike. Welkin, ready to strike.
Oh, or I'll switch to power.
Panther, ready to strike.
Some kills. Hopefully, who knows? Who knows with this guy? Can I play with him?
Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting Colixium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Eliminate all mercenaries in the Sky Fortress. The first squad to 8 kills wins the round. Secure 2 out of 3 rounds of attack to suppress the enemy forces.
No, come on.
Panther, taking off.
I'm gonna load in late.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Conclude the operation. Energy low. Insufficient engine output.
Sarah.
Ah.
Down the front.
Get over here.
Energy low. Weapon not ready.
Eyes on this target.
Shield online. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Fire from left. Weapon not ready. Shield online. Unavailable.
You can't get enough, huh?
Skyraider here. The sky is ours.
Eyes on this target.
Energy low. Online.
Try Sarah. Holding down the front.
Insufficient engine output.
Eyes on this target.
Insufficient engine output. Round ends in 60 seconds. Unavailable. Unavailable. Weapon not ready. Assist.
Yeah, I might need that auto lock on. That's very hard to do without an auto lock on.
Panther, diving into ambush.
The new round has begun. Shield online. Shield activated. Weapon not ready. Shield offline. Unavailable.
Come on. It's horrible. He didn't even see me. Just
Ready for deployment.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Get over here.
Weapon not ready. activated. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Shield activated. Weapon not ready.
Tricera,
Assist.
holding down the front.
Energy low. Unavailable. Assist. Energy low. Assist.
GG, I guess. I didn't get any kills.
Assist. MVP.
Welcome ain't something to mess with.
10 hours playtime, huh? Got 8.2. Ew. Can I? Oh, we're in diamond. I didn't get a single kill. I didn't get 2 kills with Panther. Let's finish Stego up. Alright, upload points with Serenith. Ugh.
Stego, ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. Narukami, pilot proceeding on board. Particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Flight bridge initiated.
Escort the payload along the route to the launch site. Activating the consoles along the way can speed up the payload. Make sure to reach the destination before the enemy.
Stego, taking off.
Fire from front.
Take it out.
Assist. 20 seconds.
Signal console! Here I come!
Double kill.
Check it out.
Signal console. Triple kill. Assist.
Can someone push the payload?
The payload is quickly advancing. Assist. Shield offline.
Can someone push the payload?
Shield offline. Reloading.
Can someone push the payload? Can someone push the payload?
Assist. Advancing payload. Reloading. Shield offline.
Will someone push the payload?
Assist.
Pinaka! Moving in to fix our strikers up!
I died. I didn't want to die. Who won?
Assist. Ready for
Can
deployment.
someone push the payload?
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Can someone push the payload?
Single fire control system unlocked.
So many kills. Yeah.
Assist.
4 kills, 9 assists, 1 dub.
Enemy down. MVP.
No escape from Stego's barrage.
More victories. We did this. Yay, 300. Those aren't unlocked though. 666. It's probably Matrix Marketplace. No, it's logistics. I was right. Matrix selection. Oh. don't understand how Serenith has light support. It doesn't make sense to me. I go to the bathroom.
If you're doing your drug thing, that's cool.
I'm here. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. Will. Love ya. Leah says hi.
Hi, Leah.
Says hi back. I gotta take my medicine too. Nah, I wasn't doing my tablet thing yet. Need to. I wasn't. Got even more pills now. Happy Friday. Hopefully it's a good one. Was a good one. Work going okay. As well. As well as it can be in being work. Bless you.
Thank you. No, I had like an incident today where a guy was like, I'm not doing that, you do it. And I'm just like, excuse me? And long story short,
So, somebody from the manufacturing floor.
no, it was a senior software engineer, and he called in and he says to us, he's a senior software engineer. He's a full-time employee, so he should already understand how the world works. So he calls in. He's like, my laptop's USB port. My laptop's not holding a charge, and I don't think any of my USB-Cs are charging. He's like, I used the charger and the docking station, and neither seem to power it up. It doesn't read it. And I'm like, that does sound like it's not reading it. So I looked up his laptop. It's already a year old, and we have had in the past worn out USB ports.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I tested other core USB-C cords, and none of them work. And I was like, okay, so it's definitely hardware. It's definitely the laptop.
Yeah, the internals.
And I go, so it sounds like
You're not the repair desk. You're IT help desk.
No, I was like, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, it's not. You're not repairing hardware.
We have to follow our contract. Like, if the warranty's up, it's done. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
gotta replace it. So I told him he's gotta go to the Information Technology Equipment Purchasing site and buy a replacement.
Yeah.
He goes to me and says,
I'm not doing that.
no, he goes, you'll have to, no, he kept, like, arguing with me, like, so will you do that for me? And I'm like, no. And then he's like, I was like, if you don't know how to make a purchase, I can walk you through it, or you can talk to your manager.
Mm-hmm.
He can assist you with making the purchase. And I recommended talking to his manager to tell him why he needs to make the purchase.
Yeah, because it's gonna pop up on an like inventory sheet and be like, why did we get a new laptop? Yeah.
Yes or no. But I'm like, your manager's gonna need to help you anyway, so you might as well just reach out to your manager and say, hey, I need a new laptop.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, I need you to write an email to him. I'm like, no.
No.
Why? He's like, well, you need to tell my manager this. And I was like, no, I don't. He's like, well, why doesn't the IT services tell my manager this? And I was like,
It's your job to tell your manager.
I was like, because there's no reason for us to call your manager for you or do your job for you.
Yeah.
I was like, is there a reason you can't email him? And he goes, no. It's just like, enjoy your Friday and have a great week. And he's like,
Yeah.
ridiculous. And he like hung up and everything. It's just like,
People.
you gotta think, man.
People being people. So what's Tim doing? Rating in WoW? Fun.
Is there a place we can farm lightless armor?
Keys? Probably in the monoliths. That's where I get all my keys to drop. Weaver web. We'll do, you can do some chests. Like some grove of some sort. Yeah, I was playing last Epoch. It just plays horrible on stream. I can't stand it. Uses all my RAM and all my CPU. It shouldn't, because I have 32 gigabytes of RAM, and it's like, eesh. Also, doesn't help. I'm multi-streaming to 5 platforms too, so. Alright, I'm gonna take my last round of meds real quick.
I don't really think you could count on those that much. And then they also have some tank.
1283 of the War News stream, and that is not clickbait. That is a real headline right there. Germany's declared a state of conflict with Russia, and that's a new declaration today. Also, the gas shortage has spread to eastern Russia. It's gotten way worse. And also, Venezuela's mobilized their army against U.S. forces on the coast, and things are popping off yet again today, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear significant developments from the Federal Republic of Germany that Chancellor Friedrich Merz has declared open conflict, or a state of conflict, with the Russian Federation, stating that actions have been conducted by the Russian Federation that are, in short, direct acts of war against the state of Germany, and for this reason, the Federal Republic of Germany will be moving forward in the instance of dealing with direct shots are not being fired into Germany, at least yet at the moment. This has also been followed on by the European Union Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen, who has also stated that Putin is a predator, preying on the demise of the Western world for Russia's benefit and gain, while President Emmanuel Macron, at the exact same time, has stated that if the President of the United States does not take some sort of concerted action to stop really being taken as a sucker by Putin, he will end up being a fool by Monday, and then a clown on Tuesday. We also were able to hear on top of that there appears to have been some sort of a possibility that the Russian Yasin-class submarine, or Akula-class submarine, that threatened the USS Gerald R. Ford on Sunday may have possibly been found, as we are now hearing that a large amount of NATO warships are now converging on a singular area within the central northern region of the Norwegian Sea, highly suggesting that the Yasin-class submarine has been found, and these vessels are going out there to quite literally sit on top of the submarine and observe it from directly above. We have also been able to hear additional news from around the world as well, as it does appear that U.S. military buildups have caused the Venezuelans to rally their armed forces. We were able to see that Nicolas Maduro conducted a little hoopla rally with all of them today, and then we heard that the second backup executive plane of Venezuela took off today for some sort of an unnamed country within South America, highly likely Colombia, Ecuador, or Peru, based on its flight path. There have been rumors at this moment that Maduro may have already fled the country, but we're not entirely sure on that, so those reports are completely unfounded, at least for now. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear that the United States of America's delegation that arrived in Taipei, Taiwan just the other day has stated that they believe that Taiwan has a right to self-determination, and the Taiwanese have also stated that they would like to increase further cooperation with the United States of America in terms of armed support and armed defense of the island nation. At the same time, we were able to hear that this was responded to immediately by the People's Republic of China, laying out their normal sorts of threats against the island of Taiwan and the United States at large, saying that this is a flagrant violation of communist Chinese sovereignty. Nevertheless, there has been a shooting match now at the Afghan-Pakistani border, as it does appear that both sides just wanted to have some fun today. There really was no other explanation for that. We also were able to hear inside of the area of Russia that the fuel shortages are continuing to become worse, and we have also been able to hear of some sort of new fuel implement that is being made, or bootlegged as we would call it, inside of Russian. Some people call it ghetto quality petroleum. Here on this channel we call it gatrolium, as it does appear to be destroying Russian engine blocks at a massive and fervent rate. We have also been able to hear that other Russian refineries were targeted and hit over the course of the night, and a gas station also exploded within Dagestan violently today in the midst of all this. A Russian tanker was also split wide open just out of Novorossiysk, causing another significant oil spill within the Black Sea, hence giving it the actual name, the Black Sea, because about half of it's now filled with crude oil. We also were able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have been holding their lines heavily today, and the Ukrainians also hit another fuel logistics center inside of Bryansk, causing even further damage to the already fragile Russian logistical system that exists for transporting fuel and natural gas not only throughout the Russian Federation, but outside of Russia to foreign markets. We also had some smaller developments from inside of Moscow, as we were able to hear that Putin and Xi Jinping have unified in stating that no one's going to bastardize the history of World War II. And once again, we do thank them for recognizing the United States, Britain, and France, as well as Poland, as the ultimate winners of the Second World War, with the Russians and the Chinese playing an incredibly small part. We also were able to hear that the Russian embassy has denied the claims that they scammed the Iranians and provided all of the air defense details of the Iranians to the Israelis, and we also were able to hear that the Russian defense minister today has also continued to state that they will be trying to get even more kontraktniki, which are the contract soldiers of the Russian Federation, into the armed forces to be able to keep the fight running, suggesting that they are publicly admitting that there are now high casualties. Nevertheless, we have a massive amount of news to cover today, and these were just the big hot topics. This is not all of the little details and big pieces of information that we also have coming from other areas from around the world, but we are going to be making sure to get into each and every single piece of detail that we can tonight of all of the major news that has been coming out over the course of the day. And of course, moving us on into the largest and most major story of the day, that will be taking us into the Federal Republic of Germany and to Berlin, as we have been able to hear today that the Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, has openly stated, and I quote, "Germany is in a state of conflict with Russia. Russia is destabilizing most of Germany and conducting intervention operations through social networks." In short, the German chancellor today has stated that Germany may as well be in a hybrid form of war with the Russian Federation directly as an official government statement from the highest office inside of the Federal Republic of Germany, outside of that of the Bundestag, which is a German version of a Congress. And it does appear that they are now saying that the Russian Federation is conducting destabilizing operations throughout the entirety of the Federal Republic of Germany, both in person and also conducting social network operations to try and further destabilize the Federal Republic of Germany as an extent. This is following on information that we got just yesterday, where the Federal Republic of Germany's officials and the United States both announced that the Russian Federation was also violating the sovereignty of German airspace and flying long distance or deep penetration reconnaissance operations. I was trying to figure out which way to say that, into the Federal Republic of Germany around the areas of the Ramstein airfield and also the Grafenwohr training grounds near to the area of Bavaria. We have also been able to hear that these drones have been attempting to spy on and conduct reconnaissance on weapons and supplies being provided by Western countries and NATO to the state of Ukraine, while those supplies are being handed over inside of Germany for the rest of their leg through Poland and on into Ukraine. This is starting to make it incredibly clear that the Federal Republic of Germany is taking an openly hostile stance by all official statements at this moment against the Russian Federation and is largely considering the situation to be a state of war without any direct shots being fired, at least at the moment. We also were able to hear that this has apparently been concerning enough that a joint statement was made by both Germany and France today that a new air defense detection system or early warning missile defense system is going to be created that will be more advanced, and we have been able to hear rumors that it may be able to detect hypersonic missiles while in flight. And while the response time would be incredibly minimal, it still allows them to sound the alarm at least a few minutes before these missiles were to hit. They're going to be calling this early warning missile defense system the Jewel, and it will apparently be deployed throughout the entirety of the NATO alliance, but primarily inside of Germany and France. It will be able, once again, to conduct an early warning alert or give German and French authorities as much leeway as possible in detecting the incoming missiles coming over the horizon, to be able to sound the alarms across the country, and to also get ready for either air defense operations in conjunction with NATO forces inside of Europe, like the U.S. Army of Europe and Africa, or also to be able to prepare for an actual war with the Russian Federation that is not just a non-shooting war like the Germans have largely declared today, but is a direct shooting war between the two sides. We also were able to hear, as an extension of this as well, that many other European voices are coming out today in absolute hostile rhetoric against the Russian Federation and largely mirroring statements very similar to those issued by Friedrich Merz, which I once again want to reiterate that by a direct quote today did state that Germany is in a state of conflict with the Russian Federation. This is a direct written statement and quote of Chancellor Merz, the head of the Federal Republic of Germany. Germany is in a state of conflict with Russia. I want to make that incredibly clear because I do know that the title seems to be crazy and fairly hard to believe, but there is no clickbait involved in that title. Germany did declare a state of conflict with the Russian Federation today in plain wordage, directly from the Chancellor's office and directly from the Chancellor, Friedrich, than trying to guess the DEFCON. That's like trying to win the lottery, really. But anyways, with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting right back into the news.
And this one goes to Hokey Redneck yet again, and he puts in another $100 donation. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $200 support in total. He said, "Thank you for being in the middle."
Hey, and thank you so much for your massive support, Hokey Redneck, and thank you for enjoying us being in the middle. We try to be in the middle as much as we can. We like to say that we are militantly politically neutral, and I think that that's been a massive service here on this channel. Not a lot of people take that kind of a stand, and I've got to say that it's a wonderful and incredible thing to know that a lot of people appreciate that and support it to help us to keep this channel running. Some people also misunderstand that, though. That doesn't mean that we sit here and act like every administration is the greatest. Well, really, we actually criticize all administrations for the large part, so don't expect that when I say that. Like, don't, like, if I sit there and say this administration is making a bad move and here's why, that doesn't fall within our political criteria, because every single administration that we've ever covered has been subject to scrutiny. And we've only covered two, and that's the current administration and the last one. And the last administration was open to plenty of scrutiny, and the current one is as well. If a president is not open to scrutiny on their foreign policy actions, then there's a bit of an issue there. Like, I'm not saying that we're, going to get heavily political or anything, but if we can't sit there and say that a foreign policy action doesn't appear to be analytically the best idea, and you think that we shouldn't be able to say something like that, or there isn't a reason to say that, there's something concerning going on there. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, but a huge, massive thanks to you for the incredibly huge support tonight, Okie Redneck, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who have helped to make this channel possible for years, and help us to keep this thing rolling well on into the future, and well on through the rest of the night. And speaking of which,
Indeed.
it is
And also, by the way, do you want to hear probably the cringiest joke I've ever come up with of all time? Let me see if you get this one, Enforcer. What actually is a DEF CON? Do you know what that actually means?
A DEF CON man?
A DEF CON is what you call a scammer who can't hear good anymore.
Man, pull out that soundboard. Oh, God, pull it out.
Honestly,
pull it out.
let me pull out the soundboard. Come on, man. I got to get
Whip
it.
it out.
That sucks so bad. Let's get it, little.
Oh, my God.
Oh, we had 2 and 1. Terrible dad joke. I tell you what, we had to hit it, though. It had to bring us into the next news segment. I tell you.
Man, I got to tell you. Whew, man, we had to have one. We had to have one, folks. We had to do it. That was actually pretty good, though, I'll admit. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news. We were able to hear that the current U.S. administration is still trying to work on another Putin meeting. Anyways, moving on from that and into New York, we also got to see that Witkoff met the Ukrainian negotiator inside of New York. This picture is one for the ages. I don't know why Witkoff looks like he was just caught doing something like illegal, possibly. But also the Ukrainian negotiator looks like he's probably going to pick up a drinking habit after this. So I don't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, Witkoff just got caught trying to strong arm the Ukrainians again. Honestly, at this point, and when I say strong arm, folks, I mean that he's trying to force them into a peace deal that they really don't want. That's what I mean by that. But also, the Ukrainian guy looks absolutely fed up. Like, he looks like he is tired. Like, I don't blame him. I'd be tired too. I'll need a long rest after that.
Man, I don't know what Witkoff said, but he probably said, "Can you believe that the Russians said y'all are genociding people?" Like, or something like that. He's just like, "Oh my God. I'm so tired of this." But anyways, moving on from that and out of New York, it is time for us to move on over into East Asia, China, because we've had a lot of news coming out from the Chinese today. Moving us on over into Taiwan, or specifically Taipei, which is a part of Taiwan, which is a part of the Republic of China, which is different than Communist China on the mainland. But moving on into the island of Taiwan, under the jurisdiction of the Republic of China, we have been able to hear that the United States delegation that went to Taiwan has said some very interesting things. A senior U.S. congressional delegation arrived in Taiwan yesterday ahead of China's highly publicized military parade, which is coming up on the 3rd of September. Beijing has, in the past, used such visits as a pretext to escalate, although that is not a given. We come here from the United States, as Senator Roger Wicker said, bringing a message from the Congress of commitment, of long-term friendship, and a determination that a free country like Taiwan absolutely has the right to remain free and preserve self-determination. Now, there was actually something a little bit important in there.
I'm going to get some more beef jerky.
A free
Be right back.
country like Taiwan, that's actually something that has not been said in the United States for a very long time, because officially the United States of America does not recognize Taiwan as an actual sovereign state. We recognize them as a part of Communist China, but we also recognize the sovereignty of the Republic of China's government on the island of Taiwan. So it's this paradoxical thing where we don't recognize that Taiwan as a country exists, but we recognize the government of that country, in a sense, ensuring that they survive or have some sort of some form of recognition by the U.S. government. So that's
I could go for one of those stuffed soft pretzels again. Those were
This is
good.
another one, preserving self-determination, pretty much saying that the United States is behind them if they want to declare independence from the Chinese, which the Chinese have made
Yeah, I
clear
forget
throughout
the
their
name.
entire history that if Taiwan actually tries to declare themselves a separate entity than some form of a China, they are going to go to war with Taiwan and invade them to take them over. So this was actually quite a decent amount.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Farmers market. I know it's in the farmers market, but yeah, I forget what the name it is. Yeah, so good. So good.
Of provide rockets, more U.S. forces, such things along those lines to protect themselves from the communist Chinese. It does appear that right now the Chinese are reserving retaliation, but still they haven't made any official overt actions that are incredibly aggressive, at least for now. We also got to see that an
China.
RC-135W rivet joint was also in the area just south of Kaohsiung City, which is on the southern side of the island, conducting some sort of an orbit within the area for undetermined reasons. But before we move on from this and on into what we were able to see unveiled within the mainland of China today, Matthew, what are people thinking about this whole developing incident with the Taiwanese, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so I think this visit right here might have blindsided the Chinese government just a little bit because they really didn't respond in their usual manner by going off the deep end. They simply firmly opposed it in a statement and they reserved retaliation for later. And what are your thoughts about that sort of odd reaction from China? A very light reaction, actually. So 44% said China will respond harsher soon, while 37% said China is scared of the U.S. admin, and 8% said this is very unexpected to me. And it's unexpected to me. I will say that I'm with the 8%. I was expecting a much stronger reaction, and I can only assume that maybe a stronger one is coming very, very soon in the future because this would be very, very light. Like China has done way worse in retaliation for a U.S. visit to Taiwan in the past, and it was even less serious than this visit. This visit right here, the U.S. officials made direct statements which were designed to provoke China, in my opinion, and that China's taking a much lighter approach this time. So I think maybe they're blindsided. That's maybe the reason why they've taken that sort of odd approach right there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to say, I think they were blindsided. These were probably the most overt, direct statements that had been seen. The last delegation that actually went to Taiwan, I believe, was in 2023 or late 2022. It was actually led by the, I believe she was still the Speaker of the House at the time, Nancy Pelosi.
Yes.
So she was actually the last one to
So
lead
much
the
beef jerky.
prior
It's so delicious.
delegation. Which also, by the way, I want to point out here that the current delegation is headed by a Republican senator with a Republican president as the president of the United States. The prior delegation that went to Taiwan was led by a Democrat, largely leading the delegation, while a Democrat president was in charge. So it does appear that there at least is some sort of continuity that the heads of these delegations are generally a part of the majority party in the government during that time, generally showing that at least there is some sort of a consolidated effort by both the prior administration and the current administration to show that there is, by political party affiliation, a general blessing being given by the majority of the government to these sorts of
Poor
arrivals.
baby, I hear
So
crying.
it does seem that at least at the moment, that is generally something to add into the equation as well. But I also have to say that the last time the delegation went under Pelosi, there wasn't really any comments made. Like there were some very, like I would have to say the most neutrally of worded comments that were made, but it was nothing to incense the Chinese. And this time, this fella, he went there and he said, I smell the Chinese and I smell blood. It's like, okay, it's like I didn't know we were going for that route. Probably not the best approach to
Red?
like I have to say, I like as far as putting our enemies into a corner, I'm all for it. But considering that the Russians are pretty much an imminent threat around the corner right now, we really don't know what's going on with that. The whole military intervention in Venezuela and also telling the Chinese we want blood.
That's how it works.
It's probably not the best moment to do that. Like I'm for that later, but not right now. We kind of want to put our ducks in a row, and right now we're getting the ducks all front and center in one big group where we might not be able to deal with each duck at a time, and that's kind of a bit of a concern.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they had that buff on it where like half health splits into two.
Taiwan and bring that to Ukraine. It's like Ukraine's they're in an actual war right now. Like they're actually fighting Russia right now. And in my opinion, Russia is a lot easier to take on as a country than taking China on. Like Russia is a much easier fight to take on. So why is it that Russia is getting the free pass every single time? Like whenever we send U.S. officials over to Ukraine, it's usually to convince Zelensky to enter a peace deal that he doesn't want, to basically capitulate, or they go over there and they meet up with Vladimir Putin or something and they try to coddle him some more. But yeah, we're not trying to do that with China and Taiwan. It's like, what's the deal? China is literally the country you don't want to pick a fight with, but yeah, we're going to try to pick a fight with them over Putin. It's like, what's the logic?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because China's bigger than Russia in every way. They have 1.4 billion people. Russia has 110. China has a GDP of nearly $18 trillion. Russia has a GDP of about 2 trillion. China also has the largest largest ground army in the world by numbers of service members, and also the second largest military budget in the world. The Russians have, I think, like the 7th largest military budget in the world, and they also have like the 5th largest armed forces, not the biggest ones, and so on and so forth. And then also, by the way, the Chinese are nuclear armed and do have nuclear weapons, practically all of them, that can be fired at the United States and pretty much wipe out the United States. They have enough nuclear weaponry to be able to do that. So I don't know why in the world we're always more than gung-ho to go, hey, let's go hit the Chinese and see what they'll do. And then we don't apply that same logic with the Russians. I find that a little weird.
Yeah, you remember, and also you remember back in the day, like when I say back in the day, I mean like a month or two ago. Like that's what's back in the day these days, with how crazy the world's gotten. But the U.S. Defense Department was making wild statements about how they would literally take out China in a heartbeat. Like they would take down every Chinese soldier if they wanted to take on the U.S. and said all these like wildly provocative statements toward China. And I think it was the defense secretary was even saying it himself. Like he was going berserk on China. We won't say that about Russia, like to save our life.
Wait a minute, hang on. Let me make sure to quote the Secretary of Defense properly. He would go on to Fox because for some reason that's the only avenue they'll go on. He would go on to Fox. He'd go, "We'll kill every Chinaman." It's like, how the hell? Like we would just threaten war with them every day on air, on TV for like a month, and then we just we act like that's not a big serious concern. But it's like China really is, out of the two of these countries, the most serious of concern. Like that's not one to be honestly, the Russians are to be trifled with. Not really that big of a deal. And really all of our adversaries can be trifled with. They're jokes. But China is the one country that actually is big enough that we need to kind of game plan out what we're doing and what we're saying. Because you can't really just do that stuff normally. That doesn't really follow like it's going to be a small little border skirmish. No. They're the largest military and economy in the world behind the United States. Not really a light thing to take on for a weekend activity. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. But still quite an interesting thing. But I don't really know how the Chinese will respond to this because this was so direct. I don't really know what they'll do, and I think it honestly kind of took them off kilter, and right now their foreign ministries having to work on what the hell they're even going to do, and they're also trying to game plan with the Xi to figure that out as well. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear inside of mainland China that a new Chinese Corvette has been unveiled.
Oh damn, that's no C8. That's
jeez. Okay.
It is the Type 56. Likely intended for export. It was spotted at the Dalian Liaoning South shipyard.
And the mom turned.
The Algerian Navy. So not only are the Chinese building their own warships, they're building them for export. But it appears that they are now working on that. So, anyways, we'll be moving on from that type.
Oh, that wasn't what meant to happen.
Central Asia. I'm going to knock these out really quickly. We were able to hear that there was a little firefight along the Afghan-Pakistani border today between the border forces. Basic explanation, they got a little bored, so they started a firefight. There's no big explanation as to why that even happened. Inside of Israel, the Israelis are continuing airstrikes on the Gaza Strip and are continuing their offensive within the area. And we also were able to see another clip here of heavy airstrikes within Gaza. Here's another one. And here's another one. Oh, a little horn salute.
Get out the way.
Holy booms.
That's the clips that we have, at least from there. And we also got to see that the Israelis were conducting night operations as star shells were fired over the city of Gaza itself. With that, we're now going to be
Are you doing a crab build?
from the Gaza Strip and the Middle East in general and the updates from there. And we're going to be moving into Western Russia because this starts a whole new
From the summoning thing.
This starts the fuel
Summoning ring.
crisis, which is still going on, and it's getting worse. We were able to see that over the course of the day, there's still no gas in Pomorsky Krai.
Yeah.
And the shortage is continuing to extend deeper into the Russian Federation. It's starting to consume eastern Russia, and it's slowly working its way
Is it one of those giant crabs?
area around Manchuria towards Lake Baikal at the moment. We also got to see the long queues of people waiting for gas once again, and then we were able to hear that apparently the bootleggers are out in mass, and they are making fake gasoline to sell to people, because y'all know wherever there's a camshaft without gas, or as they say in Russia, wherever there's a cam, there's a scam. And there appears to be a really big one going on in Russia right now. The Russians have started to sell bootleg petroleum, bootolium, or as we call it, hoodolium, here on this channel. And it appears that it's having some unintended side effects for the lifespan and longevity of the car engines.
И тут попробуй тоже.
Oh. Try it again.
He put that boil in the engine.
На Руссоле 3 тачки заправились.
If there ever was an apocalypse, some Russian boil. It's not good for your engine, it turns out.
It doesn't sound like it was healthy. But it does appear that hoodolium is really starting to catch on in eastern Russia. But do not worry, the authorities have insisted that everything
Bolts are no good.
okay. This was a statement today in the Jewish Autonomous Region, which, by the way, I have to explain really quickly, is around right here. It's around Bijan. There we go. That's how it's pronounced. Or Bijan in general. This is the Jewish Autonomous Oblast. Are there any Jews living here?
No zombie apocalypse.
Why is it called that? It's really deep. But
No, thank you.
The fuel crisis has extended around this area. It's apparently gotten out of Primorsky Krai, and like I was saying earlier, is now wrapping around Manchuria and making its way towards Lake Baikal at the moment. But this was the statement from the Jewish Autonomous Region. Gasoline sales to the population in the Leninsky district of the Jewish Autonomous Region will be resumed next week. Due to interruptions in fuel supplies, gasoline sales in the municipality are temporarily limited. Priority is given to specialized equipment, emergency vehicles, and school buses. As acting deputy chairman of the government of the Jewish Autonomous Region, Valery Samkov noted, the failure occurred due to a disruption in the rhythm of deliveries, and agreements between suppliers and customers were violated. The government of the Jewish Autonomous Region has joined in solving the problem and monitoring of the movement of rail tank cars with fuel.
Double barrel shotgun.
According to information from specialists of the Far Eastern Railway, the first tank cars with fuel and lubricants should arrive in the Jewish
He's the Messiah.
Region in 3 days. As soon as the fuel arrives in the region, its sales in the normal mode will be resumed. They could have said Jewish Autonomous Region at least 5 more times, because I don't think they said it enough through the course of this post. But it does appear that lubricants will be making their way into the Jewish Autonomous Region along with petroleum here soon. Diddy is pleased.
What's up with all these lubricants going around all these places? Like the Russians, like every fuel load has.
Pitch black.
Stick now too? Oh my god, they're so fucked. Post-apocalyptic John Wick here. He really just used a rope and like lassoed a dude's leg.
Pull him off that there motorcycle.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Timcast IRL. I am your guest host filling in for our boy Tim Pool. He is out of the hospital. He's just got a hair transplant. So when next time you guys see him, he's going to have a full head of hair. I know it's been a while, but that hair, you know, it takes a minute. So Tim's going to be looking like a superstar very shortly. But before we get into this tonight's show, we got a very special guest. We got, you know, some crazy women, some smart women, some beautiful women. I do want to shout out castbrew.com. Guys, go support the Pimp on a Blimp and Tim Pool and the whole entire crew here, Serge, Phil, the guys that work so hard, and go buy a little bit of this American-made coffee. None of that Chinese bullcrap that probably has fentanyl on it that's going to give you some sort of heart, murmur. That stuff's not good, but we got the cleanest, purest, strongest coffee made this side of the Mississippi River, and I really encourage you guys to go to castbrew.com and buy some. And then as well, we got boonieshq.com. We got a huge skate event tomorrow here. It's not necessarily open to the public, but you guys are going to be able to watch it on YouTube and Rumble. You do not want to miss it. I think Tim is going to drop in, and you're going to be able to see his new hair. So if you guys want to see the hair reveal, you definitely want to watch this. And also go buy a board. We got the Don't Be Gay board, the Be Gay board. I think one of them sold out, but I guess we restocked. So definitely go there. And now, Tim's got the independent logo back. That was a big news story. So if you guys really want to support Tim and you'd love skating, definitely go to boonieshq.com. All right, with all that being said, we got a wonderful panel. Can we introduce everybody here? We got the one, the only, Libby Emmons. Libby, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good, Alex. How's it going?
Are you nervous that I'm hosting? Because I know Tim's scared to death.
No.
Okay,
I think you're going to be awesome.
I have my Tuck
I'm
Friendly
rooting for you.
I have my Tuck Friendly on underneath this. I'm going to whip it off.
Oh, that's awesome.
My women's bathing
I
suit.
loved that stunt from you. I'm Libby Emmons. I'm here from the Post Millennial and HumanEvents.com. Glad to be here.
Hey, Libby. I'm Karis Rea. Born
Who
and
are you? What do
raised
you do?
California. I shower every day.
No. What do you do? What do you do? You have the Israel flag. Do you work for Benjamin Netanyahu? Let's be clear. What do you do? Who do you work for? And what do you got going on, Karis?
Who works for Mossad. I'm former producer at Epoch Times and Newsmax, and now I am sitting on my couch every day and writing a book.
We love that. Okay, and now we have Jamie. Jamie Reed, author, whistleblower. What's going on, Jamie? Tell us about yourself.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I'm Jamie Reed. I am a whistleblower from a pediatric transgender center. So this has been a really heavy week and have been being asked lots of questions to kind of weigh in with my expertise, what I know about these kids who are being transitioned. Yes, from Missouri, shut down that clinic, then shut down all of those clinics in Missouri, moved on and have been testifying across the country to try to get pediatric transitions banned across the U.S.
We love that. The show me state, but do not show me those messed up genital mutilation that you got going on. We don't want to show us that. Okay, you know who we always have here, Serge on the ones and twos, but Phil Labonte, he's a badass lead singer, and he's freaking, he's jacked up, Phil. And when I'm next to you, I feel a little, you just make me feel
overflow of testosterone.
That's what I'm saying. I'm about to start taking TRT because
the full beard is back, and that's probably
and
why.
You're vascular. How do you get jacked up like that?
A lot of cardio.
Gosh,
honestly.
you got the veins.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary, and I'm here to keep Alex Stein in line.
That's a fact. And he's going to succeed because, listen, we love Tim. I know Phil loves Tim. We're not going to say anything to be even considered terms of service. So we just want to say the vaccine is safe and effective, and we encourage everybody to get it. And RFK was wrong. They do not cause any side effects whatsoever. Okay, so with all that being said, let's get into the first story of the evening. It's a story we've all heard. We're kind of tired of hearing, but there's different angles coming out. And, of course, we're talking about the transgender shooter that shot up the Catholic Church in Minneapolis. Now, obviously, this story is incredibly sad. I'm not patting myself on the back when I say this, but I did speak at a recent state Senate hearing in Texas, and I got absolutely buried by the trans community because I made a joke about transgenders being good for the military because they like to do mass shootings, and if their rate of suicide is so high, we could use them like the Taliban uses suicide bombers. And I got absolutely buried. But less than 2 weeks from that speech,
they hated him because he spoke the truth.
I spoke the truth, and I didn't like this. I don't like that I'm clairvoyant and these things are happening. So I guess my first person I want to direct it to is Jamie. You speak at these Senate hearings. You go around to Missouri and all these other states and speak at them. Why don't they understand that this problem is really prevalent and that these people are suicidal and that serious stuff's happening?
Oh, wow. You want the history and how we got here?
How prevalent is it? Because I said this at a state Senate hearing and it happened. And even before that, it was 2 days after the hearing. It was a story in the UK where a train conductor was misgendered and they threw themselves in front of a train. So I was right after I said it. And then I was sadly extra right about the suicide and the trans.
I think we've seen upwards of a 5,000% increase in individuals identifying as trans. In the young people population, it's close to 3% by some estimates. So yes, of course, we're going to see huge numbers of issues in the public when you have that large of a percentage of our population identifying into something that is rooted in a lot of mental illness.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have a serious mental illness problem, but I think you saw Charlie Kirk. Everybody talks about it's not rude for us to figure out if this shooter was on SSRI. So where does the over medication come into this, Karis? I think you were talking about that earlier, right?
Yeah, it could come into play, especially because the fact that a lot of these young kids are being medicated with drugs that have never been tested in cross-examination with each other. Like when you're on a cocktail of more than 2 drugs, there's just absolutely no way to know what kind of side effects those are going to produce, right? They haven't done any of those clinical trials. So yeah, I think that's really dangerous when you have a whole generation that has grown up economically shortchanged, obsessed with screens, getting all of their romantic, quote unquote, needs or sexual needs met through porn or Snapchat or social media. And then so obviously they're all going to be anxious and depressed because they're not really functioning in real life and going outside and having human to human interaction. And so then they're going to all be put on all this medication, and that is just going to inevitably make things worse for them because you get into this like prescription cascade, they call
Well,
it.
I just want to say this quick statement. Howard Stern famously got canceled for saying during the Columbine
So how are you
shooting
like in the
if these kids
finalists?
would have just gotten
Is that
laid,
what
they
you're
might
still
not have
with,
done
or
this,
did you
but
make a new
kind of
character?
made that same argument right there, did you not? By looking at the pornography and stuff, the fact that these kids are online looking at all this demonic stuff, maybe if they went out and actually got laid, they wouldn't be school shooters.
Well, I mean, let's take it what we want.
Isn't that what you joked? Isn't that what you said?
We want these kids to have real life experience.
Yeah.
And so there was something about art. I don't know what your generation is, but going to the mall,
Story's definitely longer. POE2 added a new act and 3 small acts.
Those risk behaviors in real life and learning the consequences with your social peers and your group is actually how you become an adult. You're not going to learn how to become an adult.
So there's not like a replay through anymore. There's you just play through once and then you're at end game.
That was ridiculous. I'm not hanging out with you right now. Like you learn how to adult through social pressure, and the real way to do that is in real life.
Right.
It's not just getting.
I just have to say, I don't think my message to would-be mass shooters is go out and get laid. I think that
but isn't that
might be like my 4th message to them.
The first
after,
you're not saying it, right? You're not saying it, but you're not saying it.
Not saying it, just like
I'm not saying it, but I'm not saying.
But you went to the porn thing, so I'm saying, like, maybe if these guys went out there and they didn't have access to all this porn and they had to actually get it from a chick, maybe they'd be a little more suave, a little more self-aware, and less likely to do something like this. I'm not saying you said that, but you kind of insinuated that. But Phil, am I crazy for
Fair enough.
Not for that.
Okay, I'm crazy for other stuff.
Yes.
But
I think there's other stuff going on when we look at this is something I've been thinking about, right? Because we hear an awful lot about how we need more mental health care for people. And I have a lot of questions about what exactly mental health care is and what it does and what use it really is. I don't know about you guys. I've been to a therapist a couple times in my life, like different times that I've had questions, and I'm like, I'm not going to bore my friends about this for a year and a half. I'm going to go talk to somebody and figure it out. And then you solve your problem and you move on, right? But you have people who are in therapy for years and years and years, and then they have a psychologist who they talk to, and they have a psychiatrist who prescribes them, but they don't talk to. Or you have a clinic, and then you see somebody else every other week or something like that, and it's sort of confusing and difficult. A lot of the mental health is like either outpatient or inpatient drug treatment, right? So you have a lot of this stuff going on. And I had an interesting conversation, just bear with me for a second, at Turning Point a couple of years ago. I was doing a panel, and this woman asked a question that I found absolutely fascinating, because we were talking about God and religion and what place faith has in your life. And she said, how do you find faith if you don't know what it is and no one's ever told you about it? She said, my generation, which is, substantially younger than me, like Gen Z or whatever, she said, my generation, when we have problems, we're told that it's a mental health thing and to go talk to a therapist. And then we're given drugs about it. And so much of the attention of mental health turns you and your problems in on yourself and you're not looking outside, like you were saying, Jamie, you're not looking to friends, you're not looking to other experiences, even to sex, as you know, Karis and Alex were discussing, you're not looking to other things, you're just turning everything in on yourself. And in on yourself is sort of a wasteland, right? Like we are not God.
It's because the mental health model has transformed into an industry,
right?
Basically, and so
they don't
it's
want to
become-
cure you.
Exactly, it's business. The more you'll sit there and talk about your problems, right? And it's kind of become, in some ways, a very narcissistic oriented pursuit, right? Instead of teaching people to maybe be more focused on service, right? Or helping others, or it's all about me, and trying to figure out, you know, why I'm anxious and what
I agree
happened
with
in
that.
my childhood and who can I blame and things like that. I mean, Abigail Schreier wrote a whole book about this,
Fascinating book,
bad
yeah.
therapy, and there's amazing people like Lauren Delano and Cooper Davis and stuff that are trying to create different models for mental health, things like peer-to-peer mental health, because I think, like, as you guys were saying, like, it was, you know, back in the day, people actually relied on their family or their pastors or their community.
And there were certainly crazy people back in the old days. There was Lizzie Borden, you know. she
There's
took an
crazy
axe.
people, but
I was here for Halloween one year. It's
But there's a
amazing.
point I want to make when it comes to mental health, and I mean, maybe Phil won't agree with me, but we actually do have a cure to mental health. It's called diet and exercise. And literally, people that actually do diet and exercise, their mental health improves dramatically. So there are cures other than just taking a pill, you know, SSRIs, and that's one application that no doctor has ever prescribed. I mean, maybe some homeopathic doctors, but that's the problem, is that people are over medicated. And of course, people do have depression, but you can literally fix that with regular exercise and eating a diet.
Yeah, to your point, I wouldn't.
but not
I
in
wouldn't say
excess,
that.
because even those things you can end up getting.
You can get
You
psycho about
should
that.
add one more. It's diet, exercise, and sleep.
Yeah, and
So
sleep.
There,
Oh, of
there
course.
actually is
sleep
an
is just as important as exercise.
There
Yeah,
is an
yeah.
adolescent study that showed if you could get these kids to actually get enough sleep, their depression and anxiety actually did.
Okay, but if you diet, you exercise, and you're getting sleep, and then you spend all the rest of your time on Snapchat and Tumblr and TikTok, I don't know if that will really.
Hold on. This is the whole topic is a little bit more nuanced than just as simple as exercise.
Yeah, I think it's a whole confluence of
I'm a big proponent of going to the gym and exercising.
We can tell.
It's important. Thank you very
Yes.
much. It's important
For
to
your
eat
mental
right.
health, it's just as important for
exactly.
your mental health as
But there are genuinely very ill people that medication does help. If you're schizophrenic, going to the gym isn't going to help. You need to actually talk to a doctor. And I'm only saying this because there is a certain there's almost a idea that people have that if you're depressed or if you feel some kind of mental illness, pressure or whatever, just go to the gym. That will not solve it. But if all you're feeling like is, oh, I'm tired and I'm kind of bummed out, going to the gym and getting a good night's sleep a couple nights in a row will probably solve your problem.
It's almost
Well, it's like
super
chronic
annoying.
versus episodic or something.
It's super annoying how helpful it is to work out.
Yeah, can't pay attention to that stream. Kill them. Backwards hat, bro. Talking to it with the computer behind him. Would be nice.
Graphics card for like advertisement. broke his egg and I killed him. I think he might be sociopath. I think. Why are the subtitles on? Playing the music now. What the fuck?
Musical.
Yeah.
Coffee eggs. Interesting.
I wish I knew how to speak French.
La vie, la vie, vie.
What is that one? Shot?
Pass the name president.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So in the meantime, like I said before the break, have some of these top headlines emanating out of the Middle East. Also, our eyes are focused on the UN General Assembly taking place next month there in New York City. It always takes place each and every September, and there's a lot of politics that goes into pulling it off here. But like I said, well, let's hear from Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan about where the war stands between Israel and Hamas there in Gaza.
Israel is declaring Gaza City a dangerous combat zone as its military begins its planned offensive on the famine-gripped area.
We are not waiting. We have begun the preliminary operations and initial stages of the assault on Gaza City.
The return to around-the-clock fighting is expected to displace thousands of Palestinians. The Israeli government argues that a widened offensive is the best way to bring the hostages home and cripple Hamas's capacity to launch future attacks.
We will deepen our strikes on Hamas and the other terrorist organizations, and we will not hesitate until we bring back all the hostages and dismantle Hamas both militarily and in terms of governance.
Meanwhile, protests have swelled in Israel as the families of the hostages push for a ceasefire deal. Hamas said last week that it accepted a ceasefire plan from Arab mediators. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu maintains the military will launch its offensive while simultaneously pursuing pursuing a ceasefire.
There is a proposal on the table that Hamas has agreed to. Everyone is sharing our call, and everyone wants the hostages back home.
Israel also said Friday its military recovered the bodies of 2 hostages, including an Israeli man who was kidnapped from his home during the October 7th attack. Of the 50 remaining hostages in Gaza, Israel believes that 20 could still be alive. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thanks so much. Let's bring into the conversation Hal Kemper, national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer. He joins me. Hal, you and I have talked about this war for almost 2 years straight here. A renewed offensive there in Gaza City by the Israelis. What's the end goal? What's the aim?
Andrew, what they're trying to do is that, well, first off, they're putting tremendous pressure on Hamas. They're trying to get more concessions from them in whatever ceasefire agreement is made. And of course, at the end state, they don't want Hamas to remain as a terrorist organization, a military organization, a paramilitary organization, and they don't want Hamas to remain as a governing organization in Gaza. All of those things go back to the very core of what Hamas perceives itself as being. So Hamas is basically in these existential negotiations where at the end of it, they no longer exist as they do today. So that's a very difficult, tough thing. And hence you see what you see now, which is they're actually doing, some would call them preparatory fires.
No longer doing the vertical stream on YouTube.
kind of
It's probably eating up a lot of memory too.
Moving into the outskirts of Gaza City. And you can bet there's a very detailed plan on how they're reducing the city step by step, based on terrain, based on where people are, based on a lot of different considerations. Of course, obviously wherever Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, where they're located, and they're basically trying to close the noose on them and try to do it in such a way that they can get as many hostages, live hostages out as possible. And I got to tell you, this is a very complex, difficult operation, and there are a lot of things that can go wrong.
So what if Hamas, realizing the Israelis are successful in this mission, what if they decide to just kill the living hostages they still have in captivity? Isn't that the concern? I mean, isn't that the grave threat here? I mean, Israel's taking a risk, right?
That is an absolute, real possibility. I would say probability, if you will, that if cornered, that their captors will turn around and kill the hostages, and certainly there's absolutely no reason to think that they wouldn't do that. That would probably be, I'm not saying the rules of engagement, but that might be something they have as a standing order, which is if you cannot, if you're cornered and there's no way out, kill the hostages and then martyr yourself, and as they would put it. And that's probably what they will try to do. That's why the Israelis are working on this plan the way they are. And, we see the overt stuff. I mean, we see the stuff they talk about, that they're doing these artillery missions, these airstrikes and other things. There are things that we probably won't see, that we may not even hear about for a while, where they're trying to find some other way to get these hostages out. And so we're going to see how this plays out, but they are putting full pressure on Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad right now. And at the end of the day, they do not want Hamas there. Interestingly, the Palestinian, I should